conditioned from birth to think that the fella over there is your enemy because of an accident of his birth, then these become ever higher mountains to climb. The time now is 12 noon.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday. Jet2 is suspending all flights and holidays until late June over a lack of clarity from the government about its plans to restart international travel. Ministers say it's too early to decide which countries will be ranked as low, medium and high risk under the new traffic light system. Travellers will also have to pay for a PCR COVID test at around £120 on their return to England. Heathrow Airport's chief executive, John Holland-Kaye, says it'll make a family holiday too costly.
I think the Prime Minister needs to deliver on his commitment to make testing cheap and easy. And I think we don't have to wait until the review period at the end of June before doing that. That's something that could be changed right now.
The Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, says he'll work with providers to bring down the cost of testing. New analysis suggests the COVID-19 vaccination programme has prevented the deaths of more than 10,000 people over the age of 60. Public Health England say more than 15 million jabs had been given to adults in that age group by the end of March. 19 police officers have been injured following the latest disturbances in Northern Ireland. Police in West Belfast used water cannon against groups of youth who were throwing stones and fireworks at them last night. Post-Brexit trading arrangements are being partly blamed for the disorder. Professor of Politics at Ulster University, Henry Patterson, thinks the UK government needs to find a way to make the agreement more appealing.
The way out is to work out some way of, if you like, softening the implications of the protocol for trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain.
A report is calling for the use of body mass index in determining a person's weight to be scrapped. The Women and Equalities Committee of MPs is concerned that BMI contributes to eating disorders and poor mental health. The Department of Health says NHS England does not support the use of BMI thresholds. And 10 leading British sport bodies are behind the idea of coronavirus passports if it means a return to capacity crowds. The Premier League, Wimbledon and the RFU are among those to have signed a letter to Boris Johnson. Negative COVID tests or vaccine certification could be required for those attending events. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 8 points at 69.34. The pound buys $1.37. and €1.15. And the weather, northern areas will be cold with a mixture of sunshine and wintry showers. Further south, mostly cloudy with some rain in places, a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Auto Express magazine are calling it 2021's coolest SUV. We call it the all-new Vauxhall Mocha. Its sleek design makes it impossible to ignore. But it's not just the coolest SUV, it's also one of the most advanced. Take the Pure Panel, a fully digital colour display with a combined screen size of up to 22 inches that gives you all the information you need. That's style and substance. The all-new Vauxhall Mocha in electric, petrol and diesel. Search New Mocha.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
3 minutes after 12 is the time. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where we find ourselves wondering what it would take to restore peace in Northern Ireland. Now, the lack of peace, the absence of peace, is nothing like it was during what became known as the Troubles, obviously, and no one is suggesting that for a moment. But given that the loosening of links with Great Britain and the strengthening of links with the Republic of Ireland is at the heart of the Northern Ireland Protocol, inevitably it is now easier to transport goods from Belfast to Dublin than it is from Britain to Belfast. That's just a matter of fact, and it was the only way to avoid a land border which would have completely destroyed the Good Friday Agreement. I find myself wondering, as my callers so far have, what the hell a solution looks like. 4 minutes after 12 is the time. I'll go to Belfast, appropriately enough, because Malachi is there, and after that we'll go to Dublin, where Sean has called from. Malachi, what would you like to say?
How you doing, James? Listen, I'm a big fan. You should actually be the Minister of Brexit over here. Everything that you have ever spoke about on your radio show, and I do realise I'm speaking to a British audience here,
yes,
is 100% on the money. When Brexit was being negotiated in the corridors of Westminster, Northern Ireland was always going to be cannon fodder. We were always going to endure and suffer the most. And as you rightly pointed out 1,000,000 times, if there's going to be Brexit, as far as Northern Ireland's concerned, because they're on the periphery of Europe with the Republic of Ireland, that border has to go on the land or it has to go on the sea. Now, the DUP, and your audience will know this because they're ways about Brexit, the DUP jumped on board with the ERG and the hard-wing Tories that wanted a hard Brexit. Now, from someone who's lived here their whole lives, and I'm a Catholic nationalist, the only reason the DUP jumped with the ERG and the Tories as far as Northern Ireland was concerned, they didn't care about the economics and the deprivation it would cause here. If Britain left the EU as this big single entity, we're all powerful. Our borders are now sacrosanct. That would have hardened the border between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland would have been closely linked with, obviously, their independence. And
Malachi, I'm just going to pause you there, and you will understand why. With the time at 12:06, I have some significant breaking news to bring to you. Buckingham Palace has confirmed the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died. He was 99 years old. A statement from Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." LBC's Simon Conway looks back at his life.
He was a Greek prince born on Corfu in 1921, but his early years were difficult. Philip spent his childhood moving from country to country as his family was forced into exile by revolution.
I didn't notice it at the time, no. It seemed to be perfectly normal as far as I was concerned. I mean, how could I compare it with anything else?
After school in Scotland, Philip pursued his dream of a naval career. Princess Elizabeth was just 13 when she met the dashing cadet and fell instantly in love. But the world was at war and Philip went to sea on convoy duty. In 1947, post-war Britain delighted in the wedding of Princess Elizabeth and her dashing prince.
And how they cheered the happy pair when they came out onto the balcony. What a wonderful picture the princess made, looking most lovely in her magnificent gown and standing happily beside her husband.
He continued his career in the Navy, but in 1952, the King died and Prince Philip's life changed forever. His wife became Queen and he her consort. Philip quickly developed a reputation for being outspoken and was also perhaps best known for his legendary gaffes. His reputation for plain speaking often led to controversy, but he was branded a national treasure by the press for his inability to curb his off-the-cuff remarks. Prince Philip claimed he was misunderstood and readily acknowledged he wasn't always the easiest person to deal with.
Tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
But despite the bluff exterior, he saw himself as a moderniser. He was behind the decision to allow cameras to capture royal family life. Yet perhaps his most successful achievement was creating the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people. His son Edward is an ambassador.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
His relationship with his own children, particularly Charles, was at times strained. Accused of forcing his son into marrying Princess Diana, he was later criticised for failing to support her when the marriage broke down. But royal author Hugo Vickers says he was a source of great strength in the days after Diana's death.
Prince William, quite understandably, before the funeral, was anxious as to whether or not he should take part, whether he should walk behind his mother's coffin to Westminster Abbey. Prince Philip said to him, I think you would very much regret not walking behind your mother's coffin later on in life. So in other words, he took the long view, and then he said, and I'll walk with you.
During the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames, he gave little impression of winding down. Yet a day later, he was back in hospital with a bladder infection. He'd already been treated 6 months earlier for a blocked coronary artery. As she marked her Diamond Jubilee, it left the Queen to attend several events alone, and she used the occasion to pay tribute to him.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Soon after his 90th birthday, the Duke admitted he was looking forward to winding down, but the Duke would put in another 6 years of official engagements before finally stepping down, saying it was a decision he made before he fell down.
I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I can't stand up much.
At the time, political leaders paid their tributes to his clear sense of public duty.
On behalf of the whole country, I want to offer our deepest gratitude and good wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's made an incredible mark on the scene in the whole country. He founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
He's always gone about his public service as well with a healthy, at times even a mischievous sense of humour.
His final solo public engagement before retirement was at Buckingham Palace in August 2017. He was 96 as he met Royal Marines as their Captain General.
3 cheers for the Captain General! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
By then, he'd carried out more than 22,000 solo appearances since 1952. After retiring from public duties, the Duke hit the headlines when he was involved in a car crash while driving his Range Rover near the Sandringham estate in 2019. He was unharmed, but 2 women in the other car were injured. Prince Philip faced no action as he'd given up his driving licence. 2 years later, he'd spend a month in hospital to be treated for an infection and undergo a successful procedure for a heart condition at the age of 99. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Dutiful, devoted and never dull, the Duke of Edinburgh was the longest-serving consort in British history.
Remembering the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who has died at the age of 99. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where you will understand that we now devote all of our attention to this sad news. Peter Hunt is a royal commentator, and he joins me on the line now. Listening to Simon Conway's obituary there, Peter, it struck, 2 things struck me. The first, oddly, was that the love story that lies at the heart of Prince Philip and the Queen's lives, but also where his influence was most keenly felt in the country over the course of that astonishingly long marriage. Where do you think his memory will be most profound?
I think where it will be most profound, actually, is in terms of what he did to sustain the British monarchy. And it was, as you say, a love story. Married for 73 years. I mean, they first met back in 1934. He was 13, she was 8. It was at a wedding of a mutual relative. And then obviously they met increasingly after that during the war, and then after the war when they got engaged and then got married in 1947. So 73 years of marriage. But I think it's the support he showed to the Queen and to the institution. I mean, remember, he was the son-in-law of a king. He was the father of a future king. He was the husband of a queen, but he never had any formal role, and as anyone who has watched The Crown knows, that irked him at times in the 50s. But he managed to find an accommodation with it in a way that others in the royal family haven't, more recent members. And his life, his destiny, once he married her and she became the monarch, obviously he had hoped and they had hoped that they would have had a longer period of time before she became the monarch. The ill health that beset her father prevented that. And it was a life where he walked 2 paces behind her. But I think, he made a huge contribution to her reign, particularly during the difficult times, and there were plenty of them in the 80s, the Queen's most difficult week after the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. And it's, I suppose, given all of that, it is absolutely no surprise that she called him, quite simply, in one of her speeches of tribute to him, her strength and stay.
And she will, of course, be heartbroken.
She will be, and she will be a lonelier queen, because it is a mightily peculiar role that she performs and that members of the royal family do. And it's only if you're in the firm, as it's known, if you are a member of it, that you understand it. And there are few pivotal people around her. And, she is a woman of 94, and as anyone of us who know who've got elderly relatives, one of the biggest tragedies for them is when they're sort of people they know of their similar age die, and so lots of her friends are no longer with her. She doesn't have her sister that she relied on, her mother that she relied on, and he was crucial. And I remember people saying, when he was always at his best when the going was tough, and that was when she really needed him. And I gave you just one example of 97, but there were countless other examples. And I think what is particularly striking is, I think, if he had been more active within the family, which not surprisingly he wasn't because of his age, we may have had different outcomes when we look at the whole Harry and Meghan saga and recent events, because when he was active and by her side, he gave her very good advice.
So had he been in more robust health, then he would perhaps have brought more influence to bear upon those particular proceedings.
Yeah, that's my sense. Yeah, I think he would have played a much more. He was a dominant figure who played a dominant role. But in more recent time, not surprisingly, by the time you get to 99, I think he would have stepped back from those sort of involvements.
What elements of the job, as I think they call it, what elements of the job did he most enjoy, do you think?
I think he enjoyed supporting her. And I think that, people talk about when he was with her, she was brighter. He brought a smile to her face. And I remember watching him in one of the countless events he did. You have to remember this was by then. He was probably a man in his 80s. But what he would do at public events when they did the walkabout, where she would shake hands with members of the public, is if he saw kids of that, you would often see him, even in his 80s, lifting them over the crash barrier so that they could more directly meet the Queen. So he was constantly there supporting her. And when you spoke to people who worked with him when he was an active member of the royal family and had to sort of an office, they always said that his priority was her priority. So he would work out what her diary was, what his involvement was in terms of supporting her, and then he would do his other bits and the interests that he had, which were many and varied. And there's one age I remember saying, they are an incredible team, and so he would always. They told me put the Queen's diary first, so he would support her. And they said that they worked well together. And of course, the other thing you have to remember is he was the only man who could tell her, the truth. That he could speak truth to power. I remember there was this great moment when they were getting on Britannia, and she was a bit late, and he shouted from the bridge, yak, 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 come on, get a move on. I don't think there's many other people, yourself included, who could have got away with it.
And finally, Peter, again referring back to Simon Conway's retrospective a few moments ago, I hadn't realised that he was instrumental in the decision to let more light in to the royal family, to let the public learn a little bit more about what went on. And the doors, not behind closed doors, but should we say behind doors that were left ajar for the first time.
Yeah, he was the driving force behind the seminal TV documentary that laid its way for all the other ones back in 1969. And he believed that there was a need for us, the public, to have an understanding of it. So he drove that. He gave an interview on TV in 1961. He presented a program on TV in 1960. But he, like many other royals, after him, I think, found that the relationship wasn't as straightforward as he would have liked. And so in his latter years, he used to say that he'd been misrepresented, and he sort of then moved himself from media exposure. And I remember he told Jeremy Paxson at one point that he had deliberately retreated from media exposure.
Hard to get the genie back into the bottle. Peter Hunt, the royal commentator, many thanks indeed for your time. If you are just joining me, then I should tell you that Buckingham Palace confirmed some minutes ago that the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died at the age of 99. And LBC's senior reporter Matthew Thompson is outside Buckingham Palace. Matthew.
James, the first indication we got that perhaps this announcement was imminent was when the flag here at Buckingham Palace was lowered to half-mast from where it flies now. And then shortly after 12 o'clock, we got the statement from Buckingham Palace. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Now, here there is a growing crowd of media and press, but the streets, of course, James, are deserted, and the sadness of Prince Philip's death will be compounded, I'm sure, by the sadness of knowing that they're unlikely to ever be filled with people in the coming days and weeks. The usual Union flags, the well-wishers, since lockdown prevents a nation from mourning as perhaps it would wish. There's a very strict protocol that will now take place and kick into action from the palace, and if things stick to that protocol, the plan would be that the prince's body will be moved from Windsor to St James's Palace tomorrow, but then in 8 days' time, his long life of service, 73 years by the Queen's side, over 22,000 public engagements, 5,000 speeches, all that will have its final end back where he passed away at Windsor Castle. It's, of course, less than a month since the Prince left hospital, returned to Windsor, having spent 28 nights being treated for first an infection at King Edward VII Private Hospital in West London, then having heart surgery at St Bartholomew's Hospital in central London. And as the husband of the Queen, James, Prince Philip is entitled to a full state funeral, but in his own typical way, he said publicly that he didn't want all the fuss. So the funeral will likely be a small private affair at St George's Chapel. That's, of course, where the wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle took place, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. It's also where King Henry VIII and half a dozen other monarchs, including the Queen's father, King George VI, the Queen Mother, are buried. And the plan is ultimately one day for the Queen to be buried there as well. But when he married Princess Elizabeth in 1947, James, Philip Mountbatten may have known that a life of public service was ahead of him, but he surely could never have guessed that his duties would last well over 6 decades, 73 years of marriage. He's passed away just short of his 100th birthday, and you heard Peter Hunt reference it there. The Queen once referred to Prince Philip in a speech on the occasion of her Diamond Jubilee in 2012 as her constant strength and stay, and he did his duty, not entirely, but largely without question, becoming, as he himself put it, the world's most experienced plaque unveiler. And I think in his own inimitable way, he would enjoy that as his epitaph.
LBC senior reporter Matthew Thompson live there from Buckingham Palace, where it was announced some 20 minutes ago that the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, has died. Phil Dampier is, as listeners to this radio station will well know, is a highly regarded royal commentator, and he joins me on the line now. Phil, he was a very impressive man before he became a duke, wasn't he? I hadn't realised that he graduated from the Royal Naval College in Dartmouth at the top of his year. So we forget perhaps with the passing decades that he did actually give up quite a lot to become the Duke of Edinburgh.
Good afternoon, James. This is a very, very sad day indeed. Obviously a day that some of us have been dreading for some time, and it's a great shame that the Duke hasn't made it to his 100th birthday in June. I was rather hoping he would do, having spent that month in hospital. But as you say, he was a war hero. He was mentioned in dispatches during the war. Of course, it was a very difficult situation for him because his 4 sisters back in Germany were actually on the other side, so to speak, and a couple of them were actually married to Nazis and couldn't come to the wedding in 1947 after the war. But he fought heroically during the war. And secretly, of course, during that period, he was actually starting to see the Queen at Windsor Castle and visiting her there. Went to see her appear in a panto once with Princess Margaret. So it was a very difficult situation for him to be on our side, but he became a British citizen, and I think he was actually, his happiest days were in the Navy. There's no doubt that he was heading for the very top in the Navy. He would have had a glittering career and gone on, but of course in 1952 when King George VI died, suddenly that was all over, and he then devoted the rest of his life to supporting the Queen. So I think in that sense, that shows the sense of duty and the sense of loyalty he had towards the Queen, that he gave that career up.
Indeed. And the love, I mean, she wasn't really expected to marry a sort of, well, I suppose the words a foreign prince have to apply here. There were a couple of senior English aristocrats who had perhaps been lined up as potential suitors. Did Her Majesty sort of... it was a love match, wasn't it? It was a love match.
She had her eye on him from a very, very young age. They actually met at a wedding, a family wedding.
That's right.
When she was 8, believe it or not, and he was 13. And then they met again when he was about 18 and she was 13. And I think she just fell for him straight away. And, of course, the interesting thing is that they are related. They're third cousins. They're both great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria. And, in fact, when he first arrived in Britain and when he was being shown around Windsor Castle by a rather snooty courtier, he sort of looked down his nose at him and he said, "Yes, I know about this place. My mother was born here." So people forget that all of these families, of course, were related in those days or were related, and he had his own pedigree.
He was a Prince of Greece and Denmark. I think the Denmark bit gets overlooked a bit.
Yes, he was. Well, obviously, he didn't actually have any Greek blood in him. He was known as Phil the Greek for so many years, but of course the family actually had to flee from Greece when the Turks invaded in a war, and he was only a year old, and he actually then went to live in France with his parents, and his parents then subsequently split up. And a fascinating life, and this is where he got his sort of nomadic existence, which I think toughened him up in many ways, and gave this sort of shell around him, because he didn't see a great deal of his parents for many years. His father sort of drifted off to the south of France. His mother became quite ill and was in a sanatorium for a while. And he was very much left to fend for himself. He had to go and live with various uncles, live with an uncle in Paris, then he lived with an uncle over here. And this is where he got his sort of independence from, and I think this inner strength which saw him through the rest of his life.
Indeed. And finally, Phil, I ask this because, of course, the press pack, the royal reporters, are in many ways the messengers, the connection between the public and the royal family. The members of the family have different attitudes to the Fourth Estate. Was he a man who endured you and your colleagues, or who enjoyed your presence and your company?
He very much endured us. He always said that we had a job to do, but of course, as you probably know, I've written a couple of books of his notorious gaffes. I don't think they were all gaffes particularly. I think some of them are just, he was trying to, he comes from a different era where he probably thinks people are a bit too oversensitive these days. And he would crack all sorts of jokes which today would be regarded as racist or offensive. And when the press picked up on these, he would just feign sort of, he was just surprised that anyone would be interested. But no, I think I hope he doesn't go down in history for those gaffes. I think he'll go down as a great man.
And as the liege, he called himself, didn't he? The liege man of life and limb to
yes, that's what
wife.
He had to say at the coronation ceremony. Just prior to that, he cracked a joke there. I think Peter Hunt was talking about how humour was at the heart of their relationship. I think as soon as the Queen was crowned, he said, "Where did you get that hat?" So he was forever joking.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, he was forever joking and putting her at ease, and I think that's why the relationship worked so brilliantly.
Phil Dampier, many thanks, the royal expert and author. If you are just joining us, then you should know that Buckingham Palace has confirmed the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died. He was 99 years old. We will, on LBC, shortly be bringing you a statement from the Prime Minister, who will be offering his condolences. Meanwhile, Ben Kentish is LBC's Westminster correspondent. Ben.
James, Keir Starmer also responding, Labour leader, of course, saying the United Kingdom has today lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He continues, Prince Philip dedicated his life to our country, from a distinguished career in the Royal Navy during the Second World War to his decades of service as the Duke of Edinburgh. However, he will be remembered most all his extraordinary commitment and devotion to the Queen. Keir Starmer, James, continuing, for more than 7 decades he has been at her side. Their marriage has been a symbol of strength, stability and hope, even as the world around them changed. Most recently during the pandemic. It was, he says, a partnership that inspired millions in Britain and beyond. And of course, adding that his thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British people as our nation comes to mourn and remember the life of Prince Philip, James. And as you said, Boris Johnson also in the last few moments delivering a statement in outside number 10 in Downing Street.
Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, many thanks indeed. And I think we will hear that statement from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, now. My apologies. 12:30 is the time. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where it has been announced in the last half an hour that Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, has died. He was 99 years of age and, as you've been hearing, was married to the Queen for some 73 years. There's a lot of information and material sort of flashing across my consciousness at the moment, but there's one line in particular that I thought I'd share with you. It comes from Margaret Rhodes, who was a lady-in-waiting and also a first cousin to the Queen. She is herself no longer with us, but she did write about the marriage and how vital to Queen Elizabeth's success Philip had always been. And there's a quote in the letter that the Queen sent to her in which she describes Philip as the best man in the world, which is rather lovely. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. 12:30 is the time, and we should now have that statement from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson.
He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Boris Johnson there paying tribute to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, who has died at the age of 99 years old. A statement from Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." LBC's Simon Conway now looks back at his life.
The Duke of Edinburgh was the embodiment of duty and service. First and foremost, through his steadfast support of his wife, Her Majesty the Queen, following their marriage in 1947.
The greyness of this November day, matching in some respects the weary aftermath of war, these were neither seen nor felt. For this was a day of national rejoicing, a day indeed which had caught the imagination of men and women all over the world.
He was a Greek prince who gave up a promising naval career to become part of a British institution, father, then grandfather, and even great-grandfather. With 64 years of solo public service, more than 22,000 personal engagements, and more than 5,000 speeches. A Prince Charming, but cheeky too.
As a patron of the college, I give myself a very hearty welcome.
Pay attention, because I'm now going to see the world's most experienced plaque unveiled.
He unveiled countless plaques using that quip a few times. There were, however, some politically incorrect remarks as he trod a fine line between humour and honesty. But he could be serious and thoughtful on issues like the environment.
At the basis of it all is this colossal increase in the human population. It's one of the living species of the planet, but it's reaching plague proportions.
He was a passionate horseman and polo player. At 50, he took up carriage driving and is credited with turning it into a British sport.
So I borrowed 4 horses from the stables in London, took them to Norfolk and practiced, and I thought, well, why not?
The adventurous prince also set up the Duke of Edinburgh's awards scheme. The character-building programme for young people has been exported to more than 140 countries and territories.
But also learning things like cooking by yourself, navigating, getting lost in the dark as well. That's a good experience. It's something you won't do in London.
The Duke was patron or president of around 800 organisations, but after carrying out more than 22,000 solo appearances, he would eventually retire from public duties in 2017. Philip was back in the headlines when less than 2 years later he surrendered his driving licence after crashing with another car near the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. Well into his 90s, the Duke had adopted a more private profile, but as former Prime Minister David Cameron described, he never left the Queen's side.
She said in a speech to mark their golden wedding anniversary that he had been, and I quote, her strength and stay all these years, and that she and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know.
His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Simon Conway there, remembering the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who died this morning at Windsor Castle. Back to Buckingham Palace now, where LBC senior reporter Matthew Thompson is. And presumably, Matthew, lockdowns and pandemics notwithstanding, there will be a public desire to express their feelings and their sorrow.
Indeed, and you can see it happening already, James. There's a very small crowd has just begun to gather at the gates of the palace, as you say, in spite of the lockdown restrictions, which technically would make that gathering against the law. There's a small police presence as well. I can count at least 4 or 5 police officers on horseback, but they're keeping at a respectful distance. They're letting people come and go, pay their respects. Another sizable crowd has gathered around me, James, and that's of journalists from around the world. There are German journalists to my right, French journalists to my left, Spanish, as well, of course, as all the British broadcasters, because the interest in this story will be international, as it was whilst the Prince spent those 28 days in hospital a very short time ago. So already the media crowd is gathering, the public crowd is gathering. But I think the nature of the pandemic that we're in and the nature of those lockdown restrictions will probably dampen the celebrations that might have taken, or maybe not the celebrations, the commemorations that might have taken place had lockdown not been imposed.
Matthew Thompson, many thanks indeed. The time now is 12:38. Some suggestions already that perhaps his greatest legacy or his greatest achievement outside of the support he provided to the Queen was the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, which many of us, of course, will have benefited from. It was founded in 1956 and then expanded into 144 countries, originally inspired by the Duke's old teacher at Gordonston School, Kurt Hahn. And as Matthew just mentioned, the world's media will be moving fast to cover this story and to mark this loss. But I note also, of course, that local newspapers and local media in this country will be bringing their own particular angles to their coverage. And I'd encourage you to have a look at the Manchester Evening News' feed on Twitter in particular, which is really rather charming. I'm looking at pictures of him both shaking hands with the Manchester City goalkeeper Bert Trautmann, who was a German, of course, but just before the 1956 final, and also him meeting Alf Roberts. I can't remember the name of the actor that played Alf Roberts in Coronation Street, but on the set of that soap. Andrew Pearce is well known to every LBC listener, a friend and colleague of mine for more years than either of us would care to remember, but also, more pertinently, a journalist who has covered matters royal for much of his career. Andrew, it strikes me, as inevitably we begin to look back, that, my goodness, it was a life well lived.
It certainly was, and if you, James, at that coronation, the first one to be televised, which of course he didn't approve of, Prince Philip, never liked us in the media, as you know, he swore to be her man of life and limb, and that's indeed what he was. He has been the most unfailingly loyal, stalwart consort that any monarch could ever hope for. And it's such a relief, I think, that it's happened towards the end of the Queen's life, because if you think what happened with Queen Victoria, Prince Albert died when they were still in the flush of their great romance, and she then disappeared from public view for years and years, and really didn't reappear until quite close to the end of her reign. And I think we will see much less of the Queen now as well. Coronavirus is a factor anyway, and I'm afraid, James, when we saw him briefly in that car taking him back to Windsor Castle, I said to colleagues, that's the last time we'll ever see Prince Philip in public till we see him in his coffin.
And we certainly won't remember him in that vulnerable and fragile state. He'll be remembered, one hopes, in his pomp, and yet, of course, the tension at the heart of his life was being such a strong personality, such a strong character, and yet compelled by tradition and station to spend his life playing second fiddle.
Yeah, and people forget that he was from a royal family himself, albeit the Greek royal family, which had been exiled, and he found it incredibly difficult, not so much to walk one step behind the Queen, he got that, but he was very troubled that his children were not to take his name of Mountbatten. There was a compromise in the end many years into the marriage, but that to him was a really, really difficult moment, because, as you say, he was an old-fashioned man, a man's man who had pretty rich, raw views about life, as you know, and he certainly felt he was being diminished in some way by the way the royal family expected him to be so subservient, not least by not allowing his children to take his name.
We all have memories of some of the choicest moments that have been filed under gaffes over the years, but it strikes me that he hadn't done any of that for many years. Do you think that was conscious? Do you think he stepped back? Because there was a sense of mischief. I think my favourite was probably, and some of them will be apocryphal, Andrew, you probably know which ones are accurate and which ones aren't, but I remember during a period of particular Republican enthusiasm in Australia, I think a slightly above himself customs officer suggested that the Duke of Edinburgh would have to answer the sort of questions most people going into the country had to answer. He was asked whether he had a criminal record, and he's supposed to have replied, I had no idea it was still necessary to get into the country. Do you think he consciously stepped back from that sort of mischief making in his later years? I think we've lost the line to Andrew Pearce, my LBC colleague there, remembering Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, who passed away this morning at Windsor Castle. And as Andrew reminded us, the pictures of him emerging from hospital after that most recent stay did indeed depict a man who looked uncharacteristically and uncommonly fragile. 12:43 is the time. I find myself drawn once again to the things about him that perhaps we didn't know, the things about him that perhaps have been somewhat obscured by the passage of time and by the changing nature of royal coverage. He wrote 14 books. Would you like to have a guess at how many speeches he delivered in the course of his 99 years? I can tell you it's 5,496, and the Duke and the Queen held the record for the longest royal marriage of all time, and they were indeed the only British royal couple to have celebrated their diamond and platinum wedding anniversaries. I'm fairly confident that my colleague Sheila Fogarty would have known all of this already, because she is something of a royal enthusiast and a close watcher. More, I think, Sheila, it's fair to say, more from a personal perspective than a professional perspective. You just always been fascinated by
very
them.
much both, actually.
Yes.
It really is both, because I mean, I know it's I know it's easy, and people will, even though it's the day that the Duke has died, people will dismiss royalty as frippery and fluff, and dismiss him as the gaffes and one step behind or two steps behind his wife and all the rest of it. But the reality of their job, and I think it was of the job that both of them do for the country, I think it was inherent in Boris Johnson's statement just there. He described him rightly as a servant to the country. Now, yes, they have castles. Yes, they have wealth. Yes, they have attention. Yes, they have special sort of treatment wherever they go and all the rest of it. But they are, without a shadow of a doubt, servants to the country. And if, the various things you just described and have been describing since midday are members of the royal family, particularly the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, sadly the now late Duke of Edinburgh, setting aside huge swathes of their life to commit to turbocharging the fate of their own country. Now, all of us do that in myriad ways, whoever we are in the country, I hope. But they absolutely do it and did it, the pair of them together, without a shadow of a doubt. Proper service to a country. When he knelt, as Andrew was just describing, when he knelt at the coronation and said what he said, gave that vow to support her through life. Yes, he used the medieval language of the monarchy, but my God, he meant it, and he did it. And she said that he did it. She told us he did it.
It's remarkable, given the marital travails of almost all of their children, that that marriage, which is the oldest one of all of the royal marriages we've seen in our lifetimes, it was a proper love match, wasn't it?
Well, yes and no, actually, I would say. Again, with no insider knowledge, expertise. I'm basing this on what people, on the stuff that people very close to them have said. So, for example, a few nights ago, I watched a programme on ITV, it was, made by Spungold Productions, and it's a conversation essentially between India Hicks, who is a daughter of Lord Mountbatten, Prince Philip's uncle, and Lady Pamela Hicks, her mother, who is a first cousin of Prince Philip. So she grew up with Prince Philip. When Prince Philip had to leave Greece and his father was in Paris, his mother was in in care essentially for a time, and he was basically being accommodated by his family across Europe, including mostly in Britain. And it was this family, it was the Hicks family that took him in the main. And not only them, but it was them, Milford Havens as well. But she's a contemporary of Philip's. She's a first cousin of Philip's, and she said he was a bit scary because he was older than us and he was very opinionated and all the rest of it. So she described, even as a boy, the man that we know. But she saw that marriage happen. She saw the courtship happen. She was the Queen's lady friend growing up and lady in waiting on, for example, that Australian tour that we've heard about as well. And she says the Queen was madly in love from the word go. And she said Prince Philip grew to very much love the Queen and grew quickly to very much love the Queen. But she didn't deny, Lady Pamela Hicks didn't deny the manoeuvrings of Mountbatten and the fact that both parties, the Queen and Prince Philip, both knew that their marriage, even though it may be arranged in some way, was not arranged in the sense of it being a dry, wrong union, which I think you might perhaps conclude Charles and Diana's was, but that it was a union in which both understood the role that they had in the country, in the world. And I think they're fascinating for that, because they lived their private life, their personal life, but my goodness, they put so much into their public life and into those two roles.
You mentioned Diana, Princess of Wales, and her marriage to Prince Charles. It was, of course, her death that saw the royal family facing perhaps its most difficult period in living memory. I sensed that the Duke of Edinburgh probably took hold of the reins somewhat at that time.
Yes, and it's interesting because a woman who, she's not a close friend of mine, but she was a neighbour of mine some years ago, and she worked in one of the royal households as an assistant there, and she said to me with great discretion as ever, as you would imagine, but she said to me, they adore him. They adore him. The staff adore him. He runs the place like the place is plural because he took hold of those households. He runs them like the captain of a ship. He knows not just everybody's name, he knows their family situations, he knows when they've been bereaved, he knows when somebody in their family's ill, he knows when they're unwell, he knows what is happening. And they adore him for it. And she said that in the light of the princess's death, it was to him that everybody looked for guidance. It was to him that everybody looked, particularly the boys. And he, according to her, convinced Prince William and Harry that, you know, it was a survivable event because he had survived it himself. The absence of his mother, then obviously the loss of his mother as a much older woman, but he lost a lot as a boy, and he was able to convince them that it was survivable.
Peter Hunt made the point earlier that if he'd been in rather more robust health, he may have been able to bring precisely what you've just described to bear upon this fracture in the relationship between the boys. It's a poignant thought that the royal coverage of his last days was about family feuds and about unpleasantness and unhappiness.
Yeah, and if you remember all of the, you know, Harry and Meghan, with all due respect to them, act as though they're the first people in the royal family who have ever had dreadful things said about them repeatedly. I mean, the Queen and Prince Philip had dreadful things said about them throughout their lives and still do, you know, and so do other members of the royal family. But when Prince Philip, what you talked there about his capacity to bring things together and to solve problems like that, when you think about the relationship with Prince Charles, for example, and all the talk of it being a difficult one, and they're so different, and he didn't support Charles as a young boy and made him go to Gordonstoun when he should, all of this stuff. In an interview on his 90th birthday with Alan Titchmarsh, actually, Alan Titchmarsh asked a really kind of, you know, in that Alan Titchmarsh way, lovely kind of fireside question about, you know, do you worry about your children? It was a great way. I thought it was a great way into the conversation. Do you still worry about your children? You know, we all do, don't we? Even though we're old men and they're adults, we worry about them. And he just said, well, not really. He just said, no, not really. I suspect it wasn't quite true. But he said, on the question of the relationship with Prince Charles, because Alan asked him directly about that, he said, he said, I'm a pragmatist, and Prince Charles and my son is a romantic. Yeah. And again, in the simplest, clear terms, you know, if you think of the verbiage that's been written about their relationship, he just said, yeah, we're different, so what? But he's still my son, essentially.
Sheila Fogarty, remembering the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who passed away this morning at Windsor Castle. Sheila, thank you. The time now is 12:51. It's easy to forget that he was 96 years old when he retired from royal life in 2017 for reasons of health. August of that year saw him carry out his final solo public engagement at a parade to mark the finale of the Royal Marines 1664 Global Challenge. But I thought Sheila was particularly powerful on that ability to manage a household, to care for even the lowliest member of staff. And it must be a part of the reason why he was such an effective sailor, why he was such a successful officer in the Royal Navy. 21 years old when he became First Lieutenant of HMS Wallace in October of 1942, making him one of the youngest First Lieutenants in the history of the Royal Navy. Having become the consort to the Queen, he then became the honorary president of the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines Association and Club in 1948. Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, rejoins me now to remind us of what our political leaders have had to say today.
Well, reaction, James, as you might expect, from right across the political spectrum in the last few minutes, starting with Boris Johnson delivering a very sombre statement on the steps of number 10 Downing Street, where he made the point you just made, pointing out that Prince Philip was the longest-serving consort in history. He went on to pay tribute to him as an environmentalist and what he called a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. Boris Johnson also talking about the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, of course, and saying that literally tens of thousands of events that the Duke had fostered their hopes of young people and encouraged their ambitions. But he finished, James, by talking about, of course, the steadfast, as he put it, support for the Queen that the Duke of Edinburgh provided throughout his life. Boris Johnson saying not just as her consort, but by her side every day of her reign, as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And he finished really by saying it was to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today. He said they have lost not just a much loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father. grandfather and in recent years great-grandfather. So he offered his condolences and gave thanks, he said, as we do as a nation and a kingdom, for the extraordinary life, as he put it, and work of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Other leaders, of course, James, also paying tribute. Nicola Sturgeon saying she was deeply saddened by the Duke of Edinburgh's death. She said she sent her personal and deepest condolences, and those of the Scottish Government and the people of Scotland, to Her Majesty the Queen and her family. And Keir Starmer too, the leader of the opposition, Labour leader, of course, saying the United Kingdom had lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He said the Duke had dedicated his life to our country, from a distinguished career in the Royal Navy during the Second World War to his decades of service as the Duke of Edinburgh. But also, like Boris Johnson, saying he would be remembered most for his extraordinary commitment and devotion to the Queen. Keir Starmer continuing, James, for more than 7 decades he has been at her side. Their marriage has been a symbol of strength, stability and hope, even as the world around them changed, most recently during the pandemic. It was, he said, a partnership that inspired millions in Britain and beyond.
Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, talking us through how political leaders have responded to the death this morning of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, confirmed by Buckingham Palace just under an hour ago. He was, of course, 99 years old. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where coverage of the Duke's death will continue. Nick Ferrari will be returning to the fray from 1 o'clock, so we'll be hearing from him shortly. Before that, I'm going to return to the royal commentator Peter Hunt, who joined us first in response to today's news, and will also be the last person that we speak to on this programme. Peter, what do we know about the funeral? Because, of course, we are living in uncharted and unprecedented times. There would ordinarily be a very detailed and carefully planned programme for proceedings, but presumably an awful lot of that has been rendered either redundant or impossible.
Completely. I mean, there are acres and acres of paperwork and files in Buckingham Palace and elsewhere that, as you suggest, became pointless and obsolete once COVID had struck. So the plan had been for quite a significant event in London, where his coffin would have been brought to, a procession with the coffin in London, and then again in Windsor, and then the funeral at St George's Chapel in Windsor. I think it is highly likely now, and obviously Buckingham Palace will announce in the coming hours and days, that all of the events, because of the COVID restrictions we are currently operating under, will be at Windsor, where he died. So I think we can expect his coffin to be moved at some stage today to one of the chapels there, possibly the Albert Memorial Chapel, which was created by Queen Victoria in honour of her late husband, Prince Albert. And I think it will remain there for some days until a very small funeral service involving the number of people that are allowed under the law to attend. What I suspect there is potential, as we saw, remember, when they couldn't do Trooping the Colour, that they had some sort of event within the grounds of Windsor Castle. I suspect that they might be able to create some sort of procession or some sort of event and have representatives of all the organisations that he was linked to in there in advance of the funeral. But that sort of detail, I think we will get in the coming days from Buckingham Palace. But you're right, the initial plan has been much shrunken, and I suspect the shrinking of it will have delighted Prince Philip.
And as you know, I mean, correctly, there's a sombre mood in the studio and across the nation. But I have, as you'd expect, all of the screens on in front of me, which are casting back over various chapters from his life. And it is actually quite remarkable that laughter and smiles are the abiding theme of almost every public appearance he ever made.
Well, particularly when he was with the Queen, and I think that was one of the key things he did. She can be given to being quite sombre and quite serious in public, and he had an ability to lift her out of it. And I think that's why it's quite striking in the statement they released. It really does, the few words that were issued, does give the sense of her loss. You know, talks about her deep sorrow and talks about how he was her beloved husband. And there are so many, as you're saying, fantastic anecdotes about it. I'll just share you the one I love from Chris Mullins's diary, the former Labour MP and minister, and they were both, he was observing, and the couple were at a Commonwealth Conference in Nigeria, British Council event, and he was speaking to some of the women there, and he went along the lines of, he said to them, "You're teachers, aren't you?" And they replied, "No, sir, we empower people." And of course, you can. I don't even need to articulate for you the sputtering, but his reply came, "Empower people? Doesn't sound like English to me." And according to Chris Mullins, the diarist, at that point, the Queen distracted her husband. She pointed at a balcony, and they went off to look at the pottery. And crucially, at the end, Chris Mullins went over to where they were looking, and of course, there was no pottery to look at.
That paints a picture of a marriage, that, as much as a monarch, doesn't it?
Precisely.
Finally, Peter Hunt, the Queen, already well into her 90s herself, presumably less profile moving forward now, unaccompanied. I know that the Duke had already retired, but Her Majesty the Queen, well, towards the end of her reign as well.
I think what we will see, and particularly if the palace are very smart about it, is I think that when we next see the Queen, we will see her with other members of her family, most notably her son, Prince Charles. I mean, we saw that picture just at Easter. I think that will be replicated in the coming days to present this image of a monarch being supported in her hours of need by her family.
Peter Hunt, many thanks. The time is just approaching 1 o'clock, and coverage will obviously continue throughout the day here on LBC with Nick Ferrari next. For anyone just joining us, Buckingham Palace has confirmed that the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died. A statement from the palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." LBC's Simon Conway joins us now with the latest news.
From Global's newsroom, Buckingham Palace has announced the Duke of Edinburgh has died. Prince Philip was 99 years old. In a statement, the palace said it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has been paying tribute to the Duke, speaking outside Downing Street in the last hour.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and, in recent years, great-grandfather.
The Duke was the longest-serving consort in history. He gave up a career in the Royal Navy to dedicate his life to public service for more than 6 decades. During that time, he attended 22,000 events and gave thousands of speeches.
Pay attention, because we're now going to see the world's most experienced plaque unveiled.
Royal commentator Peter Hunt says the Duke of Edinburgh's legacy will be in his service to the Queen and the royal family.
I think where it will be most profound, actually, is in terms of what he did to sustain the British monarchy. And it was a love story, married for 73 years. I mean, they first met back in 1934. He was 13, she was 8. It was at a wedding of a mutual relative. And then obviously they met increasingly after that during the war, and then after the war when they got engaged and then got married in 1947. So 73 years of marriage.
Political and religious leaders have been paying tribute to the Duke. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says he dedicated his life to our country. Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, says Prince Philip consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own. And the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, says he devoted his life to public service and helping others. The Duke had recently spent a month in hospital in London to be treated for an infection and also underwent for a heart procedure. LBC's senior reporter Matthew Thompson is outside Buckingham Palace.
There is a growing crowd of media and press, but the streets, of course, are deserted, and the sadness of Prince Philip's death will be compounded, I'm sure, by the sadness of knowing that they're unlikely to ever be filled with people in the coming days and weeks. The usual Union flags, the well-wishers, since lockdown prevents a nation from mourning as perhaps it would wish. There's a very strict protocol that will now take place and kick into action from the palace. And if things stick to that protocol, the plan would be that the Prince's body will be moved from Windsor to St James's Palace tomorrow. But then in 8 days' time, his long life of service, 73 years by the Queen's side, over 22,000 public engagements, 5,000 speeches, All that will have its final end back where he passed away at Windsor Castle.
The Duke is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. We'll have more through the afternoon. From Global's newsroom, I'm Simon Conway.
Good afternoon. It's 3 minutes after 1 on Friday, the 9th of April. You're listening to an LBC special covering the sad death of Prince Philip. Sheila Fogarty will be joining me in just a few moments, but we have reporters soon outside Windsor Castle. We have a reporter at Downing Street. But let's go back to Matthew Thompson, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Matt, I heard you talking on the news bulletin there. There is a protocol to follow. Just go through that again in a bit of detail for the listeners.
Yes, indeed. There's a very strict protocol in place that was set a long time ago, partly in consultation with the Queen and Prince Philip and also with the government. Essentially what happens is that now that he's passed away at Windsor Castle, the body a day later, so tomorrow, will be moved to St James's Palace. He won't lie in state. The Prince himself has shied away from publicity sometimes in his life. He said he didn't want all the fuss of that sort of thing. But in 8 days' time, his small funeral will take place, we expect, back at Windsor Castle where he passed away. It'll take place at St George's Chapel if things go to plan. It'll be a small private affair, as I say. St George's Chapel, of course, where Prince Harry and the Duchess of Sussex got married. It's also where a number of very prominent royals are laid to rest, including King Henry VIII and half a dozen other monarchs, including the Queen's father, King George VI, the Queen Mother too, and the Queen's wishes are also to be buried there. So it will not be anything like a state funeral. That's all very deliberate. That's in keeping with Prince Philip's wishes. And the other thing, of course, to note, Nick, is that whilst already there's a very small crowd gathering outside Buckingham Palace, the fact that this has happened in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of lockdown, well, that will put a sad but necessary dampener on the nation's mourning of Prince Philip. You know, you would have imagined how the streets could have been filled with mourners and Union flags and all the pomp and pageantry of royal events as we do them uniquely in Britain. But sadly, none of that is going to be able to happen because of the nature of the pandemic that we find ourselves in.
That's a very good point, Matthew. The palace has served as a sort of magnet, a focal point for celebrations such as royal weddings and sad deaths as well. The people who are gathering there, what is the general mood? What is the sense of what people are saying?
Well, it's sombre. It's mostly people, as you might expect, this soon after the announcement, Nick, it's mostly people who happen to find themselves passing by. There are very few people who've come deliberately, I don't think, to stand here. I've just had a chat to a couple of women who said that they were just sort of in the area and they thought they'd swing by to see what was happening. There's a police presence as well. It's not heavy. There's a number of police officers I can see on horseback, and I think they're gently persuading people not to loiter around, but they're doing it in a dignified manner, as you would expect, befitting the occasion. There isn't yet a pile of flowers or anything gathering outside the gates of the palace, but I think that it's not unreasonable to expect that might start to happen as the news spreads. We are only an hour or so after the announcement, and as people have the time to stop whatever it was that they were doing and make their way here to pay their respects.
Matthew, thank you. We were seeing you again. I'm sure Matthew Thompson reporting from outside Buckingham Palace. Now, I'm Nick Ferrari. I wouldn't normally be here. This is an LBC News special, so let me get straight to the person, of course, who would normally be here with you, Sheila Fogarty, who's with me now. Sheila, I remember the last time you and I worked together on a royal event was a far happier occasion. We were at the wedding of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and I was hugely impressed by your comprehensive royal knowledge then, so it's great to have you by my side here. Right. Do you sense now, Sheila, we know the gravity of the last time that the Prince spent in hospital and just how serious that situation was?
I think we do, and I think the fact that Prince Charles visited him and did look, and it probably seems to have been, real, did look tearful as he left the hospital. The Prince, when we saw Prince Philip leaving the hospital, I mean, he looked, we've all had or have very elderly parents, and you know when somebody is very vulnerable, and he looked very, very vulnerable indeed. And it's just a desperately sad day, I think.
What happens now to the makeup of the royal family, Sheila? The Queen obviously will have a period of mourning, quite rightly, and a period of reflection. She hadn't had the Duke by her side for some time. Will we see more of Prince Charles? Will we see more of Edward? What do you anticipate might happen?
Well, that process of Prince Charles almost taking the baton very slowly. I mean, the Queen has made it very clear, hasn't she, barring incapacitation, that she has no intention of handing the baton over in any serious way other than when she dies herself. So that's a given as far as we can control, as far as anyone can control these things. But that process has been happening for some time, 5 years or more, as the Queen and Prince Philip entered their 90s, for goodness sake. Yes. And the Queen still only days ago, going out and meeting people properly, despite the pandemic, and going out and meeting people again in person. That will continue, is my guess. I mean, clearly that she's, as much as she is our Queen, she's also a grieving wife, a woman who's lost the man that's been with her since her very early 20s. So that will take time. But we've seen how the Queen operates. We've seen how Prince Charles is absolutely ready to support her in this process, both as a king in waiting and as a very loving son as well. So I don't think there'll be any marked difference other than perhaps an acceleration of what we've been seeing with Prince Charles's presence front and centre.
Sheila, we'll come back to you later. Sheila Fogarty, thank you so much. Sheila, you mentioned the longevity of the marriage that Prince Philip enjoyed with the Queen. That was something that Boris Johnson touched on in his statement, which was given a little about 45 so minutes ago. Let's hear that statement again. Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking outside number 10.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking in the last hour outside number 10 Downing Street. Let's bring into the conversation Peter Hunt, royal commentator and broadcaster, who's already been, of course, appeared earlier on LBC. Peter, help me with the protocol here. Do we know where the Queen is, and does the family, as with normal families, does a family typically gather at the time like this?
Well, we know that she is at Windsor. In terms of the family gathering, of course, we have the whole complication of the COVID restrictions that are still in place, and whether that they've got to be careful that they aren't doing undue travel. But given that this is a moment of sadness for them, I think we can expect to see, particularly those who live within the Windsor area, go and see her at this moment in her life of, as we've been saying on LBC throughout the morning, considerable sadness.
What now of the time, I mentioned this earlier, the time that he spent in hospital? Clearly, that situation was far graver than we first thought.
Yes, I mean, 28 nights in hospital is a very long time for a man of 99 years to spend. It was striking, wasn't it, that on the 2 occasions when he moved hospitals, the view of anyone who wanted to take pictures was obscured, so he wasn't seen entering any of the vehicles he entered, so one has to assume that he didn't walk into them, which is, that's the other extraordinary thing about his life, is that this was a man who was walking unaided right up until these last few months when he went into hospital. And we know that through that time in hospital, he did have some operation on his heart, which is serious in any age, but particularly serious when you are just a few months off your 100th birthday.
There was a nice line from the Prime Minister about how he was a carriage driver and he brought those skills to drive on the royal family. Peter, you saw that in action. A word on what the Prime Minister said and your interpretation of that.
Well, I thought it captured very much the whole range of things that he did and the whole reasons why we will reflect on what his contribution is. I mean, he was a first generation immigrant to this country. He was an exile. In marriage to the Queen gave him home and stability. And in return for that, what he gave was sort of personal stability to her and considerable stability to the institution. As someone sort of put it to me, the Queen wears the crown and he wears the trousers. And so he was there sort of running the private life, as in the family life, but he was also very, very, very crucial to her. And he helped steer the monarchy through periods of not only extraordinary change, if we just think back to the 50s and think to now, that sweep of change in terms of how our society is, but also periods of extreme challenge and threat to the institution itself, the dangers that were posed by the collapse of various of the marriages in the 80s, and particularly the most difficult week of the Queen's reign, which was that week after the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, back in 1997.
Peter, finally, for now, the Prime Minister also talked about his longevity, for Prince Philip's longevity as a consort. Was he always happy with that role?
No, I mean, he chafed. I mean, he was an alpha male. I mean, he was, he was at his happiest really when he could, the 2 bits of his life that he wanted to succeed, did succeed, i.e. married to her, to the Queen, and still having a role in the military, so that the early bits of their life were blissful ones. But of course, the clock that was ticking on them was the poor health of her father, the ill health of the King. And so when he had to abandon his time in the military, one of his relatives talked about how the bird had been put back in the cage. I mean, he was devastated by that. And there was a period in the 50s, as anyone who has watched The Crown will know, when he really did sort of kick back against the traces. He really found it really, really frustrating. And the old guard, as they were then in the 50s in the palace, didn't like him. and they made their dislike clear. So he did struggle, but he found an accommodation, and the accommodation was that he was there to support her. But obviously in his fantasy life, he would have much rather have carried on working in the Navy, as
Yes.
As he put it rather tartly at one point, it was not my ambition to be president of the Mint Advisory Committee.
Yes, indeed. Peter, good speaking with you. Peter Hunt, thank you, royal commentator and broadcaster. He did always seem very happy when he was around military folk, you have to say. From one royal commentator, well-known royal commentator, to another. Earlier I spoke with Jenny Bond, of course the former BBC correspondent, and I asked her how she thought the Duke of Edinburgh would want to be remembered.
I think what you have to recollect about the Duke of Edinburgh is the tremendous service he gave to the country, but also to his wife, the Queen. He always said that his first and really only duty was to support her through her reign. And for a very proud man, that's quite a hard thing to do, but he did it with a great deal of dignity, I think, and was the most incredible support and strength to the Queen, as she herself acknowledged. I think the whole family are going to miss Philip as the grandfather and the great-grandfather of this increasingly large family. They were all
extraordinarily fond of him, and for all his gruffness, he was quite soft, really, and loved to be the head of the family and to play with them all. So I think they'll miss his affection and his love, and the Queen herself will very much miss someone she can tell everything to, and someone, you know, who could boss her about, because there were very few people who do that.
I asked Jenny for some of her memories, the many things that Prince Philip will be remembered for. But what would stand out in the mind of Jenny Bond?
There's no doubt that the Duke is going to be remembered for his gaffes. I have to confess that, you know, when we were following him round the world with the Queen, we would go on what we called gaff watch after a few days and see how he would put his foot in it. And sometimes he did. But do you know what? On a royal tour, on most royal engagements, it's very hard to break the ice. And you can either be a little removed, a little aloof, some might say, and walk down the middle of the street while people cheer you on either side, or you can go over and you can say, well, how's it doing, or make some kind of light comment. And he was trying to break the ice. Sometimes he did fall through the ice, it has to be true, but really what he was trying to do was just add a little lightness to the events. Jenny Bond speaking with me earlier. Let's bring to the conversation one of my LBC colleagues, Andrew Pearce, who joins me now. Andrew, I think I've just been seeing on one of the monitors here the desperately distressing funeral procession for the late Princess of Wales, where, of course, in our listeners' memories now, you will see Philip striding out with the two boys. How much of a role did he play in trying to orchestrate that? What do we understand to be his feelings towards that?
Look, he was a huge figure in all things, Nick. We know that the Queen's initial response was that it should have been a private funeral because that's what the Spencer family wanted, and she's resented ever since this suggestion that it was the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who persuaded her that it had to be a public event. There's no doubt Prince Philip was, what she said, I think, in her Diamond Jubilee speech or her Golden Jubilee speech, I can't remember which one, she praised him. The word she used to describe him, which was not picked up much at the time, was my guide. He was the one that he was without doubt her most important advisor and counsellor, in confidence, behind the scenes, straightforward, direct, no threat to her, never going to leak, hugely important, and he would have been instrumental in ensuring that tribute, that the funeral to the Princess of Wales, there were all sorts of problems, we know, at the beginning of the week, went off brilliantly, and they sent her off in great style. He had a difficult relationship with her, we thought, but then we've learnt since, haven't we, how he sent her very many warm, compassionate letters, empathising with how difficult she'd found it to settle into the royal family. Because guess what? He knew those feelings because he'd had to do the same thing, and he found it even more difficult, as your guest just said earlier, as an alpha male who was a royal in his own right. People forget that he was Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark when he married the Queen, but of course he had to drop those titles. He took a new name, Mountbatten, which was the surname of his maternal grandparents, and wasn't allowed to call his children Mountbatten. Andrew, the answer to this question is no one probably knows, but how might COVID impact the mourning and funeral? There's no doubt it's going to have a huge impact. Look, the plan was, it's Operation Forth Bridge is the code word for his funeral. He would have lay in St James's Palace for several days. That's where Princess Diana was, in the chapel there. He'd already ruled out in his own arrangements that he was going to lie in state. He did not want that. That's what happened with the Queen Mother. He didn't want all that fuss. He didn't want a fuss at all. I suspect now it could be that the entire funeral is concertinaed into Windsor Castle. We're not going to have heads of states flying in because of COVID restrictions. It will be difficult even for the extended royal family to be there, Nick, because when you think how big that family is, I had to go to my sister's funeral in December. We were only allowed 30 of us. I don't think that guidance is going to change very much in the next week or so. So I think it will be low key. He might go to St James's Palace for a bit, and then they'll drive him to Windsor Castle, but I think it will all take place in Windsor Castle. I'm not even sure the British Prime Minister will be there, Nick, because the priority, the Queen will say, is for her family, because we must remember he was part of the royal family, but he was head of her family, a responsibility he took incredibly seriously. Andrew, thank you. Sheila Fogarty, I know you want to join in. Just before you do, Sheila, can I ask you, a lot of people are saying, I'd be really interested if you concur with this, with your knowledge, he always seemed happiest either with his family
or with the military? Would you agree with that, Sheila?
Yeah, and I'd go further and probably say the Navy, because that was his heart, wasn't it? There's no surprise. I was saying earlier on that the households were run by him like he was the captain of a ship. I mean, that was his mentality. That was the other love of his life, I guess. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. And you could see on that final public event. Do you remember him in the raincoat and the
yes?
What are those hats called? They're not trilbies. What are they called? The little hard round hats. Thank you, bowler hats. Yeah. You could see it was a quintessential moment of.
You know what I loved, and you'll have seen more of this because you've done far more royal reporting than I. What I loved, he could make even the most junior rookie or cadet smile. He was just on their level straight away, wasn't he?
He was, and let's not forget, he had. You know, you've talked about Gordonstown, the school he went to, or was it James who did earlier? But you know, he relished that challenge of exciting young people into their potential, because he'd experienced it himself and he needed it himself, and that came out. I think that came through loud and clear when he talked about the Duke of Edinburgh award schemes. There's something I wanted to in light of what you were talking to Andrew about there a moment ago, just another little sort of vignette about that extraordinarily difficult week when the Princess of Wales died. Angie Hunter, there's a name you'll know, former Downing Street advisor in the Blair years. In the sort of middle of that week, when the discussions were still going on about whether the Queen and the children in particular would come back down to London, there was a meeting arranged between palace officials and Number 10 officials at the palace. And bear in mind, the Queen and Prince Philip and the family are up in Balmoral at this point. And Angie Hunter describes how she's there with all the, you know, the courtiers and the palace officials, and there's a very large wooden box in the middle of the table, and she's thinking throughout the meeting, she's thinking, what is that? What is that? Is it cigars? Is it what is that? What is that? And then eventually, at the end, when everybody had their say, there's a silence, and she's thinking, well, what next? And then from the box came Prince Philip's voice, and it was Prince Philip saying, "This is what's going to happen. This is how it's going to play out. Right. This is how is anyone thinking about the boys here?" And the first utterance out of his mouth was about the boys. And it's such an interesting story to observe the man he was within the family and the man he was in situations like that.
That's a brilliant story and brilliantly told too. Sheila, back to you in a moment. Thank you. I want to bring into the conversation Phil Dampier, who's of course royal broadcaster, author and commentator, and good friends to the breakfast show that I normally do. Phil, what now then for the extended family? And here's, I don't wish it to be in any way insulting, but the issue, the problems of Prince Harry over in California. What happens now? How do they reach out, to use modern parlance, to him? Phil?
Yeah, good afternoon, Nick. I'm sure that Prince Harry will want to come over for the funeral. It's going to be restricted to 30 people, I would imagine. The plan was for Prince Philip, in normal circumstances, to be kept at St James's Palace in London, and then after 8 days of mourning, he was going to be driven by car along the A4, I think, so that people could pay their respects on the way. But he never wanted a state funeral, as I think Andrew Pearce was saying earlier on. I suspect now that as he's died at Windsor Castle, which incidentally is where his mother was born, believe it or not, he will probably stay there. I think they might well do that. It might be easy for them. And then his body will actually be kept at St George's Chapel until the Queen dies. He won't be buried until she dies, and then they'll be buried together, which is quite poignant.
Wow. There's a wonderful story. You mentioned Windsor Castle. Wasn't he once shown round by somebody and he said, my mother or someone was born here? Is that right?
Yes, because he was a prince in several ways before he arrived on the scene, and he was regarded as a bit of an outsider. He was actually penniless when he got married to the Queen, and a rather snooty courtier was showing him around Windsor Castle and saying, over there's this room and over there's He said, yes, I do know, my mother was born here, because of course both he and the Queen are cousins. They were great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria, so they were already related. So his mother actually was born in Windsor Castle and died in Buckingham Palace, so he knew the ropes even before he arrived.
We've talked about his love of the military, of course his love of the family as well. Of the children, who do you think he had the closest bond with, Phil?
Well, undoubtedly he had the closest bond with Princess Anne.
And why is that, Phil?
Well, I think she's very much a similar sort of character to him. I think there's much more of his character in Princess Anne than there is in any of his other children. He's never been particularly close to Prince Andrew. Charles, I think he always felt was a little bit weak in some ways. He tried to toughen him up as a child and send him to Gordonstoun, which he, of course, loved. But unfortunately, Prince Charles got bullied there and hated it. But I think Anne is definitely the one that he's closest to. But Charles has definitely become much closer to him in recent years. And I think they'll all be devastated by this. Obviously, you can't really call it a tragedy when you've lived to this age, but they will all miss him enormously.
You've reported on the royal family all around the world, and you cover it for broadcasters all around the world. I'm guessing your phone and your emails are running red hot. Is it going to get the sort of coverage, because we live in a strange COVID world now, is it going to get the sort of coverage you thought it might?
Yeah, it's getting massive coverage. I've just come off the phone from Canada. I'm just about to go on Australian TV. So, as you say, it's worldwide. And I think that the fascinating thing is that I think a lot of younger people will probably be learning about Prince Philip for the first time because he lived to such a ripe old age. There's probably quite a lot of his past, his wartime service, his trailblazing work with the World Wildlife Fund and environmental issues and the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, quite apart from supporting the Queen. So I think there's a lot of things that people will be learning about for the first time, and hopefully having respect for the extraordinary life he's led.
Just one last minute. One of the things he leaves behind was the incredible success of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. A minute on that, Phil.
Yes, I mean, I think it goes to something like 140 countries and 2 million people have been through it, and young people all over the world have said what a tremendous benefit it was from him. He was actually persuaded to do it by Kurt Hahn, who was the founder of Gordonstoun School. He said he wasn't very that keen to do it or didn't want to take credit for it, but when he put his hand in and decided he would do it, he of course gave it everything, and it's been a tremendous success.
And that will carry on, obviously, carry on in his honour and in his memory, I would imagine.
That will carry on. I think Prince Edward will now become the Duke of Edinburgh, actually. I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure that he will be supporting that, a great deal. OK, and we'll see more of Prince Edward beside his mother then, possibly as well as a result of that. Yeah, I think all of the family will now step up. Obviously, we've got used in the last 2 or 3 years since Prince Philip has been retired, but unfortunately not like to see a great deal of Prince Andrew by her side in public, but he will be supporting her in private a great deal. He only lives around the corner, of course, at Royal Lodge near Windsor Castle, so he will be supporting the Queen, but all the others, I think, will step up now and do a lot more. I don't think the Queen will abdicate. I don't think she'll retire. No. It's not in her nature to do that. I think she'll carry on, but obviously life will never quite be the same again for her. Phil Dampier, thanks for your time. You're a royal broadcaster, author and commentator, and particularly author in the context of this because you've had a number of books published concerning Prince Philip, both charting, of course, his success and importance, but also some of the lighter moments as well. You're listening to LBC. The time is 1:30. It's a news special with me, Nick Ferrari, and Sheila Fogarty. Buckingham Palace has confirmed the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died. He was 99 years of age. A statement from Buckingham Palace said it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. LBC's Simon Conway looks back at his life.
He was a Greek prince born on Corfu in 1921, but his early years were difficult. Philip spent his childhood moving from country to country as his family was forced into exile by revolution.
I didn't notice it at the time, no. It seemed to be perfectly normal as far as I was concerned. I mean, how could I compare it with anything else?
After school in Scotland, Philip pursued his dream of a naval career. Princess Elizabeth was just 13 when she met the dashing cadet and fell instantly in love. But the world was at war and Philip went to sea on convoy duty. In 1947, post-war Britain delighted in the wedding of Princess Elizabeth and her dashing prince.
And how they cheered the happy pair when they came out onto the balcony. What a wonderful picture the princess made, looking most lovely in her magnificent gown and standing happily beside her husband.
He continued his career in the Navy, but in 1952, the King died, and Prince Philip's life changed forever. His wife became Queen, and he her consort. Philip quickly developed a reputation for being outspoken, and was also perhaps best known for his legendary gaffes. His reputation for plain speaking often led to controversy, but he was branded a national treasure by the press for his inability to curb his off-the-cuff remarks. Prince Philip claimed he was misunderstood and readily acknowledged he wasn't always the easiest person to deal with.
Tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
But despite the bluff exterior, he saw himself as a moderniser. He was behind the decision to allow cameras to capture royal family life. Yet perhaps his most successful achievement was creating the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people. His son Edward is an ambassador.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
His relationship with his own children, particularly Charles, was at times strained. Accused of forcing his son into marrying Princess Diana, he was later criticised for failing to support her when the marriage broke down. But royal author Hugo Vickers says he was a source of great strength in the days after Diana's death.
Prince William, quite understandably, before the funeral, was anxious as to whether or not he should take part, whether he should walk behind his mother's coffin to Westminster Abbey. Prince Philip said to him, I think you would very much regret not walking behind your mother's coffin later on in life. So in other words, he took the long view, and then he said, and I'll walk with you.
During the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames, he gave little impression of winding down. Yet a day later, he was back in hospital with a bladder infection. He'd already been treated 6 months earlier for a blocked coronary artery. As she marked her Diamond Jubilee, it left the Queen to attend several events alone, and she used the occasion to pay tribute to him.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Soon after his 90th birthday, the Duke admitted he was looking forward to winding down, but the Duke would put in another 6 years of official engagements before finally stepping down, saying it was a decision he made before he fell down.
I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I'll stand up.
At the time, political leaders paid their tributes to his clear sense of public duty.
On behalf of the whole country, I want to offer our deepest gratitude and good wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's made an incredible mark on the scene in the whole country. He founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
He's always gone about his public service as well with a healthy, at times even a mischievous sense of humour.
His final solo public engagement before retirement was at Buckingham Palace in August 2017. He was 96 as he met Royal Marines as their Captain General.
Three cheers for the Captain General! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
By then, he'd carried out more than 22,000 solo appearances since 1952. After retiring from public duties, the Duke hit the headlines when he was involved in a car crash while driving his Range Rover near the Sandringham estate in 2019. He was unharmed, but 2 women in the other car were injured. Prince Philip faced no action as he'd given up his driving licence. 2 years later, he'd spend a month in hospital to be treated for an infection and undergo a successful procedure for a heart condition at the age of 99. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Dutiful, devoted and never dull, the Duke of Edinburgh was the longest-serving consort in British history.
Simon Conway reporting. Let's go to LBC reporter Rachel Venables, who's outside Windsor Castle. Rachel.
Nick, it is an historically sombre moment here outside Windsor Castle in the town of Windsor itself, which the streets of which are rather busy, rather packed full of people, as it is a beautifully, slightly mild spring day. But when you go to the main entrance of the castle, just round the corner from where I am now, and you look at the police cars lining the road, you look up at the turrets, you see these crowds of people who, in quite an incredible moment, have just all stopped. They've stopped as one. You can see them all staring in the direction of the castle. You can see parents with children all remembering, I think, this moment, as I think we will all remember this day for years to come, because of course Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, had such an incredible impact on the life of the country, and he was such a presence, a constant presence in our national consciousness, and of course particularly for the people here of Windsor who are used to the royals driving up and down these streets, and of course the huge events that take place in this castle. But of course it was in this castle, Windsor Castle, this morning we know that Prince Philip at the age of 99 passed away. We've had a very short statement through from Buckingham Palace saying that he passed away peacefully. We are expecting more announcements to come, but of course now what you see is is a family, is a political class, is a nation really sort of struggling to come to terms and grapple with this just really incredible, sombre moment.
Rachel, I'll come back to you later in this special thank you. I want to bring Sheila Fogarty back into the conversation. Sheila, we've talked about the incredible success of the Duke of Edinburgh Award. I think it's almost a successful export for this country, really, more than 140 countries. And the organisation has been speaking recently. Sheila.
Yes, they have. They've released a statement, as you would imagine, saying, echoing other people's sadness as well. It is with great sadness that the Duke of Edinburgh's award charity and the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award Foundation, as you said, it's an export, isn't it?
Yes.
Acknowledges the death of the founder and patron, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. It goes on to talk about the 65 years ago that it began, the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. The Duke of Edinburgh, the DOFE, has become one of the Duke's most remarkable achievements, is woven, I think this is so true, is woven into the fabric of the UK. Equipping and empowering young people from all communities to build skills, confidence and resilience. I think what they leave out here is to have fun, because I don't know about you, any kid I know who did it had enormous fun and made friendships way outside of their normal routine, which is massively important, I think. They need to make the most out of life and make a difference to the world around them. He certainly did that.
He did.
Goes on to say that they mourn his loss, and as you can imagine, they talk in the fullest of terms about him.
Sheila, can I ask you to comment on something? It might have been Phil Dampier said, I can't remember, but someone described him as quite a moderniser. I mean, obviously, inventing the Duke of Edinburgh's award was a tremendous asset, and as we've said, is an excellent. Do you see him as a moderniser, Sheila?
Well, I think if you, from this vantage point, the man in the hat and the bowler hat might not look like much of a moderniser, but if you go back to the beginning of it, this dashing man, I mean, my goodness, he was handsome in his youth.
Mentioned in dispatches, of course, in the military.
Yes,
brave man as well.
Incredibly, but a bright man, a very sharp man, and there was I don't know the full detail of the story, but there was a story of his naval career, of his naval service during the war, where they deliberately threw bits of old rubbish from a boat into the sea at a distance from the boat and set fire to it to make it look as though their boat had been hit.
That's right.
And in the dark, toddled off. Yep. He saved the ship and the lives on it. Yeah. But to the modernising question, I mean, it was clear when he arrived on the scene, even as a very young man, before he'd married the then Princess Elizabeth, the stuffy royal officials that we still hear so much about. You can imagine the caution and the glacial movement of such people. They found him quite alarming. They had other kind of steady toffs in line for the Queen, the son of the Duke of this, the son of the Duke of that. And she had other ideas, he had other ideas, but perhaps most importantly, Lord Mountbatten had other ideas.
Sheila, thank you for that. Come back to you in a moment. Talking of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, we're going to hear from our colleague Sheila James Goodison in just a moment. It was one of 800 charities then Prince Philip was the patron of, many of them around the world. But as we said, possibly the one that bears his name is the one he'll be best remembered for. The Duke of Edinburgh Award, inspiring millions of young people to improve their skills, to trek across the great British countryside and, yes, I'll confess, sometimes get lost in the process. LBC's James Goodison looks back at the extraordinary organisation.
The Northamptonshire Bicycle Bells gracefully opened the show, watched by Prince Philip and Transport Minister Ernest Marple. It demonstrated the work of the National Cycling Proficiency Scheme, whose test has now been passed by 500,000 children.
The Duke of Edinburgh always championed youth development and progress, and one didn't have to look further than the award named after him.
The value doesn't lie in doing each section with brilliant success, but it lies in the side effects of the exposure to new activities, greater self-confidence, wider experience, contacts beyond the narrow circle of home and school, compassion through understanding the misfortunes of others, and so on.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has been in existence for nearly 7 decades. It was originally inspired by the Duke's old headmaster, Kurt Hahn, who set up a programme to help bridge the gap between leaving school and enrolling in national service.
Kurt Hahn, who was the headmaster of Gordonston, and he came to me more or less out of the blue because I'd rather lost touch with him, and he said, "My boy, I want you to start the award scheme." And so I said, "Yes, sir." It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education.
In the modern day, at any given time, 500,000 people can be expected to be working towards their award. The Duke wanted the award to teach young people skills through experiences rather than through lessons, and it requires several different challenges to be completed before the award is granted.
To achieve a bronze or silver award, you need to complete 4 different but equally important sections: volunteering, physical, skills, and also an expedition. If you're going to go for gold, you'll also have to complete a residential.
Winners of the prestigious Gold Award could, for many years, expect a trip to meet the Duke, who, throughout the course of his life, was present to see thousands of young people receive their award. The CEO of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, Ruth Marvel, told LBC that even after stepping back from public life in 2017, Prince Philip still remained heavily invested in the award that shared his name.
The Duke remained incredibly interested in and supportive of DofE for his entire life. He obviously, when stepping back from public life, he stopped having a formal role in the organisation other than continuing as our patron. I mean, I'm biased, but I think DofE was his favourite. He enjoyed meeting with young people, talking to young people about what they'd achieved.
It's hard to overemphasise how life-changing this award can be for some people. John did his DofE at a young offenders institution, his selected skill being cooking. He now runs his own catering business.
It saved my life, because when you see the cycle of reoffending that goes on, often it's not down to the individuals themselves, especially at that age when everyone's 18, 19, 20, they all have the potential to turn their life around. And that most of the time they really want to, but you get sucked into this sort of cycle. And I think doing the Duke of Edinburgh's Award and everything it gave me, as well as leading me on to a career that I'm very passionate about, it just gave me so many other sort of life skills.
And when meeting the Duke while completing his award, he told me that the Duke still employed his notorious sense of humour.
He got to me and he asked about how I did my expedition. So I said, we all went to the Brecon Beacon. So basically a group of 6 of us all doing the silver and gold. Went off with 2 officers, and they were with us, and we went walking around the hills and everything. And on temporary licence, we were all in a open unit by that point. And he asked, were we all attached by ball and chains?
After stepping down in 2017, the role went to his son, Prince Edward. He praised his father's work at taking the award worldwide.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has given millions of young people skills, experience, confidence, a purpose and even a career. Since the award started, at least 6 million young people have taken part worldwide, something the Duke of Edinburgh could have hardly dreamed of when he made this speech in 1973.
When the scheme was started in an experimental form in 1956, it never entered my mind that it would spread beyond Britain. As a matter of fact, I was not at all confident that it would spread within Britain. In the early days, I hardly dared promote the scheme very actively. It was so new and untried. And today, with some 180,000 participants worldwide and a cumulative total of nearly 350,000 awards gained, I think it might be safe to say that the scheme hasn't been a complete failure.
Prince Philip there speaking, James Goodison reporting for LBC. Now, if you're trying to work out, of course, the Prince is 99. His birthday was on the 10th of June, so almost just 2 months shy of that would have been extraordinary. I'm sure it meant absolutely nothing to him whatsoever, but would have been an extraordinary landmark if he'd reached 100. Now, a year ago, to mark his birthday of 99, I spoke with Myra, now Lady Butter, third cousin of Prince Philip, and his childhood friend, and asked for her recollections about the Prince.
I mean, it was very, very great fun and very nice. A typical boy, like any other boy, really. I mean, he was like my brother. They were the same age, and there was no difference, really. You just thought of him as being great fun and lovely person to have about the place. He's always been his own man, and he says what he thinks, And he's totally consistent, which is a great attribute in life. He's an outdoor person, but so diverse and intelligent and so well-read that he knows a lot about a lot of things in great detail. I mean, you can't catch him out.
I'd be too nervous to even try. Lady.
No, I don't think he suffers fools gladly, but that's no bad thing. He was a naval officer, and he gave it all up. He obviously could have been an admiral. He would have gone to the top. And so, suddenly there it was, a complete change of life. But he's dedicated it totally to this country and to the Queen. And we've been the lucky ones.
Myra, now, Lady, but a third cousin of Prince Philip, his childhood friend, speaking on the Prince's 99th birthday. That was obviously in June of last year. Let's come bring Sheila Fogarty back into the conversation. It strikes me, Sheila, we're talking, we've mentioned COVID. Sadly, we're also talking as the Northern Ireland situation has started again, for want of a better expression. And the royal family has some very poignant links and rather tragic links with that issue as well. Sheila.
Absolutely. I barely know where to begin on this one, because if you go back to the bombing of Lord Mountbatten's boat in County Sligo, and the deaths of him and 3 other people on board the boat, including 2 children, that was, to me, I was the same age as his grandchildren who were on board the boat, one of whom died. And I was, as you know, Catholic school, taught by nuns. We happened to be having a summer kind of choir school week that I was taking part in. And the nuns in our school called us into, like a gathering to get us all together to tell us about this bombing. And to tell us that it wasn't a Catholic killing, it wasn't a Protestant killing, it wasn't, just really hammering that point home that religion can never be a reason for violence. And it really stays with me, that moment, because, as a kid, I wouldn't have absorbed that news story in the way I would now. But my goodness, that lesson on that day from those teachers that I had, but to the detail of the day and to what flowed from it and what it reveals, I think, about both the royal family and particularly about the Queen and Prince Philip, and obviously Prince Philip today in particular because of the sad news of his death, is the requirement of the job, and I spoke about it with you at the beginning, Nick, the requirement of their job to set aside their own human pain, to set aside their own feelings about events and do their job in hand, which they repeated again and again and again and did again and again and again. But to me, this to me is my defining moment of respect for Prince Philip and Her Majesty the Queen as well. Do you remember when they met Martin McGuinness on the Queen's visit? Yeah.
Unbelievable. Go on, Sheila. That's such a poignant memory.
On the Queen's visit to Ireland, which, by the way, as you'll remember, as soon as she stepped off that plane in the airport in Dublin, the grin barely left her face, apart from when she was doing the solemn stuff that heads of state have to do with these things. The grin never left my mother's face either while she was there, because my mum was on the phone to me repeatedly going, "Isn't it amazing that she's there? Isn't it fantastic that she's there? Isn't it amazing that she's there?" And to me, it was all wrapped up in that moment in school, Yes. And I think when the Queen and the Prince met Martin McGuinness, I mean, let's just remind ourselves what happened on that day. Lord Mountbatten, his twin grandsons, their parents, and the grandmother of those children, or one of the grandmothers of those children, were out in a boat. 4 of them never came home. 4 of them died, including 2 children, including Lord Mountbatten, and a day or 2 later, the Dowager Lady Brabourne died as well. Yeah. There were other family members in Classybourne Castle hearing it happen, seeing it happen, the aftermath. I read a book, and if anyone wants to know more about the royal family, more about the Queen, and more about Prince Philip, read this book. It's called Out of a Clear Blue Sky, and it was written by Timothy Knatchbull. I always get the twins confused. Timothy Knatchbull, whose twin Nicky died on that boat. Right. And in it, he says that when he was recovering from his injuries, the Queen, Prince Philip, Prince Charles took him under their wing, took him to Balmoral and cared for him. And Prince Philip took him fishing, took him walking, took him out, talked to him. He'd lost his twin brother, his parents' life were hanging in the balance. And the description of these loving people. And at the time, we were routinely hearing, weren't we, that they were cold parents, they were ignoring their children. The picture painted in this book of Prince Philip and the Queen in relation to these children they loved, children whose parents and grandparents they loved, is extraordinary. And it tells the story of the Troubles, and it tells the story of the Queen's pain at being shut out of Ireland for so long, and how overjoyed she was at being back in. And it's a fantastic, I think, illustration of the way both of them set aside the personal and do the job. Because on that day when they met Martin McGuinness, I mean, Prince Philip must have wanted to scream his head off.
Well, this is the thing. Just remind the listeners, and then we've got to go to our colleague Ben Kentish at Westminster. But Sheila, I just want you to... The incredible closeness between Philip, the Queen, and Mountbatten. I mean, there really was a tight bond, wasn't it?
There was. I mean, Lord Mountbatten is the brother of Prince Philip's mother. So he's his direct uncle. And he became, in the absence pretty much of Prince Philip's father, Mountbatten became that father figure. And Prince Charles has spoken of him as a grandfather figure as well, the grandfather I never had. And again, it's all on record there that Mountbatten was not just a loving uncle and a loving granduncle and family man. He was a plotter and a fixer and a man, and he had great ambition for his name and his family in royal circles. Having said all of that, they've been incredibly loyal, constantly, to the royal family, to the crown. And if you're looking, I think, for a model, a role model for Philip, and the person that perhaps created the rigour that Prince Philip brought to that role and the commitment he brought to that role, I suspect you don't need to look much further than Mountbatten.
Sheila, come back to you in a minute or two. Thank you. I need to finish there. Sheila Fogarty, thank you. I want to go to our colleague Ben Kentish, who's LBC's Westminster correspondent, and joins us from our studio at Westminster. There's news of a cabinet meeting taking place later this afternoon. Ben.
Yes, there is, Nick. Reports that the Boris Johnson will convene his cabinet later this afternoon at 5 p.m. because, Nick, of course, this is a difficult time for the government as well as the royals because of the pandemic. There are huge decisions to make. Do they recall Parliament? I'm hearing that the answer to that could be yes. It could be recalled on Monday afternoon for tributes to the Duke. Then there's, of course, what do they do about the funeral? Do they ease COVID regulations to allow people to pay their respect? There are really, really difficult political decisions that have to be made at this time because, of course, of the Duke's death coming in the middle of a global pandemic. But we have had in the last hour or so, Nick, as you would expect, Boris Johnson and other political leaders paying tribute to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Boris Johnson saying he was not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather and great-grandfather. He said, today we mourn with Her Majesty. We offer our condolences to her and all her family, and we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life of work of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Nicola Sturgeon, Scottish First Minister, of course, Nick, also paying tribute, saying she was saddened by the news and sent her personal and deepest condolences and those of the Scottish Government and the people of Scotland to Her Majesty the Queen. And, of course, Keir Starmer, Labour leader, also expressing his view that Prince Philip was an extraordinary public servant who, he said, Nick, dedicated his life to our country from a distinguished career in the Royal Navy during the Second World War to his decades of service as the Duke of Edinburgh. And lastly, Nick, Ed Davey, Liberal Democrat leader, also talking about a man who had dedicated his life to our country. He said, we will always be grateful for his amazing service, and we shouldn't forget Prince Philip was a much-loved husband, father, grandfather and great-grandfather.
Ben Kentish reporting. Back to Sheila Fogarty. One minute role that Ben didn't mention there, of course, was father-in-law. And Sheila, sadly, he had to watch as a number of marriages, as many marriages do, went the wrong way. Even Princess Anne, sadly, the first outing with Mark Phillips didn't work. We all know about Charles and Diana, and sadly, the Duke of York as well, and Sarah Ferguson. How do we know how he was towards those children, as a father-in-law?
Do you remember when he was 19, there was that series of programmes with both royal commentators talking about him and his achievements in much in the same way you and I are, and then family members doing so. And it was clear that Fergie, for example, it was clear that, again, that pragmatist that he described himself as would kick in these moments. That clip we heard earlier on where he said, you can take it from me, the Queen has a lot of tolerance.
It's tolerant, yes, that's a brilliant one, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? But that's a man who's saying, look, it's not fairy tale, it's not picnic, it doesn't have to be a picnic. And I imagine it's a very difficult situation when you have the kinds of jobs that they have, particularly the kind of job the Queen has, where it takes up so much of her time, her schedule. There isn't that looseness that relationships can rely upon to reboot, I suppose. So that's a factor in the background, I think, of all of the marriages that we're talking about. But it seems to me that pragmatist kicked in those situations. some people used to say to the Queen and Prince Philip, why do you keep her in the circle? Meaning Fergie, because she seemed so much trouble and she was off to America doing this, that and the other. And their response was always, she is the mother of our grandchildren. And I suspect that's the kind of pragmatic, but I also think loving approach that's taken in situations like that.
And really, on paper, for Princess Anne marrying a military bloke, that one should have survived, shouldn't it, Sheila?
Yeah, but look at who she married next. They say, don't they, that you marry a character.
I see where you're going. Explain. Go on. Yeah.
She's married a Navy man.
Yeah.
She's married her dad, if you see what I mean. I mean, they say, don't they, that you marry one of your parents' character types. And he seems to be Commander Tim, I've forgotten his surname, Timothy Lawrence, yeah. He seems to me to be the epitome of the, quiet, capable, calm naval man who can take it on the chin, who can support his wife and not necessarily need to be at the front.
And just finally, you mentioned that story earlier. At the moment of enormous tragedy, when the Princess of Wales was killed in the accident in Paris, and there have been films and documentaries, books and goodness knows what else. That, and I'm going to deliberately use that word, that was when he really was the rock for the Queen, was he not?
It seems that way, yes, yeah. And the guide, that term she used herself that Andrew was talking about, she was his guide. And he you could see it on the day, couldn't you? You could see him corralling those boys, corralling that situation and being the male head of the family, at least, because the Queen is the head of the family in the sort of the state sense. But I also think, I don't know whether you were hearing James describe earlier on when Margaret Rhodes, the first cousin of the Queen's on her mother's side.
I'm afraid I didn't hear this,
Margaret Rhodes wrote a beautiful book. She was a contemporary of the Queen's, close friend, cousin. Wrote a really lovely book called The Final Curtsy, and she was describing her own life, but obviously it dovetailed with the Queen's. And you could, these people don't write these books without the Queen seeing everything and approving everything. And in it, she includes a letter that the Queen sent to her on her honeymoon. On Margaret's honeymoon, and said, I hope you're as happy as I am. Philip is the best man in the world, is how she described him. Anyway, bizarrely, about a week after I read that book, I was standing in a taxi queue. You know about my taxi habit. I was standing in a taxi queue at Waterloo Station, and a woman two up from me in the queue, I thought, I'm sure that's Margaret Rhodes. So, true to form, I had a gab with her, had a little natter, and I said...
Nothing's ever stopped you talking to anyone from my knowledge, Sheila.
I'm so sorry to bother you, but I said, are you Margaret Rhodes? And she said, I am, dear, yes. And she literally got off the train at Waterloo. I said, we had a good chat about the book, and I said it was a wonderful book and a great tribute to a friend, and she should have seen her. She said, oh, how kind of you to say, She said, she's a marvellous woman and he's a marvellous man. So there you go, straight from the lips of Margaret Rhodes.
Lovely. Sheila, thank you for that. This is an LBC News special. We've got reporters at Westminster, reporters at number 10 Downing Street, and reporters, of course, at Windsor Castle. We'll continue to bring you all the story and, indeed, the background, other aspects we'll be looking at, and not just the Duke of Edinburgh awards, but the other charity work that he did, an appreciation of an extraordinary military career as well. And we're also speaking to probably the doyen of royal photographers, Arthur Edwards. He's the royal photographer, the son of man I worked with for many years, who has photographed every single member of the family. We'll be speaking with him as well for his recollections of this extraordinary time of Prince Philip. And as you heard later in the afternoon, and my colleague Eddie Mayer will of course be covering this, there's a cabinet meeting as the government meets to discuss will there be some form of temporary relaxation of the COVID restrictions to allow a period of mourning, and an expression by those who would seek to show mourning and sympathy and union with Her Majesty the Queen. So you listen to LBC, a news special with me, Nick Ferrari and Sheila Fogarty. It's 2:00 here with the LBC News. Simon Conway.
From Global's newsroom, the Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. A statement from Buckingham Palace said it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband. It says that His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Earl of Wessex, Prince Edward, is the Duke's youngest son.
My father was a wonderful man. He was a very brilliant man. He was a man that could take situations and see different ways of being able to look at them.
Philip had a difficult childhood. His family was exiled and fled to Paris before he was sent away to school in Britain. His mother, Alice, was mentally ill and placed in a psychiatric hospital. The Duke's daughter, Princess Anne, says his experiences made his achievements even more impressive.
It's difficult for me to imagine how on earth he coped with the sort of family life that he had. But the more you know about him and his life, I think the more impressed and the more proud I become of what not only he achieved as an individual, but how he translated that into the rest of his life.
Over the course of his more than 70 years by the Queen's side, he made more than 22,000 public appearances. The Prime Minister says the Duke of Edinburgh helped to steer the royal family so that it remains central to our national life. Boris Johnson has made this tribute, speaking outside Downing Street.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. He took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era.
And the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, has paid his respects.
He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
The First Ministers of Scotland and Wales have also given their reaction. Nicola Sturgeon says she is saddened by the news and sends her personal and deepest condolences. Mark Drakeford says Prince Philip served the Crown with selfless devotion and generosity of spirit. LBC's correspondent, Rachel Venables, is outside Windsor Castle.
Crowds of people who, in quite an incredible moment, have just all stopped. They've stopped as one. You can see them all staring in the direction of the castle. You can see parents with children, all remembering, I think, this moment, as I think we will all remember this day for years to come, because, of course, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, had such an incredible impact on the life of the country.
The Duke is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. We'll have more throughout the afternoon. From Global's newsroom, I'm Simon Conway.
3 minutes after 2 is the time, and LBC News specialist Simon mentioned there with me, Nick Ferrari and Sheila Fogarty. But let's bring into the conversation now another royal commentator, a journalist with whom I worked some years ago, Charles Ray, royal commentator and broadcaster and former royal correspondent at the Sun newspaper. In the first hour, Charles, we've been talking about some of Prince Philip's gaffes. I remember you actually, when you were at the Sun, you reported perhaps one of his best known ones. Question 1, remind the listeners of that story. Question 2, were they sometimes, they weren't gaffes at all, they were deliberate. Charles?
Right. We were on a tour of Australia, and we always had one reporter who always went with Prince Philip, because you knew there was, likely to be something. There was copy. There was going to be something or other. And so the reporter went, and he was meeting some Aboriginal people in Australia. And he started chatting to them, and suddenly we all burst out laughing. We said, "Do you still chuck spears at each other?" Aye. And they were all dressed in their national dress with their paint and everything else. And of course, everybody just laughed. I mean, you mentioned, was it gaffes or was it deliberate? This was his way of breaking the ice. You know, the royal family is well known. Certainly, the Queen and the Queen Mother. Well, they had various phrases like, "Oh, aren't the flowers lovely? Do you come here often?" Or these sort of quiet little ways of trying to get people to get into conversation. He was much more direct. He preferred humour. Yes. And we used to call them gaffes, but they were never gaffes. He meant exactly what he was saying. And nobody, to the best of my knowledge, the people that we spoke to after, no one took offence. It was just a bit of a laugh, a bit of a giggle. I mean, he shot from the lip, Nick. He's just shot from the lip. He was not someone who was politically correct.
And he always, and you must have covered so many of these, Charles, he always looked so happy when he was with military folk. Even when he was in his 70s or his 80s, he could put a cadet in his late teens, or her late teens, instantly at ease, couldn't he?
He could, and if you remember, on his retirement, he came down some steps at Windsor Castle, and there was a couple of young troopers there, buglers, and he just started to make them laugh, and he put them completely at ease, and that was the nature of the guy. I mean, we're going to miss this bloke, not just the Queen, which obviously is her husband and they were together for 70 odd years, but the monarchy itself is going to miss this guy, and the country is going to miss this guy. He was a fantastic ambassador for Britain. And as you mentioned, especially with the military, because he was a military man. He was a naval guy, and he rose and had a supreme service in the Second World War, and mentioned in dispatches. And the guys who served under him all said, God, he was tough as old boots, but they loved serving under him.
Come on, Charles, lastly, you went round the world literally following this man. Your favourite memory, or what will you reflect on tonight as you retire with a cup of tea or whatever it might be?
Look, he saw the press as a necessary evil, and he was never. I would say he was very friendly towards us. But I remember one reception where we were chatting away to a lady in waiting, and we were having a laugh and a giggle with her, and she burst out laughing, to which alerted him to this laughter, and he came over, and she said, "What are you laughing at?" She said, "Oh, they've just told me a funny joke." "They're not funny, they're the press."
Think of that with your tea and biscuits tonight. Charles, very good speaking with you. Charles, look after yourself, best to your family. Thank you, royal commentator and broadcaster, former royal correspondent at the Sun newspaper. Now, when Charles was at the Sun and I was at the Sun, Arthur Edwards, the Sun photographer, was obviously at the Sun as well. The royal photographer, I meant to say, it was at the Sun. He's been a royal photographer, let me work it out, at least 4 decades, if not longer. And he's photographed them all, some of them even as babies. Earlier, I spoke with my former colleague, and Charles' former colleague, Arthur Edwards, about Prince Philip. And he began by telling me just how long he'd been taking photographs of the Duke of Edinburgh.
45 years, yeah. I've been covering the royal beat for the Sun that long, and that's how long I've been covering the Duke and the Queen.
Was he an easy person to take a picture of, Arthur?
No, he wasn't. He was kind of difficult with the media. He treated the media a bit like telegraph poles, you know. He saw you there and he walked round you, you know. And I absolutely never acknowledged you, wouldn't as much as say good morning or anything. He just... he did it his way, and if you wanted to take a picture of it, that was fine. I can remember the first picture I took him was at Windsor Great Park with the Queen, and it was I look at them pictures now, and he was a very young, fit man, and with youngest son Edward, and Edward must have been about 12. So it's been a long while. And the last picture I did of him, Nick, when he handed over the role as Colonel-in-Chief to the Rifles to Camilla, and it was this little ceremony at Windsor Castle, and he was fantastic. He was ramrod straight, 99, chatted to the soldiers like the old days. It was just like he'd never retired.
Arthur, could you tell when he was losing his cool, losing his temper in a photo call, and what were the signs?
Well, you know, you didn't hang around. You didn't mess around with him. He just told you to get on with it. and you know, after 4 shots, you knew he was going to walk out the picture. The last group I did was in Malta at the Chogham a few years ago with Camilla, Charles, the Queen, and him. And I said to the Prince of Wales, look, can you get in position quickly because the Duke won't hang around? And I did 4 frames, literally 4 frames, and he walked out. And the Prince of Wales said to me, nothing changes.
Arthur, I mean, from that one wonders. Can I ask you, do you think he was a happy bloke, or was he a bit miserable, or curmudgeonly, perhaps, Arthur Edwards?
Well, I think he was. I think he was a first-class consort to the Queen. I think he did that role brilliantly. I mean, you know, he was. I mean, the Queen was certainly head of state, but he was certainly head of that household, and he made all the big decisions: what schools the boys went to, the children went to, and you know, he was very much in control. But you know, he did play that role as the consort very well, always talking to the mayoress and never the mayor, and I must say, all through the years, he was absolutely brilliant. I remember that when the Queen addressed the joint houses of Congress in Washington, and he gave her a great opening line. You know, when she was welcomed at the White House by George Bush the elder. And, of course, when the Queen took the stand, you couldn't see her because the lectern was too high. You only saw the top of her hat. But the Duke gave her a great line to open her address to Congress was, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all see me now."
I worked with you at the Sun when you used to have in a few confrontations with Princess Anne, Princess Royal.
Oh, yeah.
I remember those very famously, and her views of you and your trade, Arthur, or our trade.
Yeah.
Do you think Anne was effectively... She was... her dad, wasn't she? That was the closest relate, Arthur?
Absolutely. Can't, absolutely chip off the old block. She certainly was him. And she acted like, she treated us exactly like he treated us, you know, with not with disdain, but with absolutely as though we weren't there. And, you know, I remember after in Australia when he made that remark about chucking spears, the Aboriginals chucking spears at each other. And you know, it was made headlines. I mean, the press secretary was trying to have dinner with her parents and couldn't eat a morsel. The phone was ringing off the hook. But, you know, that next day or 3 days later, we were at a press reception and he berated us. He said, I did say that, but you shouldn't have heard it. He really went in for us, you know. He didn't mix his metaphor. I mean, and he wasn't popular. I don't see any part of the media, but, you know, when you talk to the people who work for him, they adored him, you know. And when he used to have a party, he would always have everybody there, including the cleaners, you know, the plumber that looked after. He would have everybody at that party. He was adored by the people who worked for him.
He gave you and the media a hard time. What about the mayor that he met, or the director of the hospital, or the director of a charity? How was he around them?
Well, he was always done his homework, and he knew everything about everything. He reads almost a book a day. He's that into books. He never watches TV, but reads a lot, and he knows everything about everything. And so, if you wasn't up on your subject, he would soon pull you up about it. I mean, he would question them, and he would have done his homework very, very well. And you know, he was in many ways very, very sharp with people.
As you sit here reflecting, Arthur, what's the favourite shot you ever got of him?
I think the one engagement before he retired was he went to Lord's Cricket Ground and he was with the old pros there, Mike Gatting and those, and he walked out from the pavilion onto the pitch and he was like he was going out to bat for England. He was so straight, upright. He was 97 and he was absolutely unbelievable. And then he unveiled a plaque and he said, I am the world's most experienced plaque unveiler. And he did it with a swirl and a smile. So,
lastly, Arthur, what has the nation lost?
I lost a great man, a man who served the Queen and country for all those years and always put the Queen first. Every time on a state occasion, he was always supporting her, and as she said once, you know, this country owes him a great debt, and we really do. We owe him a great debt.
The Sun's royal photographer Arthur Edwards speaking with me earlier. Now, while you heard that from Arthur Edwards, the leader of the opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, has been speaking. Let's a little what he said.
He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Sir Keir Starmer. Now, Sheila and I have touched on the extraordinary military career. Indeed, Sheila mentioning and reminding us, of course, he was mentioned in Dispatches. And arguably one of the things that Prince Philip was best known for was this affinity with the military. It was a relationship that spanned the decades, starting with that service in the Royal Navy as a young man in the Second World War, ending with holding positions such as the Lord High Admiral of the United Kingdom and Field Marshal of the Royal Air Force. LBC's Rachel Venables looks back at a long and distinguished career of links with the armed forces.
This is London. You will now hear a statement by the Prime Minister.
I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street.
This declaration of World War II permanently shaped and redefined the lives of countless men and women. And for Philip Mountbatten, it was no different.
This country is at war with Germany,
propelling him into a life of service and links with the armed forces.
It was inevitable that I was going to be in one of the services during the war. I mean, people of that age, we just did. But I mean, before that, it hadn't really occurred to me. I had vaguely thought of what could I do.
Philip joined the Royal Navy as a midshipman in 1940. He served in the Indian Ocean, then with the Mediterranean Fleet, and was even mentioned in Dispatches for his crucial role in the Battle of Matapan in 1941.
I suppose she had a good chance. I actually found a cruiser. Somebody said train right or something, and there was another cruiser, and with that, everybody started shooting.
He was one of the youngest in the Navy to be promoted to first lieutenant and was in Tokyo Bay when the Japanese surrender was signed.
Being in Tokyo Bay with the surrender ceremony taking place in a battleship which was, 200 yards away, and you could see what was going on with a pair of binoculars.
Philip stayed with the Royal Navy in peace years, stationed in Malta with his wife, Princess Elizabeth, and their young family.
Malta greets the arrival of Princess Elizabeth, and the welcome from warships in Valletta Harbour included one from HMS Chieftain.
And was promoted to Lieutenant Commander with a shining career ahead of him. But all that ended when his father-in-law, King George VI, fell ill in 1951.
The passing of King George VI
came as a sudden and most grievous shock to his people all over the world.
But even as a full-time royal, his affinity with the armed forces never ended. Over the years, amongst his enormous workload and patronage, he was head of several units and regiments, a frequent visitor too at military bases.
You're going to see the world's most experienced truck unveiler.
And the Duke of Edinburgh worked closely with various military charities and organisations over the decades, so much so that for his 90th birthday, as well as a 62-gun salute, he was given this present by his wife, the Queen.
He's Colonel-in-Chief of numerous army regiments, Admiral of the Fleet, Captain General of the Royal Marines, Field Marshal of the Army, Marshal of the Royal Air Force. The list goes on. And today the Queen bestowed on her husband the title Lord High Admiral.
And then for his last discharge of duty before retiring in 2017, he spent it meeting fundraising Royal Marines at Buckingham Palace. Lieutenant Colonel Gary Green was there.
He had a smile on his face and he enjoyed listening to the extraordinary feats that the Royal Marines had done. And all Royal Marines look up to the Duke of Edinburgh. He's a fantastic and outstanding figurehead that over the past 64 years has been simply outstanding.
A fitting final act of official royal duty in a long life dedicated to supporting the military.
LBC's Rachel Venables reporting. It is, of course, a desperately sad day, but if you go back just over 2 years ago, tragically, we could have lost the Duke of Edinburgh then. If you recall, he was involved in a very serious road accident in Norfolk. Sheila Fogarty reminds me. Sheila, it was a January day, wasn't it, when it happened?
That's right, January 2019, a whole year before the pandemic was even on our radars. It was a different world. And if you think about it, you know, the Prince at the time, 97 years of age, not injured in the accident, described as shaken, when conscious but very shaken when he got out of the car. I think it was a Range Rover, wasn't it?
I think it was a Land Rover Discovery.
A Land Rover, sorry,
right.
apologies.
That's right. Yep.
On the Queen's Sandringham estate, or near the Queen's Sandringham estate, to be precise. You know, understandably, there was a concern for him, a great deal of concern for the two people who were in the car that he collided with. Thankfully, they were not seriously injured. A shock all the same. And you remember he subsequently wrote that letter.
Yes. Sheila, can you hear me? Sheila, I think we've lost you.
Okay.
Oh, Sheila, no, you've come back.
Am I back? Yeah. I said there was that letter of care, as I would describe it, sent from the palace to the individuals involved. But again, do you remember the conversation it prompted, both about him being, you know, a determined, tough, you know, the Iron Duke, as he's often known, that determination. But again, there was this conversation, wasn't there? We had it on our own airwaves about trying to gently tell the elderly people in our lives they shouldn't be behind a wheel, and how difficult that is. Well, how much more difficult it is if you're a man who actually mostly can drive on private land, anyway, you know, Balmoral estates and all the rest of it. But it is not an easy thing to yield the things you love to do. But it was a shocking moment, and I remember thinking on the day that we reported it, you know, this man is made of something to survive that.
Well, that generation. Quite incredible sort of generation of my late parents. And the other thing on driving, I don't know about you, but were it not for Prince Philip, I really don't think I'd know that much about the sport of carriage driving. I've got to be absolute. And the Prime Minister referencing that in his tribute. But I think, I mean, I was going to say he was the poster boy, but he was the only boy of carriage driving, effectively, wasn't he?
Well, the only one that I knew, anyway. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I still don't know anything about carriage driving, other than, isn't that what Prince Philip does? But I watched a documentary only last night, actually. It was about the Queen. So obviously it was about him as well. And I was watching footage of him, looking at him. He was probably in his 60s, I'd say, when he in this footage. And they ride, there's 4 in the carriage, and there's two horses, or is it 2 or 4 horses? Can't remember, because I know nothing about carriage driving.
Yes. Same as Prince Philip does it, yeah.
Yes. And they'd go over kind of, you know, up and down sort of hillocks, and then through water and what have you. And there was a point where the whole thing tilted heavily to the left, and I'm like, surely that's going to go over. And just one little pull, and it righted itself, and I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't do that. And you know, he was an action man, wasn't he? I mean, it goes right back to Gordon's time. understand, doesn't
And
he?
you could see, lastly for now, you could see on his face, he loved it. He loved the competition, didn't he? The competing and just the sheer sport of it, driving those horses.
Yeah, and there's I'm just tweeting a lot of pictures that I'm seeing on social media at the moment, particularly of him and the Queen. And there's a fantastic one. They're both in their 40s, I'd say, looking at them. And they're obviously, it looks to me like that they're at the Windsor Horse Show. He's sitting on top of a Land Rover. She's leaning against it. They're both in their country tweeds. She's got shades on. They're very casual look, legs crossed and peering into the distance. And they look so cool. They look like an ad, like a shot from Vogue from the 50s or 60s.
I know that picture. You're absolutely.
What I mean?
I know.
It's on my Twitter feed if anyone wants to have a look. Yeah.
Well done. Everyone will go to your Twitter feed. Sheila, come back to you in a moment. I do remember, as you described it brilliant, I do remember that picture. OK, so we've talked about the importance of Prince Philip, of family, of military, of duty, but also the United Kingdom. I have to say it is under threat at the moment. But let's go around the UK. And let's start in Scotland. Jack Foster, LBC's reporter, is outside the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. Jack.
Nick, the Palace of Holyrood House is the royals' principal residence in Scotland. It has been since the 16th century. And while Balmoral may be more well known, this is where the state occasions and official entertaining tends to take place. Typically, the Queen spends a week in residence here before travelling north to Balmoral at the start of the summer. Now, there aren't a huge amount of mourners at the moment, yet there are people starting to gather, some floral tributes at the gates of the palace. The flag, though, is at half-mast, and as is the flags at the Scottish Parliament, which is, of course, directly over the road here at Holyrood. And that is a signal of the respect from the world of politics, but also something that we should note is that there is an election campaign going on here in Scotland, as it is in some other parts of the UK as well. Campaigning has been suspended here as a result of this, as a mark of respect, which of course the last time campaigning was suspended due to a royal death during a vote in Scotland was in 1997, of course, the devolution referendum during the death of Princess Diana. Now, in terms of that political reaction, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, made a statement in the last hour.
He lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
And we've also been speaking to some people on the streets here in Edinburgh, getting the reaction of Scots.
Oh, sorry to hear that. He's on big mouth to a certain extent, but he's a good age. But was he 99? I feel sorry for the Queen, especially her. I mean, he done a lot of work, charity work. I mean, Duke of Edinburgh, right enough, but my heart goes out to them.
My dad was in the Navy for 20 years. My dad met him, and he said he was pretty down to earth.
His career in public service has clearly been exemplary. You look at the Duke of Edinburgh Award in particular, something which has inspired citizenship. Myself, I got the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and clearly he's had a lifetime of service, and we acknowledge that.
Scotland is, of course, very important to the royal family. He is the Duke of Edinburgh. He went to school here at Gordonstoun, a teacher there, the inspiration of the Duke of Edinburgh Award. And as you can hear there, reactions starting to pour in response there here in Edinburgh. Nick.
Jack, thanks. Jack Foster reporting from outside the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. Let's stay with the views of the United Kingdom. We go to Cardiff, LBC's Daniel Bevan. Daniel.
Well, Nick, this is a very solemn feel in the Welsh capital indeed, following this desperately tragic news of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99. Speaking to people around here, there is a lot of praise for his work that he's done for the people of Wales, and indeed the work he's done for the people of the United Kingdom. A lot of people saying their thoughts are with the Queen at this very difficult time, and of course the rest of the royal family. Now, the three flags in front of me in the Welsh Government building, they are currently flying half-mast, and just a few moments ago we've heard from Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, who has joined many political leaders in paying tribute to Prince Philip.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
Now, all major political parties have suspended their campaigning during the Senedd election. And speaking of the Senedd, the Llywyd, the Speaker of the Welsh Parliament, has released a statement sending her condolences, saying the Senedd sends its condolences to the royal family, as I'm sure everyone in Wales does as well, Nick.
Daniel Bevan reporting from Cardiff. Let's conclude going around the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. Go to LBC's Amanda Ferguson in Belfast. Amanda.
The First Minister and Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland have issued a statement on behalf of the Stormont Executive expressing their sympathies with the Queen and royal family following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. Deputy First Minister Michelle O'Neill from Sinn Féin said over the last 2 decades there have been significant interventions by the royal family to assist in the building of relationships between Britain and Ireland. She also acknowledged the sense of loss that would be felt among those in Northern Ireland of a unionist tradition and of a British identity who value and cherish the royal family. First Minister and DUP leader Arlene Foster, a committed royalist, said she was deeply saddened by the news of the Duke of Edinburgh's death and also issued a video statement online referencing his dedicated service to the United Kingdom and his steadfast support for the Queen throughout her reign.
It is with deep sadness that I have learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world. Prince Philip was widely respected for his active and dedicated service to the country and for his steadfast support to Her Majesty the Queen throughout her reign. He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. This inspirational programme is just one example of the many charities and voluntary organisations in which he was involved right up to his retirement from public service at the age of 96. I offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to all the members of the royal family at this sad time.
Meanwhile, Ireland's President Michael D. Higgins has conveyed condolences to the Queen, her family and the people of the United Kingdom. He spoke of Prince Philip's service to the British people with unfailing commitment and devotion to duty. He said his distinctive presence and unique sense of humour put participants at ease and always engaged those who encountered him. He spoke of Prince Philip's steadfast support to the Queen and of him accompanying her on visits to Northern Ireland and also her historic state visit to Ireland in 2011. And Taoiseach Micheál Martin said his thoughts and prayers were with the Queen and her family today. And he said that the commitment of the royal family to Irish-British relations is an important part of the work that we do together. And today we pay tribute to Prince Philip's own important contribution. Back to you, Nick.
Amanda, thank you. Amanda Ferguson, reporting for LBC from Belfast. Just on putting people at their ease, I will tell you, to do it later in this hour because we're going to the news in just a moment. I had the privilege of meeting, and I have told this story before, I had the privilege of meeting with Prince Philip on 2 occasions, one of which was at a press charity, and I will share with you after the news. And so he must have been at that time 92, I would have thought. The speed with which he came back, it was quite incredible. I sort of made one suggestion or one line, and he came back with such an immediate responses. It's quite incredible. OK, we're going to bring the news in just a second. Then we're going to go to Windsor, where more people are gathering, and to Buckingham Palace, where the flowers are now starting to be laid there as obviously tribute. You recall, of course, it will be a different sense of mourning because of COVID, but if you were around or you've seen video film of when the late Princess of Wales died, there became a sea of flowers at Buckingham Palace and indeed at Kensington Palace. I sense we probably won't get to that level again because of COVID, but you will see outpourings, as we've heard, as we went around the constituent capitals of the countries that make up the United Kingdom. It's 2:30. This is a news special with me, Nick Ferrari, and Sheila Fogarty on LBC, covering the death of the Prince of Wales. Here's the news. Simon Conway.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. Buckingham Palace released a statement earlier to say it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband. It says His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has paid tribute, saying the Duke helped to steer the royal family.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather.
The First Ministers of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, Nicola Sturgeon, Mark Drakeford and Arlene Foster, have also paid their respects.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life.
Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit.
He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people.
The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. This afternoon, dozens of well-wishers have lined the gates outside the castle to lay flowers and pay tribute.
So sad. Like, he's so inspirational and it's just a big shock.
Never afraid to speak his mind. At times controversial, but ultimately I think pushed the monarchy towards something that was a bit more human.
He was a patriot and he was a really important person. He was a distinct character and a distinct part of the British monarchy.
Parliament will be recalled from its Easter recess to allow MPs and peers to pay tribute to the Duke. The Commons will be reconvened on Monday, a day earlier than scheduled. Stay with LBC. We'll have more throughout the afternoon on the death of the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99. From Global's newsroom, I'm Simon Conway.
Let's pick up on that news, that item from the news bulletin that Parliament will be recalled, and go to LBC's Westminster correspondent Ben Kentish. What more do we know about this, Ben, and what will this recall allow for?
Confirmation, Nick, that Parliament will return a day earlier than planned. It was meant to be on Tuesday. It's going to be on Monday, 2:30pm on Monday afternoon, to be precise. And that, Nick, is to allow MPs, led by Boris Johnson, of course, and Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, to pay tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. It is typical, it's traditional when a member of the royal family dies, or indeed a prominent figure like a former Prime Minister, and it will be happening on Monday. That is not, Nick, it's worth saying, not a decision the government can take by itself. They will have done that in conjunction with Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, who ultimately makes the call. And he has been saying in the last few minutes, he's paying his own tribute to Prince Philip, saying it's obviously a very sad day for Her Majesty, the royal family and the whole country. The Duke of Edinburgh has given his unwavering support to the Queen, both as a husband and as a consort. He said Prince Philip has performed wide-ranging official roles, carrying out thousands of engagements and overseas visits on behalf of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, and confirming, as I say, Nick, that Parliament will be recalled a day earlier than planned on Monday afternoon.
Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, reporting. Let's go to another of our colleagues, Rachel Venables, who's outside Windsor Castle, where I understand more people are gathering, and there's even floral tribute starting. Rachel, is that right? Morning to you. Afternoon to you again.
Good afternoon, Nick. Yes, there is. You might be able to hear actually from the constant sort of chatter around me, the huge crowd that has gathered here outside Windsor Castle. I'm stood actually outside the principal, the main gate, which is the King Henry VIII gate. It's been manned at the moment by 4 rather stern, rather sombre-looking palace guards. But in front of them, there is a huge pile of flowers, many of them still in their wrappers on the floor, piled high on top of each other. Beautiful colours. You can smell the sort of floral aromas as you approach this space. And they're being laid by huge numbers of people who've turned up this afternoon just to pay their respects, just to mark this most historic and sombre of moments. And I read cards amongst the flowers as well. Some people with very simple messages, things like R.I.P. Prince Philip. Other people are writing almost directly to Her Majesty the Queen and trying to offer her a sense of condolence, of love and support on what must be the most unimaginably difficult day. But I've been speaking to some of the people who've gathered here, some of the crowds who've gathered here outside Windsor Castle this afternoon, Nick.
I do feel for the Queen, and we all think about the family. It's just so sad.
No matter what's happening in the world and no matter what controversies are surrounding whatever institutions, a person has died, and it's important to pay our respects. And I live in Windsor Town Centre, just there on top of a shop, so I thought the least I could do is pay my respects, since someone who is ultimately a grandfather, a father, a husband and a friend has died.
I'm nearly 82 and he's always been here. And I don't know why I feel so sad that I do.
I think that woman probably actually reflecting a mood of a lot of the nation, not necessarily everybody, but a lot of the nation. Rachel, just before I go, and I'm sure we'll be coming back to you very shortly, but how has COVID impacted? I noticed on the video behind you that the police officers are having to wear masks, presumably many of the journalists and people laying the flowers too. Rachel?
Yes, many of the journalists here wearing masks, so we're all trying to observe social distancing, and there is, as I mentioned already, a huge crowd has gathered. The police, who you might have been able to see behind me as well in this video, have been doing their best to manage the crowd, but of course it's very difficult when you have so many people filing past, stopping to pay their respects. One of the things that the police have been doing is trying to prevent people from laying flowers here, as they naturally, organically began outside the main gate, and they've been directing people away to the Long Walk, which is a huge 3-mile straight stretch that rides away from Windsor Castle. Clearly they feel there people will be able to lay a huge tribute to the Prince here at the castle, of course, where he passed away peacefully this morning.
Rachel Venables reporting. Now, I don't know who had the task, but someone counted up the number of solo engagements that the Duke of Edinburgh completed since 1952. It came in at an astonishing 22,219. That would have been a task for someone, wouldn't it? And the last one, his final royal engagement, was in August 2017, the Duke of Edinburgh there. And present was Lieutenant Colonel Gary Green of the Royal Marines, whose task it was to accompany the Duke of Edinburgh. Earlier, I spoke with the Lieutenant Colonel and asked him for his memory of that day. Lieutenant Colonel, you had the extraordinary distinction, and I'm sure you would say honour, of accompanying the Duke of Edinburgh on his final royal engagement. That was back in 2017. What was it about, and what do you recall of the day? This was a really exceptional occasion for the Royal Marines, and we were all very proud and honoured to be there on that day. It was all about a Royal Marines challenge. We called it the 1664 Challenge, which goes back to our roots. We were formed on the 28th of October 1664, and it was pretty much bringing Royal Marines together to do some extraordinary events to fundraise for our charity, which campaigns to raise funds for our serving and retired Royal Marines. And His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh is, as we know, is always very keen to hear about Royal Marines challenges. And when I made the request to finish the event at the Palace, he accepted that, and we went from there. And it was a truly fantastic event. And so we had a huge number of Marines on parade, both the runners and those that took part in the challenge, doing some extraordinary feats. Yes. We had an honour guard and our Royal Marines Association and cadets. Let me ask you this, Lieutenant Colonel. I've only had the privilege of meeting the Duke on a couple of occasions, but obviously I've watched him at work. There's something, it seems, unique about him and the military. They really take to him, and he really takes to them. What is that bond? Can you explain it? Well, I think the bond goes back to His Royal Highness serving in the Royal Navy, and everybody knows that, and we recognise that he's undertaken in his own past some pretty horrendous situations during the war, and we understand that. And I think also that the Duke of Edinburgh enjoys hearing about extraordinary challenges and what Royal Marines and the armed forces get up to. And he himself in the past has undertaken some significant challenges, so that there is another link there. And does he have that ability? It just means that there is a bond. I've seen him with media folk. He has this ability, and it's extraordinary when you think how many years he's done it, to put people at ease. I would imagine with blokes and women in the military, it's probably even easier, and he has that same effect. Is that right? Indeed he does. Every time he comes and sees the Royal Marines, he always has a smile on his face. He's always ready to talk to the Royal Marines, to find out about them, find out what they've been doing, and straight away he's able to put them at ease. And that's a really fantastic quality to have. And it's another reason why, you know, every Royal Marine that is out there, past and present, is always keen to meet
the Duke on any possible occasion.
Indeed. Lastly, did he enjoy the day? And I'm going to try. I know I won't get anywhere. But were there any of those famous gaffes or witticisms or asides that he made at the time, Lieutenant Colonel? You've got to credit me for trying.
Well, it was a rainy day, but the Duke really enjoyed it. And the time I spent with him, he had a smile on his face, and he enjoyed listening to the extraordinary feats that the Royal Marines had done. And, you know, he was chatting away merrily to the Marines that ran 1,664 miles. He chatted to a Marine that swam underwater for 1,664 lengths over 10 days. And he really enjoyed hearing about those extraordinary events. And as you say, he put everybody at ease. And it really was an historic occasion. And all Royal Marines look up to the Duke of Edinburgh. He's a fantastic and outstanding figurehead that over the past 64 years has been simply outstanding.
Lieutenant Colonel Gary Green of the Royal Marines, who had the privilege, as he said, of accompanying the Duke of Edinburgh on his final royal engagement. So I brought you the figure. I didn't do the tallying. 22,219. I'm going to explore that more with Sheila Fogarty in a moment, but I understand while we were listening to that, the Archbishop of Canterbury has either spoken or released a statement. Sheila?
Yes, he has, yeah. It's quite a long one, so I'll just cherry pick if that's all right.
Sure.
He says that, you know, the usual things that any of us would want to say at this time about his life of service, about the sorrow that for the family and clearly for the nation as well. He talked about him consistently putting the interests of others ahead of his own, and in so doing providing an outstanding example of Christian service. And, you know, we never really got any insights into the Duke's beliefs, but we very much know that Her Majesty the Queen is a very committed and authentic Christian, very believing Christian, not just for show, if you see what I mean, not just because of the role. Goes on to say, in a personal capacity, the Archbishop of Canterbury says, on the occasions when I met him, and of course he'll have met a number of Archbishops of Canterbury, the Prince, I was always struck by his obvious joy at life, his inquiring mind, and his ability to communicate to people from every background, every walk of life. He was a master at putting people at their ease and making them feel special, which again harks back to that clip of him, the Duke himself, talking about the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme and him wanting people to be able to mix within their social classes, outside of their social groups, and develop their true potential.
Sheila, that number one last time, 22,219 solo engagements. So it's worth just stressing the word solo.
Yes.
Here. Didn't he once describe himself as the world's most famous plaque dedicator or opener or something?
That's right. What was the quote? He's like the most experienced, I think it was.
Most experienced that you're now going to see. Apparently it was a line he trotted out regularly.
Plaque unveiler, yeah.
But he took the spirit, didn't he? He realised that he was the consort and that was it, and that was his role.
He did, and I think more than that, I think he understood the crown. I know we talk about it now in terms of that Netflix series, but, you know, when people very close to the crown and close to the Queen and the Duke speak of their own commitment to them in those two documentaries I mentioned that have just been on over the last few days, Lady Pamela Hicks talking about the Queen as her sovereign, you know, as well as friend and cousin and all the rest of it. And there is that sense from him, I think, that he understood, again, probably from Lord Mountbatten, or definitely from his own family history of seeing what happens to the crown when things go badly wrong. He understood that commitment to it had to be absolute, really, for be in it or be out of it, but don't be half in and half out of it, which again is very timely if you think about recent events. But, you know, I was thinking when you said that number of occasions that he had done solo engagements, let alone the joint ones, a couple of moments came to my mind. They may not have been solo engagements, but a couple of moments came to mind. The Windsor Fire in 1992.
Yes.
Now, we all probably remember, those of us who remember it and see the TV scenes at the time of the Queen and Prince Andrew and the pouring rain and the fire still raging in parts of the castle and the Surrey and London Fire Brigade, I think it was, both still battling the blaze. On the quiet, already at that point, Prince Philip, who was a designer on the quiet, an architect on the quiet, if you see what I mean, not formally or officially, but he was already beginning the job of redesigning and rebuilding the castle. I saw a documentary about it, and I was watching it at the time that Notre Dame was up in flames. That's why I had a look back at great buildings that had been on fire. And there's a stained glass window. It was an immense restoration job, as you can imagine. And there's a stained glass window as part of that restoration that is hand designed, commissioned by the Duke of Edinburgh. And you think stained glass windows, you think the great saints, biblical scenes, da-da-da-da. No, it's a fireman. It's a scene of a fireman with the hose, water pumping out of the hose, the fire, the hose raised upwards, the fireman seizing it and, gripping it.
Yes.
And it's there. It'll be there as long as that castle stands. It is a tribute to Surrey and London Fire Brigade for the work they did in putting that fire out.
And you'll be able to remind me, lastly on this, Sheila, the one that comes to mind, which was not, as you referenced, a solo engagement, not that long ago, 6, 7, 8 years ago, on a barge on the Thames in the pouring rain.
I was there.
You were? I'm so sorry. What was it to mark? What was it? The Jubilee?
It was the Golden Jubilee.
It was the Golden.
It was the Golden
and the
Jubilee.
heavens opened, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I'm the happiest in water, and I have never been wetter.
You take it with water. Yes.
Yes, I've never been wetter in my life. I was drenched from top to bottom. I was on a naval barge. There were 1,000 boats, I think, weren't there, in that flotilla?
Phenomenal.
Huge number.
Yeah.
Took us about 3 hours to get onto the boat and move up into position, and then 3 hours to get out. But yeah, he was in hospital the next day, wasn't he? Ramrod straight through.
Absolutely.
Also cracking jokes and getting because it was mad. They had to look regal and royal, and they were standing there looking. Do you remember the choir standing in front of the
I can see it in my mind.
And there was mascara coming down people's faces and wind battering into his hand. They stood there. And my guess is he would have found it hilarious. He seemed to find it hilarious on the day, but also admired them for their capacity to just keep singing. And again, did it next day or a few days later. He was in hospital, wasn't he, with a water infection afterwards, because no doubt caused by a horrible chill. I mean, when I got home from that event, I got into the bath and I don't think I was warm for about 3 hours. It was an immense day, actually. It was a wonderful day.
Sheila, back to you in a moment. Thank you. Well, we've talked a lot about his role as a consort, but of course, Philip was a prince of 3 royal houses, a duke, and a statesman, and it's fair to say, a war hero. It's those roles that we probably know him best. But what of Philip, the husband, the father, the grandfather, and indeed the great-grandfather? LBC's Matthew Thompson takes a look back at the Duke's role as a family man.
In London, Prince Peter of Greece and his wife. The 39-year-old prince is yet another member of the Mountbatten family to reach London. He is a cousin of Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, formerly Prince Philip of Greece. Prince Peter and our reporter had this conversation.
Your Royal Highness, it is said that you are over here in connection with the possibility of an engagement between Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Mountbatten. Is this so?
No, I can categorically say that this has no relation whatsoever. I don't know what my cousin's plans are, and I would not like to comment on them in any way.
The year was 1947, and in spite of denials from his cousin to the rife speculation, merely months later, Lieutenant Mountbatten became His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh as he married Princess Elizabeth, heir to the British crown. But that was hardly his introduction to the royal family. Himself a former Prince of Greece and Denmark, he was a great-great-grandson of Queen Victoria and a cousin of his own wife, the future Queen Elizabeth.
And now the solemn service begins.
The wedding itself marked a crucial turning point for the Duke. It was the beginning of the end of his career in the Royal Navy and the start of his full devotion to royal duty and to family. Almost exactly a year later, he became the father of a future king with the birth of Prince Charles.
It has just been announced from Buckingham Palace that Her Royal Highness, the Princess Elizabeth, Duchess of Edinburgh, was safely delivered of a prince at 9:14 p.m, and that Her Royal Highness and her son are both doing well. Listeners will wish us to offer their loyal congratulations to Princess Elizabeth and the royal family on this happy occasion.
But it was his wife's ascent to the throne that really settled the direction of his life. He was the first to swear allegiance to the new queen as part of the coronation.
I, Philip, to become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, and faith and truth I will bear unto you, to live and die, against all manner of
rising, touches the crown upon her head, and kisses her upon the left cheek.
From then on, his place was behind his wife rather than at her side, quite literally, as royal protocol dictates. Taking a back seat in affairs of state meant that at least behind the scenes, Prince Philip became the de facto head of the family. He threw himself into running the royal estates. Keen to make changes in the way things were done, he set up an organisation and methods review at the palace. But his modernising zeal occasionally brought controversy.
Well, we'll see if she's allowed out in the snow.
Never more so than in 1969, when he gave the green light to a behind-the-scenes documentary of the royals, which, despite drawing audiences of millions on the BBC, was quietly banned and withdrawn. Some commentators have credited it with fueling the hunger and press obsession with the royals that would have such tragic consequences in later years.
Still walking down the distinctive red road of the Mall before turning off to Horse Guards. The Duke of Edinburgh on the left, Prince William with his head bowed, Charles Spencer, the little figure of the red-headed Prince Harry, and the Prince of Wales.
The Duke has a very close relationship with his grandsons and was said to be instrumental in convincing the young princes to walk behind the coffin at Diana's funeral. The extent of the prince's devotion to family and indeed to Queen and country is something that is best summed up in the words of Her Majesty herself, speaking 50 years after their wedding in 1997.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Her Majesty the Queen concluding Matthew Thompson's report. We've talked a lot about those engagements. Let's bring into the conversation someone who took part in them. Harry Tanguy is a former police armed response sergeant who accompanied the Duke on a number of those engagements and joins me now. I would imagine, Sergeant, that he was the sort of bloke that you made sure the car turned up on time, the door was open correctly and everybody snapped to attention. Is that fair, Sergeant? Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment. But, you know, what the beauty of him was that, yes, he didn't suffer fools gladly. He was a no-nonsense man. But he was, you knew where you stood with him. And at the end of the day, he made the visits completely pleasurable for the people, such as the charities or the businesses that he was visiting. I was fortunate enough to be with him for the last sort of 15 years in the southwest when there were royal visits, and we'd get about 50, 60 a year. So got to know his style pretty well, and all of us enjoyed it when he was coming to visit. It was always good fun. He had great humour with the people that were expecting and seeing him. And if you think about it, it could be, so what do you do? And that could all be it. But he really put his heart and soul into it and was very funny, I think, as we all appreciate it.
Sergeant, he sounds like the sort of bloke, and let's be candid, things do go wrong. If things were going wrong, it's better to be up front and explain, I'm sorry, sir, XYZ, than try and snow him.
That's exactly it. And I would often speak to the personal protection officers who, if a helicopter were delayed, he might show his disapproval, but there was nothing taken out on the actual officer. He was just displaying his disapproval. Maybe we can all learn a little bit by that and de-stress by being a little bit honest with our feelings. But he was never sort of... There was never any maliciousness, nastiness. There was never anything like that. And as I say, for someone to be so straightforward and say it as it is, but then after that, accept it. Okay, the weather's in. The helicopter's going to be late. The reason why he was annoyed was because the people in the charity are now going to have to wait in the freezing cold or whatever. You know.
Yeah. Just lastly, hospitalised for 28 days, I think it was, earlier this year, Sergeant. You'll have been reflecting on all those years and all those visits that you enjoyed with the Duke of Edinburgh. What memory stands out most at the front of your mind?
The memories are, there's lots of little ones, but there's a memory where, and I'll be honest with you, I can't remember it because there's so many, whether it was I witnessed it or whether my colleague told me about it, but it was going along the line. We'd often just do a little bit in advance to have a look at the crowd and see the artists coming behind. And we met some people in a wheelchair with those foil blankets around them. Yes. And he came up to them and he knelt down to them. He said, so what are they going to do with you? Put you in the oven? And of course, hysterics. They completely relaxed, enjoyed it, and thinking, great, we can talk.
Well done. The line's breaking up, but then we got the story and brilliantly told as well. Sergeant, thank you. Harry Tanguy, former police armed response sergeant accompanying Prince Philip. Now, at the first part of this news special, my colleague, Andrew Pearce, LBC colleague Andrew Pearce, thought that their funeral would possibly go ahead. within Windsor Castle, not least because of COVID restrictions. More news has come out within the last few minutes. Let's go to LBC's Rachel Venables outside Windsor Castle. You've learnt more. Rachel?
Yes, Nick, we've just had confirmation that in line with Prince Philip's wishes, his funeral will take place at St George's Chapel, which is here at Windsor Castle. And listeners might be familiar, of course, with St George's Chapel. That is where, on a happier occasion, Prince Harry married Meghan Markle. It's also been the site of countless weddings and funerals and other major events, such as christenings, for example, during the royal family's history. We've also had a statement saying that Prince Philip will lie in rest at Windsor Castle, so he's expected to be buried here. This is again something that we were expecting but hadn't had confirmed. It was always expected perhaps that he would lie in rest in Frogmore Gardens. This is where many other royals have been buried over the years, including where Queen Victoria and Albert are also buried. So that's where he's expected to lay in rest after his funeral. And we also understand that the funeral, again, as expected, but it's obviously very important to get this confirmation, will not be a state funeral. It will not be a grand occasion. Certainly he is entitled to one, but he's a man who, of course, famously always didn't like a fuss. And it was always said that he would prefer a private, we understand, military style of funeral where perhaps just a few members of family, friends and any sort of royal dignitaries, foreign dignitaries that you would expect to attend. We also understand members of the public have been asked not to attend any of these events, just lastly, Nick, of course, because of fears of the coronavirus.
Just noticing behind you, and to remind everyone, of course, you can watch the coverage on Global Player, so you can see Rachel and all our coverage on Global Player. There's people still gathering. I can just see over your shoulder people still making their way to the castle. Rachel?
Yes, you'll be able to see everybody who's passing me seems to be heading in the one direction, Nick, which is up the street here towards the castle. And that is where, as I said before, they are just stopping to pay their respects, to mark the moment, to see the flowers, to read the notes. And there's more people, I understand, as well, gathering around towards the long walk, which is where the police are trying to push the crowds, to control them as much as they can. And that's where they're encouraging people to lay the tributes and to pay their respects.
Rachel Venables reporting for LBC from Windsor Castle. I say Global Player, you can see those reports as well. Back to Sheila, my colleague Sheila Fogarty. Well, I think in one of our first conversations, you seemed to hint that might be the plans for the funeral, Sheila.
Yes, and the personal connection, let alone the modern day present royal connection that we associate with Windsor Castle, i.e. of his marriage to the Queen, is that, as we've said earlier, his own mother was born in the tapestry room at Windsor Castle in Berkshire, in the presence of Queen Victoria, who was her great great grandmother. This is Princess Alice of Battenberg. And interestingly, she and her family very much provide the line that led to, Prince Philip and his family, our royal family, in a way, for all of the complexities of that family life. She was, his mother attended the funeral of Queen Victoria in St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. So the family connection to that castle is so deep, and it's very poignant, I think, for the prince to have died, the duke to have died at the castle, and for all of his his departing services to be held there. I think it's rather moving.
And Rachel touched on something, Sheila. Just a word or two from you on this. I sense a lot of people would have wanted to come out and mark the occasion. Have perhaps wanted to line the A40 or whatever, had there been more of a traditional royal. Obviously, COVID has started. Do you sense there will be a degree of frustration among some folk?
Yeah, I suspect so. But then again, as Andrew was saying, Andrew Pearce earlier on, that the Duke himself didn't want major fuss about this. He didn't want a big fuss. He understood that the role meant there would be some degree of fuss, but he didn't want a major degree of it. But I agree with you about some people feeling the absence of that big external group moment, that we saw to the sort of nth degree when Princess Diana died. I doubt it would have been anything like that. But I agree with you. I mean, you played a clip of an 82-year-old woman. She declared herself in the clip to be 82, who became quite emotional, and she said, I don't know why I'm so upset, but he's always been there. And imagine how we'll feel when Her Majesty the Queen dies. The two of them are they're in our minds as emblems of our state. That's a big part of it, and that's an emotional connection as much as anything.
Sheila Fogarty, thanks. Talk to you shortly. As Sheila rightly says, you cannot divide the couple, can you? When you see the Queen in your mind's eye, you immediately see the Duke of Edinburgh as well. OK, coming up in the next hour, this news special, we'll be talking to arguably one of the Duke's most favourite TV interviewers, and one of my global colleagues, actually, Alan Titchmarsh, who conducted a series of interviews for 70 years of service, which was aired a couple of years ago. I spoke to Alan earlier and asked him for his recollections about. They did strike up a personal friendship, not least because the Duke of Edinburgh had a keen interest in gardening, and actually also in the next hour, as the Prime Minister referenced in his tribute to the Prince, he was probably an early adopter, as it were, of environmentalism and green issues, also speaking to that interview with Alan, of course. So we'll be looking at that aspect of the Duke of Edinburgh's life as well, a sort of early, as it were, environmentalist. That's coming up in the next hour. This is an LBC News special with me, Nick Ferrari. It's 3 o'clock news. Simon Conway.
From Global's newsroom, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died at the age of 99. Buckingham Palace says the Duke passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. In a statement, the Queen has described him as her beloved husband. LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables is outside the castle.
Despite the best efforts of the police, who are really trying to stop any crowds from gathering here outside Windsor Castle, there is a huge number of people who've turned up to pay their respects or just to stop and mark this incredibly solemn occasion here where, of course, Prince Philip passed away peacefully this morning. I've been speaking to some of the people who've turned up.
I'm nearly 82 and he's always been here. And I don't know why I feel so sad, but I do.
I thought the least I could do is pay my respects, since someone who is ultimately a grandfather, a father, a husband and a friend has died.
So sad. He's so inspirational and it's just a big shock.
Many others as well have been laying flowers. There's a huge bunching here just outside the Henry VIII gate, but many are being led away to the long walk where there's a huge stretch of bouquets, people writing messages to both Prince Philip and, of course, the Queen.
The Prime Minister says the Duke of Edinburgh helped to steer the royal family so that it remains central to our national life.
Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct.
After serving in the Navy, Prince Philip married the Queen in 1947 and didn't retire from public duties until the age of 96. He took part in 22,000 public appearances and supported more than 800 charities. But the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme was probably his biggest achievement. Peter Westgarth was its chief executive for 14 years.
300,000 young people are doing this award at any one time, and what they're getting is this life-changing experience. The Duke's relationship with young people was actually quite a surprising thing. The way in which he engaged with young people when he met with them was extraordinary.
Parliament will be recalled from its Easter recess to allow MPs and peers to pay tribute to the Duke. The Commons will be reconvened on Monday, a day earlier than scheduled. Here's our Westminster correspondent, Ben Kentish.
Not a decision the government can take by itself. They will have done that in conjunction with Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, who ultimately makes the call. And he has been paying his own tribute to Prince Philip, saying it's obviously a very sad day for Her Majesty, the royal family and the whole country. The Duke of Edinburgh has given his unwavering support to the Queen, both as a husband and as a consort.
In line with his wishes, the Duke's funeral will take place at St George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Stay with LBC. From Global's newsroom, I'm Simon Conway.
Coming up in this hour, we'll continue to watch events at Windsor Castle with our reporter there, and of course anything that develops within Buckingham Palace as well. We'll also be looking, as the Prime Minister mentioned in his tribute, at the early days really of environmentalism. And almost on that theme, in a way, one of the last men to interview the Duke of Edinburgh was broadcaster and Classic FM presenter Alan Titchmarsh. It was in May 2017. He completed an ITV documentary called Prince Philip, 70 Years of Service. As a result, Alan gained exclusive access to the palace and indeed to the Prince. Earlier I spoke with Alan and I started by asking, what did he, Alan, learn about the Duke while completing the documentary series?
I learnt what I think I already knew, was that interviewing him was going to be a challenge. And you take that on board and think, right, OK, I was going to admire of him. Here was a man who, as he confessed in the interview, had given up his naval life just as it was going to get interesting. And whenever I was with him and with the Queen at the same time, he would never push himself in front of her, either physically or emotionally or intellectually. He was always, in a way, one step behind her, a great support. But yeah, he was a sparky character, and people, love to say, well, he sorted you out in that. Well, I quite expected it. I mean, do you expect me to sort of sort him out? I was a huge admirer, and when you admire somebody, you've got to be very careful in an interview, not to be fawning or sycophantic. But there's a difference between sycophancy and respect, and I had huge respect for the Duke of Edinburgh.
How was staff around him?
what's astonishing about the staff, and I'd been to and interviewed him at Sandringham years before.
Well, you've had tremendous access to many members of the Royals, have you not?
Well, yes, but hopefully because they trust you, you know, and there are things I wouldn't reveal, not sinister things, but just, you know, confidences, which I would never reveal of any of friends and acquaintances anyway. But what was astonishing, and at Windsor Horse Show, when he was doing the timing on the water splash there, they're just mates. I mean, if you watch him at the prize giving at Windsor Horse Show, which is private, just for the people who have competed, it's like being at any, I suppose, in a way, sporting event, rugby club dance or whatever, in that they're very... Yes, they're respectful, but there's a lot of joshing goes on and a huge amount of respect. And at Sandringham, these inventions he'd do an enormous great trailer that would take all the picnic and barbecue stuff off into the estate, and he'd talk to the people who were making it with him, and you could tell they weren't in any way fawning. It was a talk between friends.
So quite a grounded individual then, Alan.
Very grounded. Totally grounded. And I think the thing that I always used to get rattled about really was when you'd read in the press about the Duke's gaffes. If you ever watched him work a room, the room, because a royal personage is coming in, whether it's full of boys' brigade, girls' brigade, scouts, grown-ups, Rotary clubs, whatever, there'd be a kind of, oh my goodness me, I'm about to meet a member of the royal family and I've never done it before, what's going to happen? He would come in and within 10 seconds, they'd be laughing, the ice would be broken, and I vividly remember him saying to one girl in the girls' brigade who was looking a bit tense, and she said she was in the band, and he said, what do you do? He said, scratch, bang or blow. You know, depending on what the instrument was. And it's things like that he knew. He just put people at their ease. And he would ask telling questions.
Yes. I remember I was at a reception with some journalists, and one of the young cadets from a newspaper had won a place, so there's all these seasoned old hacks like me and various others, and you rightly say you all wait in line. And this lad had won some competition with the press charity, and he was from a Norfolk paper. And obviously sensing a potential front page, when he was introduced to the Duke, he said, I'm from the Norfolk Times or the Norfolk Express, you know. Is it your favourite paper, sir, when you're at Sandringham? To which he replied, you must be bloody joking, and stalked off. Coming back to what you learnt in your interview then, he was a man all about duty, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He knew what his role was. It's a role that he must have thought long and hard about before he did it, because it meant him, to a greater degree, subsuming his own ambitions.
And never any bitterness about that, you don't think?
That I'm not privy to. I'm sure there must have been times when he thought, oh, God, I could have been doing something really useful instead of just standing 2 paces behind. But he could probably never have understood how useful he was, because what he contributed to the Queen's reign was so wide-ranging on so many different levels, in terms of human contact, in terms of what he did within the royal family of modernising, which has its critics, but also it couldn't stay as it was in the reign of, you know, George V, George VI. It had to move on to some degree and acknowledge this huge media age. What was lovely about him was whenever I stopped filming with him, he'd say, come over here. And I remember when we did the interview at Windsor for his 90th birthday, when it finished, the shoulders came down. Right, come look at this. And he took me to show me where the fire had started and all the work he'd done there. Yeah. And the cameras weren't involved. It was just, and then they actually started following us. But he'd sort of, that's done now. I'm doing this. I'm talking to you about this. And he pointed at a load of furniture. He said, "Oh, we got that from Napoleon." He said,
what a great life.
He was good company. Indeed. Kept you on your toes. Yes.
Constitutionally, obviously, we know who was the boss. Who wore the trousers in the relationship?
Oh, that's not for me to say, but I'm quite sure that the Queen regarded him as a valuable consort. He may never have been called the Prince Consort, but he most certainly was. I don't think anybody would dispute that. And the important thing was that I feel, on balance, right the way through her reign, he got it right. I mean, there were times, I guess, when, you know, the Duke of Edinburgh's award, for instance, that enabled him to do his own thing. And the youth of Britain who benefited from the Duke of Edinburgh's award and the Gold Award, which is not given away. It's really hard won. And he would go, and I would go to garden parties to help present the awards there, and their opinion of him, the younger generation, the millennials, if you like, was second to none. They revered him a lot.
Lastly, Alan, how will you remember him?
I'll remember him fondly because he was an interesting man, because he was challenging to interview and not dull. Gosh, that's the last thing he could have said about the Duke of Edinburgh. Oh, he's a bit dull, isn't he? No, never. I loved the fact that he kept me on my toes, kept the nation on its toes, and also, as they say, told it like it was as much as he could in his position. We'll miss him hugely. He was a great leavener of the royal family, and one of the ones who, for me, was so completely in touch with the population that we'll sadly miss him.
Broadcaster and one of my global colleagues, Alan Titchmarsh, speaking with me earlier. Let's pick up on a couple of themes of Alan's conversation with Nigel Cawthorne, who's royal expert and author of I Know I'm Rude, But It Is Fun, The Royal Family and the World at Large, as seen by Prince Philip. Nigel, do you think he did think it was fun, or sometimes did he, and he was a man of duty, did he just stiff up a lip and just try and barrel through it all? Afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Yes, well, he wrote that when he was just 19, and he was, I think, always rather proud that. I mean, people call them gaffes, but I really think he was just increasing the amusement of the population. But of course, as you say, he did have a great sense of duty and knew his place.
When you consider the bravery he displayed in military service, he was a very well-read and very learned man. Had he not fallen in love with a future queen, he could have been quite a powerful either military force or possibly even business presence, couldn't he, Nigel?
Well, certainly he was very upset that he had to give up his career in the Navy, and certainly he had a great many qualities that would have suited him for business. But you must remember that he came to this country as a penniless refugee and did rather well.
He did exceptionally well. We talked a lot about his military career, just whether you agree, and we've just touched on that now. That's where he often seemed his happiest, isn't it?
Oh, indeed, it was. That he did love the sea. Taking to yachting when he had to give up the Navy too. So yes, that was his great love.
OK, Nigel, thank you very much indeed. Nigel Cawthorne, royal expert and author of I Know I'm Rude, But It's Fun, The Royal Family and the World at Large, as seen by Prince Philip. Just briefly, because I do want to get this story out. I remember one of the two occasions that I had the privilege of meeting him was at a press charity event. I think the charity was 50 years old or 100 years old or 150 years old. It really didn't matter. And as many people have said, you form sort of orderly lines, and the Queen works one side of the room and Prince Philip came down the other, and this occasion I got the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, and he came down. And as we've heard from a couple of people, in fact, I think the former police sergeant who worked with the Duke of Edinburgh in the West Country said sometimes he would say, so what is it that you do? So normally when I tell this story, I sort of try and put on a Prince Philip sort of voice, but it's not appropriate this time. So he says to me, what is it that you do? So I said, well, I'm a radio presenter, sir. He said, oh, yes, and what do you present? And I said, well, I present news and opinion programmes, sir. What do you mean opinions? He wasn't rude. He said, what do you mean opinions? Well, typically, sir, and there was some huge political scandal. I don't know, politician had been found doing something he or she shouldn't have done, or whatever it was. And I said, well, effectively, sir, it's about when politicians are always caught doing something wrong or get it completely round their neck. And as quick as anything, he immediately said, well, you're never short of content then, are you? And just walked off. He was 92 or something like that. So quick with that. As the world reflects on the passing of Prince Philip, it's worth noting what he's left behind, not just in terms of the service he's provided to the Queen and, of course, other members of the family, but the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, which is an export, a global export for the United Kingdom. It's gone to more than 140 countries. Now, the Duke was patron of around 800 charities and organisations during his lifetime, but, as I say, possible now the most notable, and what will continue, and we understand now Prince Edward might assume the role of running the so-called Duke of Edinburgh Awards, which has inspired millions to improve their skills and find their way, sometimes with difficulty, sometimes in the dark, around the great British countryside. It, of course, bears the Duke's name. LBC's James Goodison has taken a closer look at the award scheme.
Northamptonshire bicycle bells gracefully opened the show, watched by Prince Philip and Transport Minister Ernest Marple. It demonstrated the work of the National Cycling Proficiency Scheme, whose test has now been passed by 500,000 children.
The Duke of Edinburgh always championed youth development and progress, and one didn't have to look further than the award named after him.
The value doesn't lie in doing each section with brilliant success, but it lies in the side effects of the exposure to new activities.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has been in existence for nearly 7 decades. In the modern day, at any given time, 500,000 people can be expected to be working towards their award.
Kurt Hahn, who was the headmaster of Gordonston, and he came to me more or less out of the blue because I'd rather lost touch with him, and he said, "My boy, I want you to start the award scheme." And so I said, "Yes, sir." It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education.
The CEO of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, Ruth Marvel, told LBC that even after stepping back from public life in 2017, Prince Philip still remained heavily invested in the award that shared his name.
The Duke remained incredibly interested in and supportive of DofE for his entire life. I think DofE was his favourite. And yeah, just seeing the extent to which he enjoyed meeting with young people, talking to young people about what they'd achieved.
It's hard to overemphasise how life-changing this award can be for some people. John did his DofE at a young offenders institution, his selected skill being cooking. He now runs his own catering business.
Doing the Duke of Edinburgh's award and everything it gave me, as well as leading me on to a career that I'm very passionate about, it just gave me so many other sort of life skills that meant I could pull myself out of that.
And when meeting the Duke while completing his award, he told me that the Duke still employed his notorious sense of humour.
Basically, a group of 6 of us all doing the silver and gold went off with 2 officers, and they were with us, and we went walking around the hills and everything. And he asked, were we all attached by ball and chain?
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has given millions of young people skills, experience, confidence, a purpose and even a career. Since the award started, at least 6 million young people have taken part worldwide, something the Duke of Edinburgh could have hardly dreamed of when he made this speech in 1973.
Today, with some 180,000 participants worldwide and a cumulative total of nearly 350,000 awards gained, I think it might be safe to say that the scheme hasn't been a complete failure.
Duke of Edinburgh concluding James Gooderson's report. Just a couple of things that are developing. A Cabinet Office spokesperson has said, and this reflects, of course, the COVID times in which we live. The statement reads, "The sad death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has been announced by Buckingham Palace. Although this is an extraordinarily difficult time for many, we are asking the public not to gather at royal residences and continue to follow public health advice, particularly on avoiding meeting in large groups and on minimising travel. We are supporting the royal household in asking that floral tributes should not be laid at royal residences at this time." We'll go to Buckingham Palace in just a moment. I also want to tell you what's developed in the last few minutes is that the royal family's website has changed effectively what it's his front page, and it has a picture of the Duke of Edinburgh with his date of birth for the year, or his year of birth, 1921 to the year of his death, 2021. And the text reads as follows: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family joined with people around the world in mourning his loss," and then the date is at the bottom. We're looking at global reaction actually a little bit later in this hour, but come back to this line from the Cabinet Office asking that people do not lay flowers at royal residences. Let's go back to LBC's Matthew Thompson, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Are people respecting that, Matthew?
Well, I rather fear, Nick, that the government's attempt to stop people coming will meet with the fate of another royal, which is, of course, King Canute, when he tried to hold back the tide, as the legend goes, because there are already hundreds of people throughout the day have been making their way to Buckingham Palace to leave tributes of flags, of flowers, of notes. They're all being managed quite well by the stewards, it has to be said, Nick. They've set up a rope separating the crowds, taking photographs, and people are asked to walk in, lay their flowers, say their piece, pay their respects and move on. So they're doing their best to maintain social distancing. The crowd itself hasn't gathered as such. It's quite transient. People are coming and going and to some extent respecting the rules. But there is clearly a desire, a need across the nation to pay respects, and I'm sure that scene is being repeated at royal residence right across the country. Just to read you a few of the notes that I happened to catch a glimpse of, some of them quite moving. What a life, says one. Thank you for serving our country. From one public servant to another, thank you for your service and devotion to this country, our Queen, and to our forces. A lot of them paying tribute to Prince Philip's military history, of course, as well. Thank you for your service, says another. Stand down now and rest in peace. And then one that I thought was particularly poignant, Nick, given the Prince's history of service in the Royal Navy, particularly during the Second World War. I saw a woman saluting as she stepped back, having laid her flowers, and I just knelt down to catch a glimpse of what she'd written. She may possibly have been a Navy person. She didn't want to speak to me, but she'd written, "Fair winds and following seas, rest in peace," which I thought was a particularly poignant tribute. But throughout the day, there has been an even almost larger crowd growing, Nick, of media, because the international interest clearly in this story is intense. I've heard reports being given to my left and to my right from German television, from French television, from Australian, American, you name it, they're here. Journalists milling about the crowd, trying to speak to people and get their thoughts. And I managed to do a little bit of that myself and spoke to a few people in a socially distanced manner about why they'd made the trip.
I haven't left the house in months, but I just felt really compelled to today. I really felt this is where I needed to be.
Why did you feel that way?
I just have such admiration for the royal family in general, particularly the Queen and Prince Philip. I think dedication and service to our country, and I just wanted to say thank you.
I was in two minds with COVID and everything, but I think that the service that the Duke has given to this country, to the Queen, all the countries across the Commonwealth, because this is not just a British thing today, this is across the world. He is a servant, which I think gets banded around a lot. All these, you'll hear a lot of cliches today and tomorrow. You'll hear a lot of comments from leaders across the world. But for me, an ordinary person from Devon, he was someone to look up to.
My family are all Londoners, but they've gone over to Australia, and when they got the news, they asked me to pick up some flowers and lay them down for Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family.
People who'd spoken with Matthew Thompson there, concluding his report from outside Buckingham Palace. We'll pick up on that news reaction around the world actually a little bit later. But let's go to Sheila Fogarty. Back to you, Sheila, because just referencing back to the Prime Minister's tribute, he mentioned the fact that Prince Philip, in a way, was a very early adopter, or got onto the idea of environmental and being green. Sheila, reflect on that.
Yeah, he became the president of the World Wildlife Fund, as I recall, in the early 80s, and did it and held that position well into the 90s, the late 90s. But talked about the environment both before then, during that, and after that. And again, he talks about it with similar passion to Prince Charles. I mean, it's pretty clear that passion and that interest, both in a kind of close domestic level, if you think of the estates that they own, and in a wider global level, has clearly been passed down from father to son. And I think at the beginning of his time as president of the World Wildlife Fund, he talked about, it's quite prescient really when you think of where we are now, he talked about the difficulty. I mean, it's easy at moments like this to start making out people are prophetic just because, and I'm not suggesting that for a second, but if you have the role that he and the Queen have, you meet a hell of a lot of influential people, and you also meet a hell of a lot of ordinary people who can tell you stuff about what's going on where they live. And if you've got your eyes and your ears open, you can learn a lot. It's not unlike reporting in lots of ways. You can learn a lot. And it seems to me that he and they do use that knowledge. And he said that the difficulty with conservation, both here and abroad, is that every country has a different problem and a different approach. This was in the early 80s. And he says, and again, looking to the Commonwealth, he said he thought it would be a real advantage if through the Commonwealth, in some way, there could be greater involvement, greater conversation, greater funding for conservation matters. Now, that was 40 years ago, he was saying this stuff. And without a doubt, that's had an impact on Charles, our future king, without a doubt. And it is the issue of the moment.
Yet again, as you rightly say, very prescient, Sheila. Thank you for that, reminding us. And I'd forgotten the World Wildlife, but goes that far back. Sheila Fogarty, thank you for that. Well, let's talk about some of the other posts that he held. He was, as I've told you already, a patron president or otherwise connected with 800 organisations during his life. One of the largest in the UK was the Charities Aid Foundation, or the CAF. Indeed, the Duke was its patron from the moment it was formed back in 1974. Its chief executive is Sir John Lowe, and I spoke with him earlier and asked him to describe and recall the first time he met with Prince Philip.
when you meet any member of the royal family, it is quite serious. You're encouraged to stand in the right place and to behave in the right way. And, Your Royal Highness, and then thereafter, Sir. And you think, I'm going to make a mistake, I'm going to get this wrong. But any of them will put you at their ease, at your ease, not their ease. They feel at ease anyway. I was anxious the first time I met him. I just didn't want him to think that I was somehow disrespectful or somehow didn't appreciate who he was or what he had been doing or the value that he brought. But I'm not sure you can say we form a relationship. We've touched at times over the years. But it's been a good experience for me. And I know he's admired the organisations I've had the privilege to lead. His involvement with charities wasn't there in the beginning. He was in the Navy, he was doing other things. And it came later. And when he chose to get involved, when, of course, the Queen was becoming involved, he wanted to really understand how it worked. He did. He didn't just sort of amble into it and glad hand people. What do you do? Why do you do it? How do you do it? Where does the money come from? What difference are you making to our country? And so this is not a sort of extra to his life. It became a very important part of his life.
And it was no just passing interest. Sir John went on to describe how the Duke really associated himself with his charities, took it on, again, this idea of duty coming through again, the military background, the duty to the sovereign, the duty to the monarch, and he felt a duty to become involved in those organisations.
On one occasion, it was a social event, he said to me, "You're having problems with your staff, aren't you?" And I said, "Sir, I can't remember any particular issue with staff." Yes. No, you're having some problem. And he couldn't quite remember what it was. So Miles Hunt Davis, who was his private secretary at the time, sadly now gone, he called him over. Miles, don't we have a problem? And he said, "Yes, the letter's come in, sir, but we haven't yet forwarded it to them." He'd read the letter from some unhappy employee, and he remembered it, and he raised it with me, and he was interested. He said, "You've got to look after your people." In his early days with the Playing Fields Association, he was in the office, the famous video, but he was in the office. He worked there. He said, "I had to learn how charities work, or else I couldn't be a good patron." That's what he told me.
And I've asked all sorts of people, military men and women, police officers, journalists, for their favourite moment, the memory that they'll have at a time such as this, of course, when the news has been announced that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, the favourite story of Prince Philip and what told them about the sort of bloke the Duke was.
We were opening a new office once, and he was coming to open the office. So all the staff were hanging out the windows looking for the Duke of Edinburgh to arrive. He never arrived. And suddenly he was in the building, and they didn't know how he got there. It's because he used his taxi. He came quietly in that metro cab of his, and he just didn't want to make a fuss. He just arrived in his taxi, and he was there with the people celebrating this new building. This just speaks of the man, just happy to be there through a quiet means rather than a big fuss. That new office was built in Kent, and the designers put a lot of marble on the floor. And we were criticised in the press, this was quite a long time ago, but criticised in the press for charity having marbled floors. It was part of the standard build. So he said, "Show me the marble. Where's the marble?" So they showed him the marble. And he said, "It's nothing. We've got better marble in the palaces. Just ignore the press. Just ignore them." And he knew what the issues were that faced us, and he was able to come along and say, "Look, hey, get it in perspective." That's the Duke of Edinburgh.
Sir John Lowe, speaking with me earlier, Chief Executive of the CAF, or Charities Aid Foundation. Just ignore the press, possibly. Not bad counsel there from the Duke. Now, obviously, the funeral arrangements, it's worth reminding you, he had actually been involved in planning his own funeral, which is commonplace for all senior royals. It had the codename Operation Forth Bridge in reference to the bridge between Edinburgh and Fife, but that obviously has now had to be reworked as a result of COVID, and it was now going to be a private and more military funeral. And instead of being placed in Westminster Hall, his body is expected to lie in rest there. And one other interesting thing as regards the Queen is that Her Majesty now enters 8 days of mourning, during which laws will not be given the royal assent, and affairs of state are to be put on pause in a sign of respect. And what was planned, but I remind you there's a cabinet meeting taking place this afternoon, believed to be around 5 p.m. The period of mourning is scheduled to, now this might again change due to COVID, continue for a further 30 days, after which the Queen will make a full return to public life and duties. My goodness me, that will be a very, very tough moment for her, won't it? So there's 8 days of mourning begin effectively now, and then further 30 days. So we'll obviously bring you whatever comes from that cabinet meeting, as the business of government is meant to be put on pause. And I also have to reflect that, of course, we are in a local election period as well. So whether they will look to pause those, I don't know. I sense that news will emanate. Also, the news that is now travelling around the world.
ABC News, straightforward. You're looking live at Buckingham Palace as we're learning more about that breaking news. Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has passed away at the age of 99.
The world reacts. We'll be bringing you that after this. You're listening to a news special with me, Nick Ferraro, on LBC. It's 3:30. News now, Simon Conway.
Buckingham Palace says the royal family join with people around the world in mourning the loss of the Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip has died at the age of 99. The Queen says her beloved husband passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. Bells have been ringing out at churches across the country, including at York Minster. The Prime Minister says Prince Philip earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says the Duke dedicated his life to our country. And Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, has sent her personal and deepest condolences to the royal family.
First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief.
The Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme will be one of Prince Philip's lasting legacies. Vanessa says taking part in the programme changed her life.
What I learned from doing the Duke of Edinburgh Award was life-changing. I'm so grateful for Prince Philip for designing the Duke of Edinburgh Award, because without it, I don't think I would know that I can push myself as far and as hard as I have done in my life.
The government has asked people not to gather at royal residences to lay flowers in line with coronavirus restrictions, but many people have headed to Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace.
I just thought it was really important to show respect for him. I feel like he's done a lot over the years.
He was like a symbol of being not even just British, but just proud to be from the Isles and proud to represent the monarchy around the world.
I'm an immigrant, so it feels like he and the Queen has always been an icon. It's like a presence that's always been there.
Parliament will be recalled from its Easter recess on Monday to allow MPs and peers to pay tribute to the Duke. Stay with LBC for the latest. From Global's newsroom, I'm Simon Conway.
Now, just before that news bulletin, I was reading you what is meant to be the state of affairs for the Queen to enter 8 days of mourning. Laws are not given the royal assent and so forth. A meeting has now been taking place, I think a briefing from Number 10. LBC's Westminster correspondent Ben Kentish was there and joins me now. What have you picked up, Ben?
A little bit of more info for you, Nick, on how the next few days will pan out. Confirmation from Number 10 that all government visits, announcements, interviews, etc. will pause, at least during that period of mourning you just touched on. That means no press conferences, no big announcements. The Prime Minister, of course, perhaps expectedly, will no longer be making that visit to the pub on Monday. But they were keen to stress that public health advice, urgent public health advice, will of course continue to be issued. Confirmation too that Parliament is being recalled on Monday afternoon, and also confirmation that Boris Johnson has today spoken to his Labour counterpart Keir Starmer and agreed to suspend local election campaigning. Those elections, of course, taking place, Nick, on May the 6th, so we are in the last few weeks. No sense just yet of how long that suspension will last, but I suspect it will be the length of those 8 days of mourning and then likely to resume. As for the next few hours, Boris Johnson will chair a meeting of ministers at 4 p.m. who will look at the operational coordination of the next few days and the next week or so, Nick. And then at 5 p.m. there will be a full cabinet meeting for ministers to pay tribute. So we might hear more from that later today. Just lastly, again, the government joining, Nick, with royal households in asking people not to gather at royal palaces and not to lay flowers. And the book of condolences too, likely to be online only given the climate we are in.
Ben, thank you. LBC's Westminster correspondent Ben Kentish reporting. And, of course, Ben will be back with more details as and when those relevant meetings take place. Now, as well as that briefing concerning the period of mourning, there's more details now emerging from what the funeral will be. I reminded you initially, of course, it was going to be called Operation Forth Bridge, in reference to the bridge between Edinburgh and Fife, but that has now been scaled down. Just to remind us what happens there, so we've given you the matters of state politically, but what about the matters of state as regards the family and saying farewell to the Duke? Back to Sheila Fogarty. Remind everybody what the plans are, Sheila.
Yes.
They've come out of the last hour or so.
Yeah, and as you said just a few moments ago, the Duke of Edinburgh, as is normal with any senior royal, would be part of, and actually, a lot of people now, royal or not royal, make plans for their funeral and leave instructions for what they want, don't they? But anyway, to the matter in hand. He drew up the plans himself. He will eschew the usual state formalities, and COVID makes that even more of an issue. He will lie at rest in Windsor Castle for a number of days ahead of the funeral at St George's Chapel, also in Windsor, which is expected to be socially distanced as well. People have been told not to attend any part of the events that make up the funeral because of the COVID restrictions, or indeed to lay flowers. We can see that that's already being ignored, certainly down by Buckingham Palace for sure, and a little by Windsor as well. And it's striking to see so many young people actually laying flowers for this elderly Duke. He's expected to then be buried, and again this goes back to that connection with his own mother and Queen Victoria, expected to be buried in Frogmore Gardens in the grounds of Windsor Castle. There will be gun salutes in his honour as well, expected as part of the days ahead.
You know what, strangely, Sheila, and you've been covering the royals for many years, this COVID, the fact that there cannot be such a public display, it has to be scaled down. It is a bit more, if you will, of a miniature. That almost plays to the wishes of the man, wouldn't it?
I was thinking just the same, and I've been making those comparisons between him and Lord Mountbatten. And Lord Mountbatten, a man of great achievement, a man of great ambition, but a man of great ego, And his funeral, in the light of the dreadful events of that IRA bomb, was a tantamount to a state funeral. And it fit the man, and his own daughter was saying on that documentary I mentioned, Lady Pamela Hicks, he organised every single inch of it down to the last thing. And I think you're quite right that even though the Duke couldn't have foreseen COVID, I think you're right. I think it suits his wishes.
Sheila, thank you. Sheila Fogarty, come back to you later. Now, despite the Cabinet Office asking people not to break the social distancing and not to take flowers to various royal residents and other places, they are. And we've been to some palaces around the country. We haven't yet been to what's called the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, hugely significant stretch there. So let's go to LBC's Alan Zazinski, who joins me from the Royal Mile. What's happening there, Alan?
Well, Nick, I'm standing, as you say, right on the top of the Royal Mile here in Edinburgh, outside the famous grounds of Edinburgh Castle, actually. And usually here it's loud, it's full of noise, of laughter of visitors and locals alike. Today it is feeling incredibly sombre. A couple of people have arrived and just laid flowers before walking away with their heads down. It feels eerie. And in the last few hours, military vehicles have been pulling in through the iron-crested gates behind me. Soldiers were sat in the back seats I saw in their uniforms. I am told that's because preparations are now being made for a 41-gun salute here tomorrow morning at midday. They'll be fired a minute apart from this ridge above the city. And Nick, if you've ever heard the Edinburgh Cannon, or indeed one of the gun salutes here, you'll know fine well it can be heard all across the city, all across the new town, all across the old town. So everyone here will be able to hear, to reflect, and to remember the Duke of Edinburgh, a really fitting tribute. And that, of course, was his official title, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Duke of this city. I've actually just spoken to the city's Lord Provost, who was telling me about when he actually met the Duke, how he came across, as we've been hearing all day, really, as the Queen's trusted companion by her side. And that was actually after he retired from his official duties, but he still wanted to come up to Scotland to accompany Her Majesty here regardless of that. And I believe that visit was actually to Holyrood House Palace, just down the mile from me here outside the Holyrood Parliament, of course, the beautiful, elegant royal building, the Queen's official residence here in Scotland. Her Majesty often would host garden parties there. The Duke would have accompanied her many times, I'm sure, or to other royal engagements there. And just to round off, Nick, I was actually speaking to an elderly woman who was walking past me, Jacqueline. I was speaking to her, and she was telling me she actually remembers waving to the Duke as they pulled up for one of those events. She was actually wiping away tears, recalling it all. But she did say what so many have been saying, that he will be so sorely missed by everyone here in Edinburgh, and I'm sure across Scotland.
Alan, thank you. Alan Zazinski, LBC's reporter on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, again underscoring, of course, the importance of that city to events that are unfolding. And events that are unfolding not just here in the United Kingdom, but around the world. It is a story that's gotten straight to the top of the news agenda. Let's start with ABC News in the US.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good morning. We're coming on the air right now because we have just learned from Buckingham Palace that Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has died at the age of 99. A statement from the palace has been made.
Pictures now from London. If the wind blows, you will see that flag unfurled. It is the Union Jack, and it has been lowered in tribute to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, who died peacefully at Windsor Castle at the age of 99.
All right, we have some breaking news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Information from the royal family, in fact, right now, that Prince Philip, in fact, the husband of Britain's Queen Elizabeth II, has died at the age of 99.
The royal family has just announced the death of the 99-year-old, saying His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle.
Well, it is with deep sorrow we announced this morning that Prince Philip has died at the age of 99.
Showing you a live look at Buckingham Palace in London this morning. Flags across the city flying at half-mast in honor of Prince Philip, who passed away this morning at the age of 99.
The Duke of Edinburgh, as he was known, was married to Queen Elizabeth and is the longest-serving consort of any British monarch.
Up global reaction, it is leading bulletins around the world. Now, one journalist who would have been working on this one, and she may well be anyway, is, of course, royal commentator and author Jenny Bond. And I caught up with her earlier and started by asking her how she thought now the Duke of Edinburgh would be remembered.
I think what you have to recollect about the Duke of Edinburgh is the tremendous service he gave to the country, but also to his wife, the Queen. He always said that his first and really only duty was to support her through her reign. And for a very proud man, that's quite a hard thing to do, but he did it with a great deal of dignity, I think, and was the most incredible support and strength to the Queen, as she herself acknowledged. I think the whole family are going to miss Philip as the grandfather and the great-grandfather of this increasingly large family. They were all extraordinarily fond of him, and for all his gruffness, he was quite soft, really, and loved to be the head of the family and to play with them all. So I think they'll miss his affection and his love, and the Queen herself will very much miss someone she can tell everything to, and someone, you know, who could boss her about, because there were very few people who do that. There's no doubt that the Duke is going to be remembered for his gaffes. I have to confess that, you know, when we were following him round the world with the Queen, we would go on what we called gaff watch after a few days and see how he would put his foot in it. And sometimes he did. But do you know what? On a royal tour, on most royal engagements, it's very hard to break the ice. And you can either be a little removed, a little aloof, some might say, and walk down the middle of the street while people cheer you on either side, or you can go over and you can say, well, how's it doing? Or make some kind of light comment. And he was trying to break the ice. Sometimes he did fall through the ice, it has to be true. But really what he was trying to do was just add a little lightness to the events. I think it was very fitting that his last public engagement in the year that he was 96 was with the Royal Marines at Buckingham Palace, because he was through and through a military man. And I think if you asked him if you had any regrets, indeed he was sometimes asked that. It's kind of brushed away, regrets, no point in having regrets. But it's commonly acknowledged by those who knew him very well that having to give up his naval career was a huge sacrifice, because he hadn't expected to be summoned to duty as the Queen's consort at such a young age. And he would have loved to continue in that career, at which he was extremely good. So he was a military man in his heart till the very end. The Duke loved to work with young people. I think it kept him young at heart, actually. And the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme
has gone from strength to strength and will continue to do so. And I think that kept him relevant to a much younger generation, because young people still do that scheme in increasing numbers, and it's a sense of adventure, the sort of education he has, out and about, getting wet, getting uncomfortable, sailing around the world, whatever. And that's what he wanted to instill in young people. And I think his award scheme will continue to do that. I think I shall remember the Duke best from the last time I met him. It was at Buckingham Palace, and I was handing out some of the gold awards for the Duke of Edinburgh's scheme. And therefore, as a host of a group, he comes around to each group and he has to speak to you. Now, he doesn't always want to speak to journalists. However, he was obliged to speak to me. And he hadn't been too well, actually. He was already 95 or 96, I think. And as he came across to me, I said, "Oh, hello, sir. Nice to see you again. You're looking so well." And he looked me up and down with that twinkle he still had in his eyes and said, "Well, you're not looking so bad yourself, actually."
Jenny Bond, with whom I spoke earlier. Now, as I said, the Cabinet Office is urging individuals to respect social distancing, not to attend royal residences, or indeed not even to take flowers. But that doesn't mean that certain institutions and organisations aren't announcing what, quite rightly, they feel they would like to do to mark this moment. Westminster Abbey's decided on a certain idea, and here's Sheila Fogarty with more details. What do they plan to do then, Sheila?
Yes, at 6 o'clock this evening, Westminster Abbey will toll its tenor bell once every 60 seconds. So this is going to be a very moving thing to witness, both visually and hourly, I would imagine. Once every 60 seconds, 99 times, one for each year of his life, from 6 o'clock tonight. Now that is going to be something to witness. I would love to be standing in front of the Abbey to see that. And I imagine a lot of people will take the time to do just that and stand near the Abbey to see that, despite the warnings. That will be so moving, won't it?
Do you sense that's because of COVID that they've sought to somehow mark it, or do you think that was always scheduled, Sheila?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? But I think it's in it. I think, on my, I've been broadcasting in Liverpool, coming back to London tonight. Yep. But I have driven past a church, just happens to be on the route into the studio most days, and honestly, 4 times a week probably I'm seeing funerals, probably partly because of COVID, And there is that moment where you see a funeral and you stop and you slow down your car. You don't stop. You slow down your car. Of course you do. You take your time. You show respect to what's happening just across the street. And I think moments like this are about that. They're saying, "Oh, stop. Think about this. A big moment has happened." And again, whatever people's, deep down feelings are about the monarchy or royalty, this is a 99-year-old man who without doubt has stood by the promises he made all those years ago to his country, to the crown, to the Queen. He did it all. And so I think as much as anything, those moments are about saying stop, mark it, think, respect.
Sheila Fogarty, thank you. Let's bring into the conversation Charles Anson, who served as Press Secretary to the Queen from 1990 to 1997 and joins me now. OK, Mr Anson, the day has dawned that nobody wanted to. What do you imagine will be going on within Windsor Castle at this moment?
Well, I think it's a moment that's clearly been anticipated for some time, and I'm sure the Queen will be dealing with it in a very stoical way, as one would expect from her, and will be surrounded by her close team in the bubble in Windsor Castle, looking after the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. So I think probably a quiet moment for herself, and also, we'll be in touch with the Prince of Wales and members of her family over the coming 24 hours.
Well, you've anticipated...
It's a very, very sad moment.
Indeed, of course. You've anticipated my question, because under normal circumstances, I'm sure that the family would want to gather around the Queen, but obviously they would not want to, and they would not want to be seen, nor would they want to break restrictions. So presumably it's all going to have to be done via telephone contact, is it?
I think, but by telephone contact, and I'm sure, by Zoom call in due course, and that kind of thing. But I think in these first day after his death, she will be very much with her small group of people looking after her, and in touch by phone with the Prince of Wales and perhaps other members of the family. And she will have with her, a lady-in-waiting, Sue Hussey, that's been with her for much of this time, and another lady-in-waiting. They take in turns. And there will be many devoted staff who she's known all her life and who have known Prince Philip as well around her.
Mr. Anson, he was hospitalised, of course, earlier this year for, I think it was 28 days. You must have reflected then on your times, and you must have had some memories about your work with Her Majesty the Queen and with the Duke of Edinburgh. What was going through your mind while he was hospitalised for such a long period?
Well, I just hope that he was being kept comfortable. Obviously, he was still fragile enough that the doctors wanted to keep an eye on him. But to be honest, Nick, I think of him even in these days of frailty at the end of his life. I think of him for all his huge contribution to areas of public life, whether it be in support of the Queen or encouraging young people in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards or looking at the environment and so on. He's just a man of immense energy who wanted to leave the world, undoubtedly did, as well as in parallel being such a marvellous consort to the Queen and a marvellous mixture of characteristics. You know, he much more open-minded and assertive with his views, the Queen more reserved. They were a lovely mix in terms of qualities and what they brought to life, and it made for a tremendous team, and one felt that team working for them. One felt that sense of team at the top all the time, and of course it then infused in the people around them, and it made for a really marvellous sort of working relationship. It was most exhilarating.
Lastly, Charles, I don't know if you heard the Prime Minister's tribute. He talked about how he was very skilled, how he, the Duke, was a very skilled carriage driver, and how he'd helped drive the monarchy as well. You witnessed that at first hand. How crucial was he that he had his hand on the tiller or the reins alongside of the Queen?
Well, Prince Philip was meticulous about the Queen's constitutional role and her relationship with the Prime Minister, but equally he was able to be helpful and to have ideas and contribute them in his own right as well. But I think that mixture of being the steady, totally reliable consort, and also to be an independent man with plenty of ideas and energy of his own, contributing to public life, was a great contribution for both of them.
Thanks for your time, Charles. Charles Anson, former Press Secretary to Her Majesty the Queen, between 1990 and 1997. Now, Mr. Anson, trying to give us an idea of what's going on within Windsor Castle. Let's go to our reporter, Rachel Reynolds, who's outside the castle and has been there for some hours. And remember, you can see the coverage on Global Player as well. Flowers still being laid. Rachel?
Flowers still being laid, Nick. Every few minutes, somebody new is stepping forward with a big bunch of brightly coloured flowers and are lying them down here in rows. As you'll be able to see, certainly, Nick, and anybody who is, of course, watching on the website, there's a huge space of ground here just outside one of the main entrances to Windsor Castle as it leads down onto the Long Walk, which is this long, historic, directly straight 3-mile stretch. It's also where, in that carriage ride, Harry and Meghan went quite famously immediately after they got married, and of course then there were crowds of tens of thousands of people cheering and waving. Now, of course, completely indescribably different scene, but still many more people certainly than the palace would want, than the police would want, given the pandemic situation. And what I have been told by one member of the palace here is that they are encouraging people not to bring flowers, as they are doing. And those people who insist on laying flowers, because of course they've already bought them, they've already written notes, and they really want to do that moment where they lay them down and pay their respect, they're asking them to actually remove the plastic packaging from around the flowers, asking them before they do that for COVID reasons, so that they don't risk transmitting the virus. I have been told that actually any minute now somebody will come out from the palace, gather up all of these messages and flowers and take them inside. And I have been told that the Queen, certainly the royal family, will be able to see all of those messages and read these messages of love and condolence to her.
Lastly, just quite a difficult one for the police here, really, because they can't be seen to enforce COVID restrictions and sort of try and arrest or caution or talk to people, because they're trying to show a sense of union and their mourning. So it's a difficult line for the police officers to tread here. Lastly, Rachel?
a really difficult line for them, and I think really they're going for the encouragement and education aspect of policing. You always hear them talk about that before they talk about enforcement, the 3 E's, and really you see them stepping forward. Excuse me, ma'am, excuse me, sir, could you move on? If you must lay down the flowers, could you then, continue on? They do not want huge crowds of people gathering here, and thankfully the crowds are big, but the space is big enough that people can socially distance, but they just do not want to encourage huge groups of people here, because then there would be a real issue, and then the police would properly have to step in.
Rachel Venables reporting from outside Windsor Castle. Let's go to Buckingham Palace, where crowds were also gathering earlier in the afternoon. Back to LBC's Matthew Thompson. What's happening there now, Matt?
It sounds like an extraordinarily similar picture, Nick, to what Rachel's just been describing at Windsor Castle. Here outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, people are gathering in their scores to pay their respects, leave flowers, leave flags, Union Jacks, and all manner of written tributes as well. But they're doing so broadly in a socially distanced fashion. The crowds aren't enormous. They've been moving throughout the day, new people arriving to pay their respects and then moving on largely of their own accord. There are stewards here, there are police who are, as Rachel described, gently persuading people that once they've paid their respects, once they've taken their photographs, laid their flowers, that they should perhaps consider moving on. At one point I saw police handing out masks to people who were at risk of breaking social distancing rules rather than enforcing any rules on them. They were actually trying to help them follow the rules. So that has been the tone of things. The flag still flies at half-mast over Buckingham Palace. I've been trying to catch a glimpse where possible of some of the things that people have been writing in tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. Just to read a few out for you. What a life, says one. Thank you for serving our country. Thank you for your service, says another. Stand down now and rest in peace. And I saw one woman salute as she laid her floral tribute, possibly a member of the Royal Navy, who knows, but made reference in her note to the Duke's coloured history and brave history as a member of the Royal Navy, particularly during the Second World War. And she said simply, fair winds and following seas, rest in peace.
Matthew Thompson reporting from outside Buckingham Palace. Now, as we've told you, there is a cabinet meeting taking place in just over an hour. What might be on the agenda? Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, joins me now. What might be discussed, Ben?
Well, Nick, that cabinet meeting at 5 p.m, as I understand it, will be for ministers led by Boris Johnson, of course, to pay their own tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh before they have the chance to do so in the House of Commons on Monday. But there are also, of course, big logistical issues for the government to look at over the next few days. They have a coordinating role in the formalities that we'll be seeing in the next week or so. And there is a meeting starting in the next few minutes, chaired by Boris Johnson, looking at that. So you'd expect Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, to be at that as they look at what they need to do as a government in relation to overseas heads of states and all the logistics of planning for the period of mourning and the funeral, of course. Even though we don't know exactly when that will be yet, the government has a key role to play.
Ben Kentish reporting, thank you. We've been outside a number of key royal residences. Let's go to Sandringham. LBC's reporter Charlotte Sullivan. Charlotte, what's happening there?
Well, many of us will recognise Sandringham straight away. It's the place we see the royals walk to church every Christmas morning on our TV screens. And that small church that we see them walk inside for Mass during the festive period is right where I'm standing outside now, where people have already started to arrive to leave flowers and just to perhaps take a moment to remember Prince Philip after the announcement earlier today. It's just a few feet away from the main gold and black entrance gates, where bouquets of flowers have already also been left, but which has now been fenced off as police are here putting out barriers to try and stop crowds from forming later on, I suspect. Now, Sandringham has been Prince Philip's main residence since he retired from public life in 2017, and it's also known to be the Duke's favourite royal home. He spent most of his time here over the last few years, living in Wood Farm on the estate. It's a much more informal place than Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, but back in November last year, the Duke returned to Windsor Castle with the Queen when England went into its second national lockdown so that they could isolate together. It's a very close-knit community here, even though it feels like, we're standing in the middle of the woods. I expect many people here will be coming over the next few hours to leave more flowers and messages of condolence.
Charlotte Sullivan reporting from Sandringham. Let's have a final word with Sheila Fogarty. Sheila, it occurs to me we come to the end of our special. Eddie Mair, of course, continuing with coverage in just a few moments' time, but it's been about duty, hasn't it? It's been about duty through military, duty to a monarch through marriage as well. That's what we've heard.
I can't think of him other than as the Queen's husband. I can't think of him in any other context. And I think that's because they were both steeped in the royal families of Europe before they even got together. And George VI, the Queen's father, or my father, the King, as she still refers to him, he is thought to have said to Philip before they got married, when Philip asked, what is this job of consort? What am I supposed to do? And he said, she is the job. And if you think about how he did that job, you can see what that means. It means protect her, it means support her, it means keep all comers away if they intend to harm her. It means be there up front as a bulwark. I mean, that story I told you about the wooden box on the table and his voice booming out of it saying, right, this is what's going to happen. He was a protector. And on the day that documentary I referred to, when Lady Pamela Hicks, his first cousin, described how he told the Queen that her father had died when they were in Kenya, how he handled that, how he handled everybody on the flight home back to the UK, where she was going to come down those steps as Queen for the first time. And she said he sustained the Queen on that flight, and he sustained us all on that flight. So I think a leader, a human and emotional leader, it seems to me.
Clearly, lastly, briefly, you didn't get to the Queen unless you got past the Duke, did you? He was there, wasn't he? He was guard, like the Praetorian Guard.
Actually, on that, Katie Brand, let me find it for you because I think it's worth it. Katie Brand, the comedian and writer, has said, I met the Duke of Edinburgh once. I must find it for you because, here we go. She says, I met Prince Philip. I liked him. He had a proper twinkle in his eye. He had the air of a man who would know what to do in a bear attack. I can see why that marriage worked, the two of them. I feel very sad for the Queen, she says. It's nice. That's what she means.
That's a great tribute. Thanks, Sheila Fogarty. Well, you've been listening to an LBC News special with me, Nick Ferrari. The coverage, of course, continues with Eddie Mair after the latest news. Thomas Watts now with the 4 o'clock LBC News Bulletin.
From Global's newsroom in London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip was 99. In a statement, the palace said it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, paid tribute to the Duke outside Downing Street.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather.
The Duke was the longest-serving consort in history. He gave up a career in the Royal Navy to dedicate his life to public service for more than 6 decades. During that time, he attended some 22,000 events and gave thousands of speeches.
Pay attention, because I'm now going to see the world's most experienced plaque unveiled.
The Duke retired from public duties in August 2017. Royal commentator Peter Hunt says the Duke of Edinburgh's legacy will be in his service to the Queen and the royal family.
I think where it will be most profound, actually, is in terms of what he did to sustain the British monarchy. And it was a love story, married for 73 years. I mean, they first met back in 1934. He was 13, she was 8. It was at a wedding of a mutual relative. And then obviously they met increasingly after that during the war, and then after the war when they got engaged and then got married in 1947. So 73 years of marriage.
Political and religious leaders have been paying tributes to the Duke. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says he dedicated his life to our country. Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, says Prince Philip consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own. The Duke had recently spent a month in hospital to be treated for an infection. He also underwent a heart procedure for a pre-existing condition. The Cabinet Office has asked people not to gather at royal residences to lay flowers in line with coronavirus restrictions. Our senior reporter, Matthew Thompson, is outside Buckingham Palace.
There are already hundreds of people throughout the day have been making their way to Buckingham Palace to leave tributes of flags, of flowers, of notes. They're all being managed quite well by the stewards, it has to be said. They've set up a rope separating the crowds, taking photographs, and people are asked to walk in, lay their flowers, say their piece, pay their respects and move on. So they're doing their best to maintain social distancing. The crowd itself hasn't gathered as such. It's quite transient. People are coming and going and to some extent respecting the rules. But there is clearly a desire, a need across the nation to pay respects, and I'm sure that scene is being repeated at royal residence right across the country.
The Duke is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Do stay with LBC. From Global's newsroom, I'm Thomas Watts.
This is Eddie Mayer with you till 7 o'clock, reporting only on today's main news, the death of the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99. In a statement just after midday, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." Prince Philip was the longest-serving consort in British history. The Duke and the Queen were married for more than 70 years. He officially retired from public engagements in the summer of 2017.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Boris Johnson speaking in Downing Street. This was the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer.
He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
The Labour leader had more to say in a written statement. The United Kingdom has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. Prince Philip dedicated his life to our country, from a distinguished career in the Royal Navy during the Second World War to his decades of service as the Duke of Edinburgh. However, he will be remembered most of all for his extraordinary commitment and devotion to the Queen. For more than 7 decades, he has been at her side. Their marriage has been a symbol of strength, stability and hope, even as the world around them changed, most recently during the pandemic. It was a partnership that inspired millions in Britain and beyond. My thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British people as our nation comes together to mourn and remember the life of Prince Philip. Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, paid this tribute.
Well, I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
That's Nicola Sturgeon. We'll hear more political tributes in a moment, but it just occurs to me, listening to Nicola Sturgeon, she's not the first person in the few minutes that our programme has been on air to mention the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. And it seems to me, and we've already heard today here on LBC from people for whom that scheme was life-changing. So feel free to get in touch. You can text or tweet if you took part in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. It may have been a very long time ago for you now, or it may be in the more recent past. But as several people have mentioned, it was one of the defining creations of his life. And so if you took part in it, however well you did, bronze, silver or gold, let me know what difference it made to you. You can text 84850 and tweet at LBC. Among the political reactions, this was Northern Ireland's First Minister, Arlene Foster.
It is with deep sadness that I have learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world. Prince Philip was widely respected for his active and dedicated service to the country and for his steadfast support to Her Majesty the Queen throughout her reign. He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. This inspirational programme is just one example of the many charities and voluntary organisations in which he was involved right up to his retirement from public service at the age of 96. I offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to all the members of the royal family at this sad time.
The Northern Ireland Deputy First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, said, "I wish to extend my sincere condolences to Queen Elizabeth and her family on the death of her husband, Prince Philip. Over the past 2 decades, there have been significant interventions by the British royal family to assist in the building of relationships between Britain and Ireland. It is appropriate that this contribution to the advancement of peace and reconciliation is rightly recognised. To all those of a unionist tradition and of British identity, those who value and cherish the royal family, I wish to acknowledge the sense of loss felt." We've also heard from the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
The First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford. Here's a text from a listener. I loved participating in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. I made some of my closest friends on the expeditions. They started my lifelong love of hiking. That's from Isabel in London. If you took part in the scheme whenever, I think it started back in 1956. So there'll be a lot of people listening who maybe only vaguely now remember taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. But if you have a memory of it, get in touch. You can text 84850. With me throughout the programme, royal commentator Peter Hunt. Peter, there's so much to talk about, but I think we should start with the personal. It occurs to me that while Prince Philip is being mourned in Britain and in parts of the entire world, there is a woman who's become a widow, and she may be a sovereign and a head of state, but she is widowed. And I'm reminded of the words, you'll know better than me, I think she used them after 9/11, when the Queen said, grief is the price we pay for love. There'll be a woman grieving.
Yes, it's a much lonelier Queen who now reigns over us and the other countries where she is head of state. I mean, it's very striking in the statement that they issued, which was always very short, but there were key words in there, weren't there? There were the words deep sorrow, and that probably does capture how she feels. We've all got and had, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents who, when they die, there's the partner left, and we all know the impact that has on them. And that statement, they also talked about their sort of deep sorrow, as I mentioned, of his passing, and of the sadness and the mourning, the loss. And she is mourning the contribution he made to her life and to the British monarchy, and his sort of unstinting and unwavering contribution. I mean, I've said before on LBC during the day that when he was by her side, he lightened the mood, and you could see that. He used to sort of pick up children and put them nearer her so they could hand over flowers. It was known by their staff as going off-piste. And the staff, when he was sort of an active member of the royal family, they used to talk to me and they'd say, I remember one of them saying, they are an incredible team. They talked about how when they were planning his diary, he always put her events in first. Her diary came first, and then he would work around her. And crucially, the reason she will be so sad, on many reasons, is that I remember someone saying to me that his advice to her got better the harder the going got. And, he was there for her at some pretty tumultuous times. He was there for her sort of over the whole arc of a change of history from the 1940s through to now. But he was there for her during the really difficult times of the 80s when their personal lives of their children was falling apart with much public comment. And crucially, he was there by her side in the most difficult week of her reign, which followed the death of Diana, Princess of Wales.
So much to talk about, a long life to reflect on and to celebrate, and we'll do that between now and 7 with the help of Peter Hunt. Lots of memories of taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme coming in. Joe in Redditch, rest in peace, Philip. I have completed the bronze Duke of Edinburgh and I'm undertaking silver at the moment. It's given me something to do, from running to volunteering. And Tom says, I did my bronze and silver Duke of Edinburgh Award. I did really well, and Prince Philip inspired me in several ways. R.I.P., you true gentlemen.
And just on that issue of the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, I mean,
did you take part in it, Peter?
I have to confess I didn't. But
let me just, listener, I'm so sorry. If we'd known that we hired a royal commentator who didn't take part in the Duke of Edinburgh, we would never have done this. I apologise.
But I did interview him about it.
Okay, well, I suppose that'll have to do.
Does that get me a bronze? But I mean, I think what was really striking is, as you say, millions and millions of people. It was 1956, as you say, and I think we shouldn't forget actually that when he was playing with it, toying with doing it, there was a lot of establishment objection to it. And then that's very much, as people who've watched The Crown will know, in the 1950s, he really struggled with the old guard who were not overly impressed with him. And, one government minister at the time likened him to trying to set up a British equivalent of the Hitler Youths. I mean, that was the strength of feeling about him and what he was trying to do, but he, in characteristic style, ignored it, and it went on to be a triumph that we know about, and as your listeners are now sharing with you. And I remember asking him in that interview, when making up for the fact that I hadn't done his scheme, asking him what the oddest requests were, because you have to do something as part of that, and he replied, embalming and bullfighting.
For now, Peter, thank you. If you've been part, or maybe still taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, let us know how it was for you. You can text 84850. We'll reflect more on the life of the Duke of Edinburgh after the headlines now from Thomas Watts.
Buckingham Palace says the royal family join with people around the world in mourning the loss of the Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip has died at the age of 99. Boris Johnson says the Duke earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says Prince Philip dedicated his life to Britain. The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. Flags on public buildings across the country have been lowered to half-mast. Flowers have been left outside royal residences, including Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle. But the Cabinet Office has asked people not to gather outside royal residences in line with coronavirus restrictions. Parliament will be recalled from its Easter recess to allow MPs and peers to pay tribute to the Duke. The Commons will be reconvened on Monday, a day earlier than scheduled. Do stay with LBC, following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99.
Simon Conway now reflects on Prince Philip's life.
He was a Greek prince born on Corfu in 1921, but his early years were difficult. Philip spent his childhood moving from country to country as his family was forced into exile by revolution.
I didn't notice it at the time, no. It seemed to be perfectly normal as far as I was concerned. I mean, how could I compare it with anything else?
After school in Scotland, Philip pursued his dream of a naval career. Princess Elizabeth was just 13 when she met the dashing cadet and fell instantly in love. But the world was at war and Philip went to sea on convoy duty. In 1947, post-war Britain delighted in the wedding of Princess Elizabeth and her dashing prince.
And how they cheered the happy pair when they came out onto the balcony. What a wonderful picture the princess made, looking most lovely in her magnificent gown and standing happily beside her husband.
He continued his career in the Navy, but in 1952, the King died and Prince Philip's life changed forever. His wife became Queen and he her consort. Philip quickly developed a reputation for being outspoken and was also perhaps best known for his legendary gaffes. His reputation for plain speaking often led to controversy, but he was branded a national treasure by the press for his inability to curb his off-the-cuff remarks. Prince Philip claimed he was misunderstood and readily acknowledged he wasn't always the easiest person to deal with.
Tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
But despite the bluff exterior, he saw himself as a moderniser. He was behind the decision to allow cameras to capture royal family life. Yet perhaps his most successful achievement was creating the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people. His son Edward is an ambassador.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
His relationship with his own children, particularly Charles, was at times strained. Accused of forcing his son into marrying Princess Diana, he was later criticised for failing to support her when the marriage broke down. But royal author Hugo Vickers says he was a source of great strength in the days after Diana's death.
Prince William, quite understandably, before the funeral, was anxious as to whether or not he should take part, whether he should walk behind his mother's coffin to Westminster Abbey. Prince Philip said to him, I think you would very much regret not walking behind your mother's coffin later on in life. So in other words, he took the long view, and then he said, and I'll walk with you.
During the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames, he gave little impression of winding down. Yet a day later, he was back in hospital with a bladder infection. He'd already been treated 6 months earlier for a blocked coronary artery. As she marked her Diamond Jubilee, it left the Queen to attend several events alone, and she used the occasion to pay tribute to him.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Soon after his 90th birthday, the Duke admitted he was looking forward to winding down, but the Duke would put in another 6 years of official engagements before finally stepping down, saying it was a decision he made before he fell down.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I can't stand up much.
At the time, political leaders paid their tributes to his clear sense of public duty.
On behalf of the whole country, I want to offer our deepest gratitude and good wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's made an incredible mark on the scene in the whole country,
who founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
He's always gone about his public service as well with a healthy, at times even a mischievous sense of humour.
His final solo public engagement before retirement was at Buckingham Palace in August 2017. He was 96 as he met Royal Marines as their Captain General.
3 cheers for the Captain General! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
By then, he'd carried out more than 22,000 solo appearances since 1952. After retiring from public duties, the Duke hit the headlines when he was involved in a car crash while driving his Range Rover near the Sandringham estate in 2019. He was unharmed, but 2 women in the other car were injured. Prince Philip faced no action as he'd given up his driving licence. 2 years later, he'd spend a month in hospital to be treated for an infection and undergo a successful procedure for a heart condition at the age of 99. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Dutiful, devoted and never dull, the Duke of Edinburgh was the longest-serving consort in British history.
Simon Conway. We'll hear from Sheila Fogarty in a moment, also Ben Kentish. With me throughout the programme, royal commentator Peter Hunt. Peter, we talked about this widowed woman, the monarch, now standing alone. And we just heard from Simon a flavour of their life together. Prince Philip always at her side, but not in her shadow.
Very much so, and it was a challenge for him initially because, he was very much an alpha male, but he actually had to abandon that and put that to one side in order to walk 2 steps behind her, and that was a struggle, particularly in the 50s.
Didn't they meet for the first time at a wedding, as people sometimes do, but this is one in the 1930s?
Yeah, we have to go back to 1934, so they were just children, and it was the wedding of a mutual relative, of a cousin. They met most memorably for people, because there's footage of it and photographs of it, at Dartmouth Naval College. By then, he was 18, she was 13. They were there with their parents, the King and the Queen. They'd brought them there on an official visit just before the start of the Second World War. It'll be remembered that he sort of leapt athletically over the tennis court net, as one does. And according to one of his sort of first official biographies, it recorded that this was the day romance first struck. He, in his inimitable style, put it rather differently. He talked, and then, of course, there was periods where they wrote to each other during the war. She had a picture of him in her room. He had a beard during the war. He spent time over the Christmas breaks during the war at Windsor Castle. Her view, according to one of her cousins who I spoke to, was that she was smitten from the start. He maybe, I don't know if it's a man thing, sort of put it rather more muted. He talked about how I suppose one thing led to another. It was sort of fixed up. That's really what happened. So I suspect the truth lies between those two. And as we know, they became engaged in 1947 and they got married in 1947. Of course, that was a very significant moment, the wedding, because it was 2 years after the war, and it was, as Churchill at the time said, a sort of a flash of colour on the hard road we have to travel.
We can talk now to Sheila Fogarty, who has been talking to Nick during the afternoon, and I've loved hearing you, Sheila. No one better to hear from on a day like this. What do you want to say?
Well, we live in a time, don't we, where, again, the House of Windsor, the royal family, finds itself in a kind of convulsion around one or other of its members. And we live in a time when, I suppose we've always lived in a time when some would question the monarchy and question the relevance of it. And I strongly believe that both the Queen and Prince Philip, and let's focus on him a lot today, although I find it very hard to separate the two of them when I talk about either of them, I strongly believe that they are people who made just the day-to-day doing of what they did, the authenticity with which they do what they did, and in her case still does, and the just the honesty of it, really, to me, makes it relevant. They are woven into people's day-to-day lives in all kinds of ways, some of it just because they visited your primary school or your charity or your association, or you were at the state dinner because you happened to be the president of whatever at a given time, whatever. The whole gamut of human experience has been in front of them at one point or another over the 70 plus years of their marriage and the Queen's reign. And for that reason, I think they are relevant. And I think he always used that position to try to be relevant. And yes, they're wrapped in the cloak of royalty. And yes, they, many times don't seem like the rest of us. And all of those obvious things that kind of go without saying. But if you look at the detail of this man's life and going back to when he was a boy, he has had, by any reckoning, an extraordinary life.
Did you get to clap eyes at him personally, meet him, talk to him?
In 1977, when I was 11 years of age, it was the Queen's Silver Jubilee. And they came to Liverpool. Well, they did a tour throughout the year. They did a tour of lots of places together. And I remember the excitement of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh in those big cars that make them very visible, with the very sort of huge, great windows. And we were down in the city centre in Liverpool with a school trip, And, we've been talking about it for days, and we've been learning about, Tudor kings and queens and all the rest of it, up to the present-day monarchy and the Windsors and all the rest of it. And then there they were. I remember the outfit the Queen was wearing. Went to see it at Kensington Palace, actually, with the outfit that she was wearing. And there he was as well, so handsome, And I remember just thinking, woof, gone, that moment, fleetingly gone. But then fast forward to my life as a reporter, obviously, twice I met the Queen and spoken to the Queen, but I never got to speak to the Duke. Obviously, I saw him at events and things like that. And again, you could see from any distance, if you could see him, you could see the ease with which he carried himself. You could see the eye he always had, I think, on the moment for the Queen. Going well. That business of protecting her, of her being the job. I just think that came across in spades.
Sheila, thank you. Sheila Fogarty. We can catch up now with Ben Kentish. Ben, you've got more political reaction.
Yes, this side, Eddie, from across the Atlantic, not this side of it, but the United States. First reaction from President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. They've issued a statement on behalf, they say, of all the people of the United States, sending their deepest condolences to the Queen, the entire royal family, and all the people of the United Kingdom. They say about the Duke of Edinburgh, over the course of his 99-year life, he saw our world change dramatically and repeatedly, from his service during World War II to his 73 years alongside the Queen, and his entire life in the public eye. Prince Philip gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK, the Commonwealth, and his family. They mention, Eddie, as Boris Johnson did, not just his time in the armed forces, but also his support for environmental causes and his support of young people. They finish, his legacy will live on not only through his family, but in all the charitable endeavours he shaped. President Biden there responded to today's news.
Ben, thank you. Ben Kentish at Westminster. There's lots more to talk to Ben about. There'll be a different tone to politics and to national life for several days to come. Flags will fly at half-mast on UK government buildings until the morning after the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. All flags, including Union flags and any national flags, are, according to the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, to be half-masted on all UK government buildings as soon as possible today until 8 o'clock in the morning on the day following the funeral. Let's get the news headlines now. This is LBC. Here's Thomas Watts.
The Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died at the age of 99. Buckingham Palace says the Duke passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. Flags are flying at half-mast on public buildings in tribute to Prince Philip. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, says the Duke helped to steer the royal family, so it remained central to our national life.
Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life.
After a career in the Royal Navy, Prince Philip married the Queen in 1947 and didn't retire from public duties until the age of 96. He took part in some 22,000 public appearances and supported more than 800 charities. Wales First Minister Mark Drakeford says he was a great servant to the UK.
The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
Parliament will be recalled from its Easter break to allow members to pay their respect to the Duke. The Commons will be reconvened on Monday, a day earlier than scheduled. Here's our Westminster correspondent, Ben Kentish.
not a decision the government can take by itself. They will have done that in conjunction with Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, who ultimately makes the call. And he has been paying his own tribute to Prince Philip, saying it's obviously a very sad day for Her Majesty, the royal family and the whole country. The Duke of Edinburgh has given his unwavering support to the Queen, both as a husband and as a consort.
In line with his wishes, the Duke's funeral will take place at St George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. He's survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Westminster Abbey will toll its tenor bell once every 60 seconds, 99 times, from 6 o'clock this evening. This is LBC.
Throughout the programme, Peter Hunt, a royal commentator, is with me. And I want to hear from you if you have taken part in the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme. So many people, senior politicians, have talked about it being one of his most significant contributions to our national life. And boy, have people taken part. Here's Heather in Ashbourne. He says, I achieved bronze, silver and gold while I was at school, and now my youngest is doing his gold too. I help out with the award scheme and I'm very proud to be a part of it. So sad to hear of the Duke's passing. Kaz, who's in Windsor. Kaz, I wonder if you can see Rachel Venables. She's probably nearby. Kaz says, the Duke of Edinburgh Award was genuinely a highlight of my young life. I learned a lot from the experience. Sarah in Reading, I did bronze, silver and gold and was presented with the gold at St James's Palace by the Duke. I have never forgotten the friendships I formed or the opportunities it opened up. It is a fantastic programme. My son is now doing the bronze. And Tony says, taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award back in the 80s taught me there was a world outside my small town. It opened my horizons. Thank you. And one more for now. My son is 16 and has recently achieved a Duke of Edinburgh Silver Award following his bronze. What's lovely about the DAV Award is that anyone can achieve it. None more so than my son, who is profoundly blind from birth. Doing the 2 awards brought him so much self-belief and mental strength. It taught him determination and integrity. The awards made my son push his boundaries, allow him to know he can succeed and to never give up. Effort and hard work will be recognised. Prince Philip turned my son into a strong young man with a sense of self-achievement and great resilience. For that, I will be forever grateful. And now, reporting for LBC live from Windsor Castle, our correspondent, Rachel Venables.
Good afternoon, Eddie. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to hear the sounds of the crowd around me here outside Windsor Castle. There has been a huge number of people swelling in numbers in the streets here all afternoon, ever since that devastating news broke at midday, of course, that Prince Philip has passed away. We understand passed away peacefully here at Windsor Castle this morning at the age of 99. And all day, ever since that moment, we've had huge numbers of people turning up here, some just pausing to observe the castle, to take in this moment. You'll see people of all ages and generations, people, children with parents, parents as well, even grandparents there as well, remarking on what an incredible life Prince Philip has had, and also a man who really, for most of us, has been here for our entire lives. And there's been a real amount of emotion here this afternoon as well from many of the people. I spoke to one woman who was in tears, telling me she didn't know why she was so sad. It was just such a monumental moment. It was a real crushing blow. And she'd written a card for the Queen, as well as a bunch of flowers she brought with her, which she wanted to lay here at the castle. Now, just behind me is the main entrance, one of the main principal gates to the castle itself. That's the King Edward VIII gate. There is a fairly small bunch of flowers, several dozen though, still piled high on the pavement. But what you've got here are the palace guards and the police telling people, please don't stop here, please don't gather for, of course, COVID restrictions. Instead, asking them to take them round to the entrance of the Long Mile, which is a very famous straight 3-mile road that goes directly like an arrow away from the castle. And it's at the main gates there that people are being encouraged to place flowers, even though the palace would rather people did not gather at all. And Eddie, this afternoon I've been speaking to many of those mourners, well-wishers for the Queen and her family, certainly about why they're here and about how they're feeling on such a sad day.
Ultimately, no matter what's happening in the world and no matter what controversies are surrounding whatever institutions, a person has died, and it's important to pay our respects. And I live in Windsor Town Centre, just there on top of a shop, so I thought the least I could do is pay my respects, since someone who is ultimately a grandfather, a father, a husband and a friend has died.
It's so inspirational and it's just a big shock, very unexpected.
99 years.
Oh, no, I do feel for the Queen, and we all think about the family. It's just so sad.
Despite my political disagreements with the monarchy, the man himself was a patriot to his adopted country, and that's something that's worth remarking upon. And of course, he's a grandfather. My own grandmother's of a similar age to the Queen at the moment, so I thought, were her husband still alive at the time, she'd want the same grace and gratitude that, well, people are giving here now.
I'm nearly 82, and he's always been here. And I don't know why I feel so sad, but I do.
Well, because you said he's been part of your life, Mum, since a child.
Yes.
So he's been throughout your whole generation, your whole life. So
yes.
That's why he's important.
He's one of those people that, like the Queen, you think they'll go on forever. But of course they won't.
That was a really emotional moment there when I was speaking to Marlene, who's 82 years old. And I mentioned she turned up with a bunch of flowers and with a card for the Queen as well. And I think it's quite rare, Eddie, that in my work, in my reporting, when you go out and try and speak to people and members of the public, that so many people are willing to speak and so many people are saying the same things. You know, I think everybody has felt an enormous sense of loss, even after the year we've endured. This has felt like, you know, yet another blow. And I think many people, as Marlene was saying there right at the end, almost felt as though Prince Philip would go on forever. He'd always been there, and it's a really, really sad, sombre moment today, even though, of course, we knew he was unwell. We knew he was 99, a very fragile age, but still a real blow for so many people.
It's great to see you on our big screen here, Rachel, and people listening can also see you. We're streaming live on Global Player. We've been talking a bit about the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. I'm guessing, from what I know of you definitely took part and did well.
I took part, yes. I did bronze, and I don't think I managed to complete the silver, actually. I know I did the expeditions, but I think actually... you say, you know me, I don't think I managed to get the logbook filled out on time. So I did all the work, but I didn't get the award. But it's incredible to hear people talking about it, because I remember as well, bronze and silver, going through those phases, doing the treks, the friendships you make, the skills you learn. It really has touched so many people, and it will continue as well. What an incredible legacy for this man to have.
I can still see masked people moving around behind you, some of them with flowers. What is known at this stage, Rachel, about the plans for the funeral?
Well, at the moment, we know that the funeral is going to take place here at Windsor Castle. It's going to take place in St George's Chapel, as was expected, a very famous chapel here and very important chapel to the royal family. You'll remember it's where, of course, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, they had their wedding here. There have been many other weddings, funerals, other important moments for the royal family taking place here inside the castle over the years, and this will be yet another one. We understand after his funeral, Prince Philip will then lie in rest again here at Windsor Castle. He's expected to be buried possibly in Frogmore Gardens, which is again something we have always expected would happen. And he's a man who historically always didn't want to fuss. So even though he would be entitled to a state funeral, even if we weren't in pandemic times, we know he always wanted to have a private, small funeral. And that is what we're expecting to happen here. And certainly the palace and the local police will be asking people not to turn up on that day. But as I'm sure you can certainly see behind me, if you're watching on the website, you'll be able to hear the noise and the chatter of the crowds telling people not to gather, not to come and pay their respects. Hasn't worked today, and I'd be very surprised if it worked on the day of his funeral as well.
Rachel, for now, thank you. Good to see you, and you can see all of this. We are streaming live on Global Player. I hope you already have Global Player on your smartphone, and you can see all of us on this important day. Let's hear from Peter Hunt. Peter, I know you've got some thoughts on the funeral arrangements.
Well, as Rachel was saying there, obviously he wanted it to be low-key, but it was not going to be as low-key as it will now, and that is because of COVID. Because pre-COVID, there were plans whereby his coffin would have been brought to a chapel in London, and then there would have been a sort of ceremonial procession in London, and then one in Windsor. That now won't take place. As Rachel was saying, it will all be within Windsor. I suspect that they will exploit the space in Windsor to have something to mark him, as well as the funeral, some sort of procession or something where you could have representatives from all of the organisations that he was linked with, in the same way as we had a sort of a reduced trooping the colour in the quadrangle at Windsor Castle. I suspect there may be something similar to that. I think we'll also see a tribute by his children, so this will be the first public event that we will see Prince Andrew at since he stepped down from public life. We will have the funeral, as you say, and of course the crucial thing about the funeral is that he will have overseen what was in it and what isn't in it. And crucially, what there won't be at his funeral is a sermon, because as he said once, the mind cannot absorb what the backside cannot endure.
Let's take you to Edinburgh now. Reporting for LBC Live from the Palace of Holyrood House, Jack Foster.
Eddie, the Palace of Holyrood House is the official residence of the monarch in Scotland, although Balmoral may be better known. It's here that state occasions and official entertaining takes place, but it's also here in the heart of Scotland's capital. And as the Duke of Edinburgh, this place obviously had a special significance for Prince Philip. Here, the flag is flying at half-mast as floral tributes have begun appearing at the gates. On the other side of the road from the palace, of course, is the Scottish Parliament, where the flags there are all flying at half-mast as well. That signal of respect from Scotland's political community extends further than that, though. It's been announced this afternoon that campaigning ahead of May's Scottish Parliament election has been suspended. And you may remember that the last time that happened due to a royal death during a Scottish vote was back in 1997 during the devolution referendum, and that was, of course, following the death of Princess Diana. The First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, gave this statement following the news of the Duke's death today. She said the Duke of Edinburgh had deep and long-standing ties to Scotland. She said her thoughts were with the royal family at this difficult time, saying that their grief is shared by people across the country. And there's been a number of people, as I say, this afternoon coming here to lay flowers at the gates of the palace at Holyrood. And we spoke to some members of the public here in Scotland as they were reacting to the news.
Oh, sorry to hear that. He's on big mouth to a certain extent, but he's a good age. But was he 99? I feel sorry for the Queen, especially her. I mean, he done a lot of work, charity work. I mean, Duke of Edinburgh, right enough, but my heart goes out to them.
My dad was in the Navy for 20 years. My dad met him and he said he was pretty down to earth.
His career in public service has clearly been exemplary. You look at the Duke of Edinburgh Award in particular, something which has inspired citizenship. Myself, I got the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and clearly he's had a lifetime of service, and we acknowledge that.
People reacting there to the news in Glasgow earlier on. Now, we know that Scotland is famously important for the royal family and particularly for the Queen, but for Prince Philip it played a formative role in shaping who he'd become. He attended school here, of course, at Gordonstoun, which is about 170 miles north of Edinburgh. There he met the teacher whom he credits as the inspiration behind the hugely successful Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, which we've talked so much about this afternoon. We now know that a 41-gun salute will take place tomorrow from noon at Edinburgh Castle. The guns will be fired a minute apart. There'll be simultaneous 41-gun salutes in Cardiff, London and Hillsborough in Northern Ireland. Scotland joins with the rest of the United Kingdom to remember the life and service across nearly an entire century of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Jack Foster reporting for LBC Live from the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. If you took part in the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, let me know about it. You can text 84850. Oliver's done that. My daughter did the Gold Award 22 years ago, and I'll never forget the opportunities it gave her. Although she did get lost on one of her experiences in Germany, she still enjoys doing treks and challenges now. Prince Edward had taken over presenting the awards then, but we were proud parents going to the palace with her. And Susan in Whitney says, I have both the bronze and silver badges from the awards scheme, which I achieved in the mid-60s. At the age of 15 or 16, I would never have been allowed to go on an expedition with a friend had it not been connected with the Duke scheme. It paved the way for my interest in the great outdoors. And that's a common theme we've heard from listeners, that taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme was life-changing. They developed skills and interests that stay with them. If that's you, or even if you didn't enjoy it, 84850. Our coverage continues with the headlines now from Thomas Watts.
Buckingham Palace says the royal family join with people around the world in mourning the loss of the Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip has died at the age of 99. Boris Johnson says the Duke earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says Prince Philip dedicated his life to Britain. The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital in London, receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. Flags on public buildings across the country have been lowered to half-mast. Flowers have been left outside royal residences, including Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle. But the Cabinet Office has asked people not to gather in line with coronavirus restrictions. Parliament will be recalled from its Easter recess to allow MPs and peers to pay tribute to the Duke. The Commons will be reconvened on Monday, a day earlier than scheduled. This is LBC.
Just looking at a list of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments as collated by the Daily Telegraph. There are 48 of them. I won't read them all out, not least because some of them, I'm sure, would get me into trouble with Ofcom. But the Prince said them. Here's the top 3 as compiled by the Telegraph. This is something he said in Britain in 1966. British women can't cook. Speaking in 1969 to the singer Tom Jones after the Royal Variety performance, what do you gargle with? Pebbles? And one that's been quoted a few times today, if you haven't heard it, it's one of his best. On a visit to Canada in 1969, I declare this thing open, whatever it is. We'll take it to Sandringham now, reporting for LBC Live from there, Charlotte Sullivan.
Well, most of us can recognise Sandringham instantly as the place we see the royal family walk to church every Christmas morning on our TV screens. That church is just a few feet away from the main huge gold and black entrance gates where bouquets of flowers have already been left. The Sandringham estate, which covers around 20,000 acres and is set in the middle of a huge forest, is a busy place for walkers anyway, so there's a real mix of people here right now, of both locals out for their stroll, the media, and then people who've come here today specifically to pay their respects after the announcement about Prince Philip earlier on. There's also a number of police cars driving around and also blocking some roads and entrances around the estate, while an area around the main gate is being partially fenced off by barriers right now, I suspect to stop crowds forming over the next few hours and even days. Sandringham has been Prince Philip's main residence since he retired from public life in 2017, and this is known to be the Duke's favourite royal home. Sandringham is much more of an informal place than Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle. It's, wellies and wet dogs rather than state dinners and tiaras. And the Duke has spent most of his time here over the last few years living in Wood Farm on the estate. That's a property the Queen and the Duke use when they're not hosting events in the main house. But back in November last year, the Duke returned to Windsor Castle with the Queen so that they could isolate there together. Now, it's a really close-knit community here, and people living nearby are actually quite protective of the royal family. Andy Clements was the chief executive of the British Trust for Ornithology based in Thetford, which isn't far away at all, of which the Duke of Edinburgh was patron. He said the Duke was always involved in their work.
The things that the Duke did, he did 2 particular things for us in recent years. So first of all, he opened the extension to our building here at the nunnery in Thetford. And that was a very important occasion. It was very good for staff. It was very good for our supporters to see him here. And then, of course, every year the BTO has an award ceremony in London at the Society of Wildlife Artists. And in 2014, the Duke of Edinburgh came down the Mall in his little green taxi from Buckingham Palace, and he presented the awards for us at our prestigious ceremony. And it's those kind of ambassadorial roles in having a royal patron that are so important to charities like ours.
Now, the Duke had a major hand in turning Sandringham into what it is today, working towards making the estate self-sufficient. And one of the more dramatic and memorable events we might remember of recent years here was a car crash on the road nearby involving the Duke back in 2019. The Duke's Land Rover ended up on its side, but he managed to get out and walk to check on the driver of the other vehicle. I spoke to some people here earlier who said that they felt a bit sad that that event might be what he's remembered for in relation to this royal home. But they said, as locals, that very much isn't the case. They told me people here really value the royal family and see them as part of the local community. And that's easy to see from the amount of people already turning up here today to lay flowers and even have a socially distanced chat with each other. I've heard some sharing memories and just take a moment to remember someone they very much saw, I suppose, as a neighbour.
Charlotte Sullivan, reporting for LBC Live from Sandringham. Peter Hunt is here with more on the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme.
Well, your colleague Rachel and your listeners continue to shame me that I didn't do it.
Well, neither did I, Peter, but I'm not in your
No, but one of my daughters did.
Well done.
But I remember what struck me is when I interviewed him about it, and I said, is it still relevant? Because we've been talking about his long history, and you won't be surprised that the first thing he did was in response was to harumph. But he then went on to say that of course it's relevant, and he argued that it was part of how people grew up, and it helped people grow up, and I think that's being reflected, isn't it, by your listeners. And he talked about it being a do-it-yourself growing up kit. But I suppose the other thing we should remember in terms of we're very much talking today, aren't we, about this historical sweep of life and decades that his life represented. You know, when he launched this, it was only intended for boys. Girls only became involved a few years later, and when they did, they were only offered their own category, which was designed for living and with tips on what to wear, makeup and good manners. So that's how it was initially, but obviously it has evolved by the time Rachel, your colleague, and others took part.
What were your encounters with Prince Philip like? You were obviously there in a professional capacity and will have had limited time with him. What did you make of him?
Well, I was there really to observe him and to sort of see him in action. Any time I was introduced to him, he inevitably raised his eyes because I was part of a species that he wasn't overly fond of. That he sort of tolerated what I represented. And what always struck me really was that he did get stuck in. He was interested in the person in front of him, and he did make an effort. And I think what we shouldn't lose sight of, sometimes it was quite a terrifying experience for the person meeting him. I mean, people, you know, they were, I mean, as Sheila was saying earlier, that, you know, she had some anticipation about that and trepidation, and that's what people do talk about. But generally, he strove to be interested and be interesting and to engage with the person in front of him. And crucially, as we've said before, what he was about was making it easier, if he was there with the Queen, making it easier for her.
Do you think he enjoyed and revelled in his reputation for plain speaking?
I think he just accepted it, didn't he? I mean, there were rather too many times when he had to apologise for it, where he made what were called gaffes, what his supporters would say his attempt to break the ice. But I think he went too far, and I think he acknowledged that at times when he apologised for it. But I suppose his argument would have been that was his way of trying to engage with people. And I mean, if you step out of it and look in on it, it must be quite an extraordinary existence for these sort of people, these royals, when they have to go and just find small talk and find ways of engaging. And sometimes he didn't quite hit the mark.
In this list of 48 of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments compiled by The Telegraph, some of which, as I say, I don't think I can read out, there was this, and I remember you saying these words donkeys years ago. This was apparently shouted from the deck of Britannia in Belize in 1994 to the Queen, who was chatting to her host on the quayside. Quote, "Yak, yak, yak, come on, get a move on." There was also referring to a Cambridge University car park attendant who didn't recognise him in 1997. Bloody silly fool. And on seeing plans for the Duke and Duchess of York's house in Sunninghill Park in 1988, it looks like a tart's bedroom.
And the key thing about that yak, yak, yak example is we cannot think of another person who could have said that to her and got away with it.
Sent to the Tower. Now, let's take you to the Welsh Parliament in Cardiff. Reporting for LBC Live from there, Daniel Bevan. Well, we don't seem to have Daniel. Nope. All right, we'll try and make contact with Daniel in due course. We will also hear from Durham Cathedral before the programme is out. Charlotte Lynch is standing by there. Let's reflect now on some of the Duke of Edinburgh's early years, which of course he devoted to military service, starting with his commended service in the Navy as a young man in the Second World War, and ending with his holding positions such as Lord High Admiral of the United Kingdom and Field Marshal of the Royal Air Force. LBC correspondent Rachel Venables looks back at his long history of links with the armed forces.
This is London. You will now hear a statement by the Prime Minister.
I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street.
This declaration of World War II permanently shaped and redefined the lives of countless men and women. And for Philip Mountbatten, it was no different.
This country is at war with Germany,
propelling him into a life of service and links with the armed forces.
It was inevitable that I was going to be in one of the services during the war. I mean, people of that age, we just did. But I mean, before that, it hadn't really occurred to me. I had vaguely thought of what could I do.
Philip joined the Royal Navy as a midshipman in 1940. He served in the Indian Ocean, then with the Mediterranean Fleet, and was even mentioned in dispatches for his crucial role in the Battle of Matapan in 1941.
I suppose she had a good chance. I actually found a cruiser. Somebody said train right or something, and there was another cruiser. And so And with that, everybody started shooting.
He was one of the youngest in the Navy to be promoted to first lieutenant and was in Tokyo Bay when the Japanese surrender was signed.
Being in Tokyo Bay with the surrender ceremony taking place in the battleship, which was, 200 yards away, and you could see what was going on with a pair of binoculars.
Philip stayed with the Royal Navy in peace years, stationed in Malta with his wife, Princess Elizabeth, and their young family.
Malta greets the arrival of Princess Elizabeth, and the welcome from warships in Valletta Harbour included one from HMS Chieftain.
And was promoted to lieutenant commander with a shining career ahead of him. But all that ended when his father-in-law, King George VI, fell ill in 1951.
The passing of King George VI came as a sudden and most grievous shock to his people all over the world.
But even as a full-time royal, his affinity with the armed forces never ended. Over the years, amongst his enormous workload and patronage, he was head of several units and regiments, a frequent visitor too at military bases.
You're going to see the world's most experienced truck admiral.
And the Duke of Edinburgh worked closely with various military charities and organisations over the decades, so much so that for his 90th birthday, as well as a 62-gun salute, he was given this present by his wife, the Queen.
He's Colonel-in-Chief of numerous army regiments, Admiral of the Fleet, Captain General of the Royal Marines, Field Marshal of the Army, Marshal of the Royal Air Force. The list goes on. And today the Queen bestowed on her husband the title Lord High Admiral.
And then for his last discharge of duty before retiring in 2017, he spent it meeting fundraising Royal Marines at Buckingham Palace. Lieutenant Colonel Gary Green was there.
He had a smile on his face and he enjoyed listening to the extraordinary feats that the Royal Marines had done. And all Royal Marines look up to the Duke of Edinburgh. He's a fantastic and outstanding figurehead that over the past 64 years has been simply outstanding.
A fitting final act of official royal duty in a long life dedicated to supporting the military.
Rachel Venables reporting. Peter Hunter, it was, of course, a long life, as we've reflected, and becoming much older and perhaps infirm is no fun for anybody, but I don't suppose it was particularly welcome for Prince Philip, not least after such active service. He did say when he approached his 90th birthday in 2011, bits are beginning to drop off. Given he spent so many weeks in hospital recently and disappeared from public view voluntarily, I wonder how he felt about those final years.
Well, I think he was pretty determined to remove himself before those bits had dropped off. I mean, he did give that interview, as you say, where he said, you're going downhill physically and mentally. He said, I'm winding down, I'm reducing my workload, I've done my bit. He said, I want to get out before I reach my sell-by date. The memory's going. But he didn't go in at the age of 90, as we've been reporting. He kept going for several years after. Indeed, the last time he was sort of properly seen in public in advance of this recent time in hospital, he was sort of standing ramrod straight, which is pretty striking for a man of 99, but he was determined not to be on public display as he got too old, and he very much enjoyed being in retirement.
Thank you, Peter. This is LBC at 5 o'clock. The news headlines from Thomas Watts.
The Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, has died at the age of 99. A statement from Buckingham Palace says His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Duke was married to the Queen for more than 70 years and became the longest-serving consort in British history. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, says the Duke helped to steer the royal family.
Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct.
Prince Philip had returned to Windsor Castle in March after spending nearly a month in hospital in London. He initially received care for an infection but underwent a heart procedure for a pre-existing condition. The Duke had only retired from public duties in August 2017. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, says Prince Philip lived a remarkable life.
My first reaction was to think of Her Majesty the Queen and to feel a deep sense of sympathy and compassion for her and for the whole family at the loss of such a gigantic figure, particularly in her own life, married for well over 70 years, 73 years.
After a career in the Navy, the Duke took part in many thousands of public appearances and supported more than 800 charities. One of his most enduring achievements is his awards programme for young people, set up in 1956. Peter Westgarth was its chief executive for 14 years.
300,000 young people are doing this award at any one time, and what they're getting is this life-changing experience. The Duke's relationship with young people was actually quite a surprising thing. The way in which he engaged with young people when he met with them was extraordinary.
President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are among the global leaders to send messages to the Queen. Here's our Westminster correspondent, Ben Kentish.
They've issued a statement on behalf, they say, of all the people of the United States, sending their deepest condolences to the Queen, the entire royal family, and all the people of the United Kingdom. They say about the Duke of Edinburgh, over the course of his 99-year life, he saw our world change dramatically and repeatedly, from his service during World War II to his 73 years alongside the Queen and his entire life in the public eye. Prince Philip gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK, the Commonwealth and his family. They mention, as Boris Johnson did, not just his time in the armed forces, but also his support for environmental causes and his support of young people. They finish, his legacy will live on not only through his family, but in all the charitable endeavours he's shaped. President Biden there responded to today's news.
Westminster Abbey will sound a bell 99 times this evening, one for each year of the Duke of Edinburgh's life. It'll ring out every 60 seconds from 6 o'clock this evening. This is LBC.
Thomas Watts. Buckingham Palace has announced that the Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99, and that's our main news tonight. In a statement issued just after midday, the palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family joined with people around the world in mourning his loss." Prince Philip was the longest-serving consort in British history. The Duke and the Queen were married for more than 70 years. He officially retired from public engagements in the summer of 2017.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War, at Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn Today, with Her Majesty the Queen, we offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Boris Johnson in Downing Street. This was the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer.
He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
This was Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
Well, I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
Nicola Sturgeon. By the way, we've heard from many listeners who have, over the years, and some of them right now, are taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, which was undoubtedly a very significant contribution that Prince Philip made to British national life. If you have memories of the scheme, you can text 84850 and tweet at LBC. This was Northern Ireland's First Minister, Arlene Foster.
It is with deep sadness that I have learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world. Prince Philip was widely respected for his active and dedicated service to the country and for his steadfast support to Her Majesty the Queen throughout her reign. He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. This inspirational programme is just one example of the many charities and voluntary organisations in which he was involved right up to his retirement from public service at the age of 96. I offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to all the members of the royal family at this sad time.
That's Arlene Foster. Northern Ireland's Deputy First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, said, "I wish to extend my sincere condolences to Queen Elizabeth and her family on the death of her husband, Prince Philip. Over the past 2 decades, there have been significant interventions by the British royal family to assist in the building of relationships between Britain and Ireland. It is appropriate that this contribution to the advancement of peace and reconciliation is rightly recognised. To all those of a unionist tradition and of British identity, those who value and cherish the royal family, I wish to acknowledge the sense of loss felt." We've also heard from the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
Here's LBC's Simon Conway.
He was a Greek prince born on Corfu in 1921, but his early years were difficult. Philip spent his childhood moving from country to country as his family was forced into exile by revolution.
I didn't notice it at the time, no. It seemed to be perfectly normal as far as I was concerned. I mean, how could I compare it with anything else?
After school in Scotland, Philip pursued his dream of a naval career. Princess Elizabeth was just 13 when she met the dashing cadet and fell instantly in love. But the world was at war, and Philip went to sea on convoy duty. In 1947, post-war Britain delighted in the wedding of Princess Elizabeth and her dashing prince.
And how they cheered the happy pair when they came out onto the balcony. What a wonderful picture the princess made, looking most lovely in her magnificent gown and standing happily beside her husband.
He continued his career in the Navy, but in 1952, the King died, and Prince Philip's life changed forever. His wife became Queen, and he her consort. Philip quickly developed a reputation for being outspoken and was also perhaps best known for his legendary gaffes. His reputation for plain speaking often led to controversy, but he was branded a national treasure by the press for his inability to curb his off-the-cuff remarks. Prince Philip claimed he was misunderstood and readily acknowledged he wasn't always the easiest person to deal with.
Tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
But despite the bluff exterior, he saw himself as a moderniser. He was behind the decision to allow cameras to capture royal family life. Yet perhaps his most successful achievement was creating the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people. His son Edward is an ambassador.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
His relationship with his own children, particularly Charles, was at times strained. Accused of forcing his son into marrying Princess Diana, he was later criticised for failing to support her when the marriage broke down. But royal author Hugo Vickers says he was a source of great strength in the days after Diana's death.
Prince William, quite understandably, before the funeral, was anxious as to whether or not he should take part, whether he should walk behind his mother's coffin to Westminster Abbey. Prince Philip said to him, I think you would very much regret not walking behind your mother's coffin later on in life. So in other words, he took the long view, and then he said, and I'll walk with you.
During the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames, he gave little impression of winding down. Yet a day later, he was back in hospital with a bladder infection. He'd already been treated 6 months earlier for a blocked coronary artery. As she marked her Diamond Jubilee, it left the Queen to attend several events alone, and she used the occasion to pay tribute to him.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Soon after his 90th birthday, the Duke admitted he was looking forward to winding down, but the Duke would put in another 6 years of official engagements before finally stepping down, saying it was a decision he made before he fell down.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I can't stand up much.
At the time, political leaders paid their tributes to his clear sense of public duty.
On behalf of the whole country, I want to offer our deepest gratitude and good wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's made an incredible mark on the scene in the whole country. He founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
He's always gone about his public service as well with a healthy, at times even a mischievous sense of humour.
His final solo public engagement before retirement was at Buckingham Palace in August 2017. He was 96 as he met Royal Marines as their Captain General.
3 cheers for the Captain General! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
By then, he'd carried out more than 22,000 solo appearances since 1952. After retiring from public duties, the Duke hit the headlines when he was involved in a car crash while driving his Range Rover near the Sandringham estate in 2019. He was unharmed, but 2 women in the other car were injured. Prince Philip faced no action as he'd given up his driving licence. 2 years later, he'd spend a month in hospital to be treated for an infection and undergo a successful procedure for a heart condition at the age of 99. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Dutiful, devoted and never dull, the Duke of Edinburgh was the longest-serving consort in British history.
Simon Conway. among the LBC listeners who have taken part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme. Doreen in Hammersmith. My sister got her gold award. We went up to Buckingham Palace all dolled up with another of my sister's friends who also got a Duke of Edinburgh award. Prince Philip spoke to my sister, shook her hand. My sister was ecstatic. All in all, a grand day in my netted hat at Buckingham Palace. If you've got memories, experience of the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, get in touch. You can text 84850. More from Peter Hunt in a moment after the headlines on LBC from Thomas Watts.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. Prince Philip was married to the Queen for more than 70 years and became the longest-serving consort in British history. Boris Johnson says the Duke earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says Prince Philip dedicated his life to Britain. The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. The Duke had only retired from public duties and his work with charities and environmental organisations in 2017. An online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. There will be no physical books to sign because of coronavirus restrictions. People are being asked to consider making a contribution to charity instead of leaving flowers at royal residences. This is LBC.
Peter Hunt is still with me, royal commentator. Peter, we've touched a little on the plans for the funeral, which will be somewhat different thanks to COVID. Funeral planning for the Duke and other senior members of the royal family is something that goes on, and a great deal of attention is paid to it.
I mean, as we speak now, there will be folders and folders and folders of material that now they cannot use. So in Buckingham Palace, senior officials will have these bridges, as they're known. He was fourth bridge. Whole unbelievable level of detail as to what would happen at what time, and it all depended on where the death occurred, whether it was in a residence, whether it was in a private place, whether it was abroad, whatever that was, there was a whole sequence of events. And so pre-COVID, if we weren't in COVID times, we would now be talking about plans to move the coffin to a chapel in London where there would be an opportunity for close people to pay respects. There was never any plans for a lying in state. There was never any plans for a state funeral. But within these plans that now in essence metaphorically have to be shredded were plans for a big sort of ceremonial procession where the coffin would have been taken from London on a journey to Windsor, enabling many of the military organisations and others who had connection with him to pay their tribute and to line the routes. None of that is now possible. And so the reality, and I'm sure we'll get confirmation from palace officials probably tomorrow or over the weekend, the reality is now that it will all be within Windsor Castle, but my suspicion is that they will exploit the fact that there is large areas in the quadrangle outside of Windsor Castle to do some sort of mini procession, as they did a reduced Trooping the Colour before the funeral itself within the chapel at Windsor.
Peter, thank you. Peter Hunt, royal commentator, with us throughout the programme. We'll hear more from Peter in just a moment. A reminder that as well as being on LBC as usual, this programme is streaming live on Global Player. I hope you have Global Player, the app, on your smartphone. If not, you can download it now from your app store and watch all of our reporters at work, including reporting live now for LBC from Durham Cathedral, Charlotte Lynch.
Eddie, towering over my left is Durham Castle. To my right, the cathedral, both of them bearing the flag of the United Kingdom, flying at half-mast. Earlier, a single bell rung out of the cathedral on the minute, every minute, following that sad news of the death of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. The historic city of Durham is one the royals have said that they love to visit, and Prince Philip was no different. Many parts of the UK feeling a deep connection with him and his family, and this is certainly one of those places. Most notably in 2002, and 10 years later in 2012, he accompanied the Queen to Durham Castle as part of Her Majesty's Golden and then Diamond Jubilee celebrations, enjoying lunch in the Great Hall, famously used as a backdrop for some of the Harry Potter films. In 1951, the Duke was awarded an honorary doctorate of civil law by the University of Durham. Right Reverend Paul Butler, the Bishop of Durham, met Prince Philip several times, including when he came here. He's paid tribute to his dedication to Queen and country and his personable nature.
The thing that struck me about him was his absolute attention to the people with whom he was talking. So he took great interest in everybody and came up with kind of really good questions and so forth. So the one that really sticks in my mind was when he met my daughter, who was an archaeologist. And his next question was, so how are your knees? Which showed actually a real understanding of some of the challenges that archaeologists go through.
Well, here many people have been walking by to admire and observe the cathedral and the castle, remarking that the flag is flying at half-mast, knowing that that is in tribute to Prince Philip. Many of them stopping to say to each other what a wonderful man he was. I've seen people stopping to look at it and to reflect on this sad day. Sue Snowdon, the Lord Lieutenant of County Durham, has also paid tribute to the Duke, saying he's been an important figurehead for our country, playing a prominent part during times of enormous social change. An online book of condolences has been opened by the royal family as well as the Church of England, which Durham Cathedral is inviting people to sign. And they say that here, when the time is right, they will hold their own memorial service for him.
Charlotte Lynch, reporting for LBC Live from Durham Cathedral, just had a statement in from former US President Barack Obama and Mrs. Obama. Here's what it says. When we first met His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, he and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had already been on the world stage for more than half a century, welcoming leaders like Churchill and Kennedy, Mandela and Gorbachev. As two Americans unaccustomed to palaces and pomp, we didn't know what to expect. We shouldn't have worried. The Queen and Prince Philip immediately put us at ease with their grace and generosity, turning a ceremonial occasion into something far more natural, even comfortable. Prince Philip in particular was kind and warm, with a sharp wit and unfailing good humour. It was our first introduction to the man behind the title, and in the years since, our admiration for him has only grown. We will miss him dearly. Like the Queen, Prince Philip saw world wars and economic crises come and go. The radio gave way to the television, and the television to the internet, and through it all, he helped provide steady leadership and guiding wisdom. It has long been said that the United States and Great Britain have a special relationship, one that has been maintained and strengthened not just by presidents and prime ministers, but by the royal family that has outlasted them all. At the Queen's side, or trailing the customary 2 steps behind, Prince Philip showed the world what it meant to be a supportive husband to a powerful woman. Yet he also found a way to lead without demanding the spotlight. Serving in combat in World War II, commanding a frigate in the Royal Navy, and tirelessly touring the world to champion British industry and excellence. Through his extraordinary example, he proved that true partnership has room for both ambition and selflessness, all in service of something greater. As the world mourns his loss, we send our warmest wishes and deepest sympathies to the Queen, their children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and everyone who knew and loved this remarkable man. That statement just in from former President Barack Obama and his wife, Peter.
There's one marvellous anecdote missing from that very impressive statement, which is we have to go back to 2016 in Windsor, when the President, as he then was there with his wife, and to the utter amazement, possibly heart-stopping moment of all of his Secret Service individuals, of which there were many. It was the Prince who decided that, and then obviously in his 90s, it was the Prince who decided that he would actually drive, he himself, Prince Philip, would drive the Obamas up to the castle.
Commonwealth leaders have also been paying tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh. The Australian Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, tweeted, "The Duke embodied a generation that we will never see again." And Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, described Prince Philip as a man of great purpose and conviction. Patricia Treble is a royal commentator to Maclean's, a news and current affairs magazine in Canada. Patricia, what is being said, I quoted Justin Trudeau, what is being said elsewhere in Canada?
Well, I think one of the most touching tributes actually came from the Canadian Armed Forces. And they put out a tweet just after the news broke, and they just said, "With love from Canada, we send our deepest condolences to the Queen and to the royal family." And that really is the sentiment. I mean, there's great affection for Prince Philip. There's great affection, of course, for the Queen, who is our Queen here. And there's just a real sense of loss. I mean, his last trip here had been 2013, when he was still in his 90s, still doing royal duties. And I was there, and it was this ridiculously hot day as only Toronto can get in the summertime. Humid, unbearable humidity. But he was unveiling new colours for one of his regiments, one of his 6 Canadian regiments, the Royal Canadian Regiment. And he spent an enormous amount of time with all those troops. And you could feel the connection. And of course, he'd been their Colonel in Chief since 1953. So what you're really seeing is just this sadness. I mean, we all saw him getting, more and more frail. We knew his health was going. We knew this was inevitable. But there's just a feeling of a death in the family because, of course, people have grown up with him. And you saw some of my relatives who live in Ottawa walked up to Parliament Hill. And when the Maple Leaf, our flag, was, flown to half-mast, the bells started sounding at the Peace Tower, and they were chiming out 99 times, of course, for one each for his years of life.
Patricia, in the UK, broadcasters have cleared their schedules. Normal life is changing somewhat. I wonder how things are in Canada.
Certainly all the news channels are, this is the only coverage. I mean, it's basically the pandemic. You're much better off than we are. We're in the middle of our third wave, and it's quite grim here. So if it's not pandemic, it's reminiscences of Prince Philip. And it really is wall-to-wall coverage. And it'll be that way, I think, pretty much until the funeral. Some of the normal channels are, they're getting on with their lives. But what we're hearing is just simply, lots of condolences from the politicians, from the administrator. We don't have a governor general right now, from the lieutenant governors, and just from ordinary people. And it's just that it's such an odd time now because it's the pandemic, which means that all the normal rules don't apply, right? You can't gather, you can't do all the things that we would normally do. But there really is just, this sense of sadness and of just sympathy for the Queen, I think, because, of course, they, 74 years of marriage. Good gracious.
Patricia, thank you. Patricia Treble, Royal Contributor to Maclean's News and Current Affairs magazine in Canada. Ben Kentish, our Westminster correspondent, is standing by exactly where you'd expect him, at Westminster. And Ben, I believe the Cabinet is either meeting or it has been meeting.
Meeting right now, Eddie, chaired, of course, by Boris Johnson. And this is for ministers, government ministers, to pay their tributes, to pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh. There is also a second role for those ministers, many of them. There was a separate meeting slightly earlier when it comes to the operational elements, lots of things for them to get in order to, of course, in conjunction with the palace when it comes to the funeral and the arrangements for the next few days, dealing perhaps with foreign dignitaries and heads of states and lots of logistics. We should know a bit more from that cabinet meeting soon, Eddie. There are a few things we do know for now. Firstly, that Boris Johnson spoke to Keir Starmer earlier today and agreed that they would suspend campaigning ahead of the elections on the 6th of May, at least for now and probably for the next week or so. We also know that Parliament is being recalled the day early on Monday afternoon for MPs, again led by Boris Johnson, to pay their respects, and also that all government visits, announcements, press conferences, media appearances are also going to be paused, Eddie, during that period of national mourning. So things will look very different in the next week. It is protocol, it is traditional for politicians to respond in that way, largely, of course, in this case, out of respect for the Queen. But after that period, you would expect a little bit more action, a little bit more visibility, as usual, from government ministers. It's worth saying, lastly, though, Eddie, Number 10, very clear that when it comes to COVID announcements and issues of public health, as you might expect at the moment, those will continue.
Is the planned easing of the lockdown due to begin on Monday in England still going ahead? I'm told that Boris Johnson will not be going for a pint as planned.
Boris Johnson will not be going to his planned visit to a pub, Eddie, but everybody else will be. The roadmap completely unaffected. Number 10 very keen to make clear that this does not have a direct impact on the roadmap or other COVID policy, even if we will be hearing a little less from government ministers than we have been in recent weeks.
For now, Ben, thank you. Lots of listeners getting in touch with their Duke of Edinburgh Award memories, including Barbara. I participated in the scheme in 1970. I remember walking through the Forest of Dean and staying at a youth hostel. We were entirely self-sufficient for 2 days and navigated our way around, sketching pictures of churches as we went. It gave me a lifelong love of hiking and bred in me a fiercely independent streak. I was lucky enough to meet and talk to the Duke of Edinburgh when he helicoptered into Gloucester for an awards event. I remembered his well-manicured hands. and wonderfully expensive aftershave. Peter, at no stage have you mentioned his well-manicured hands or aftershave.
I was going to save that for later.
That's coming later. And this from Adam in Cardiff. The Duke of Edinburgh Award had a massive impact on my life. It gave me a love for the outdoors, a dedication to helping others, and lifelong friends. I'll never forget climbing Cat Bells in the lakes in blazing sun with huge rucksacks. On reaching the summit, my friend proclaimed, "I bet the Duke of Edinburgh never had to do this." Great memories. What about yours? 84850, Peter.
Just going to bring you up to date with Prince Harry, who, of course, there will be questions about how he can get here, which he obviously will want to attend the funeral. He and Meghan on their website, the website Archwell, have just posted this in the last few minutes, and it reads on their front page, "In loving memory of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, 1921 to 2021, thank you for your your service. You will be greatly missed."
Now, the LBC News. Here's Thomas Watts.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. A statement from Buckingham Palace says Prince Philip passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle this morning. After a career in the Navy, Prince Philip married the Queen in 1947 and didn't retire from public duties until the age of 96. The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital, receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. The flag at Buckingham Palace and on public buildings across the country have been lowered to half-mast. Boris Johnson says the Duke inspired the lives of countless young people. The First Ministers of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, Nicola Sturgeon, Mark Drakeford and Arlene Foster, have also paid their respects.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life.
Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit.
He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people.
President Joe Biden is among the world leaders to send condolences to the Queen and the royal family. The message from the White House says Prince Philip gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK, the Commonwealth and to his family. People have been asked not to gather and leave flowers at royal residences because of coronavirus restrictions. An online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. A selection of messages will be passed on to members of the family and held in the Royal Archives. This is LBC.
Let's take you to Buckingham Palace now, reporting live for LBC from outside the big building. Here's our senior reporter, Matthew Thompson.
Eddie, since about noon this afternoon, the flag on the top of Buckingham Palace has been flown at half-mast, and hundreds of people have gathered outside the gates to lay flowers, to lay flags, to write notes in remembrance of the Prince. And that in spite of the messages from the government urging people not to gather or to leave tributes at royal residences, the royal family itself asking people to consider making a charity donation instead of leaving flowers in memory of the Duke. But such is the spontaneous outpouring and desire of grief and desire to remember him that those messages are almost, you would have thought, in vain. I have been reading a few of the messages left for the Duke. Many of them saying thank you for his service to the country. What a life, says one, from one public servant to another. Thank you for your service and devotion to this country, our Queen, and to our forces. I saw one woman as well salute as she laid her flowers. I didn't get to speak to her. She wouldn't talk to me, but she wrote on her little note attached to the flowers what seemed like a reference to the Prince's service in the Royal Navy. She wrote, "Fair winds and following seas, rest in peace." And I've also been speaking to a few of the mourners who've gathered outside the gates and asking them what exactly was it that motivated them to come out.
I haven't left the house in months, but I just felt really compelled to today. I really felt this is where I needed to be.
Why did you feel that way?
I just have such admiration for the royal family in general, particularly the Queen and Prince Philip. I think dedication and service to our country, and I just wanted to say thank you.
I was in two minds with COVID and everything, but I think that the service that the Duke has given to this country, to the Queen, all the countries across the Commonwealth, because this is not just a British thing today, this is across the world. He is a servant, which I think gets banded around a lot. All these, you'll hear a lot of cliches today and tomorrow. You'll hear a lot of comments from leaders across the world. But for me, an ordinary person from Devon, he was someone to look up to.
My family are all Londoners, but they've
gone over to Australia, and when they got the news, they asked me to pick up some flowers and lay them down for Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family.
Number of people, Eddie, there referencing the COVID pandemic, of course, and the pandemic provides the context for almost everything we do at the moment, doesn't it? And there will be sadness, no doubt, of Prince Philip's death being compounded by the sadness of knowing that people are unlikely to be filling the streets around Buckingham Palace. The Union flags are unlikely to come out as perhaps they might have done had the circumstances been different. Although Prince Philip himself said, Eddie, that he didn't want any fuss over his death when it inevitably came, and in some way the pandemic has seen to that.
Matthew Thompson outside Buckingham Palace. Mark in Plymouth has texted, 30 years ago I was on Chiswick High Road in a traffic jam in my new car, thinking I was amazing with music blaring very loudly and open windows. Suddenly a police escort approached the other way with huge force, moving everyone out of the way to let a convoy through. A black car stopped for less than 5 seconds next to me. I looked over and Queen Elizabeth briefly looked over at me and smiled. Gobsmacked, I froze. The Duke of Edinburgh continued looking forward with a look on his face that clearly expressed, what an idiot. Then it all sped off. Loved the moment, and to be fair, he was probably right. Prince Philip was the patron of around 800 charities and organisations during his lifetime, but perhaps the most notable was the one named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh Award. Lots of listeners have been in touch telling us what the award meant to them, what they did, what they failed to do. If you took part in it, you can drop me a text, 84850. And as LBC's James Goodison has been hearing, that award has inspired millions to improve skills and trek across the British countryside.
Northamptonshire bicycle bells gracefully opened the show, watched by Prince Philip and Transport Minister Ernest Marple. It demonstrated the work of the National Cycling Proficiency Scheme, whose test has now been passed by 500,000 children.
The Duke of Edinburgh always championed youth development and progress, and one didn't have to look further than the award named after him.
The value doesn't lie in doing each section with brilliant success, but it lies in the side effects of the exposure to new activities.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has been in existence for nearly 7 decades. In the modern day, at any given time, 500,000 people can be expected to be working towards their award.
Kurt Hahn, who was the headmaster of Gordonston, and he came to me more or less out of the blue because I'd rather lost touch with him, and he said, "My boy, I want you to start the award scheme." And so I said, "Yes, sir." It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education.
The CEO of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, Ruth Marvel, told LBC that even after stepping back from public life in 2017, Prince Philip still remained heavily invested in the award that shared his name.
The Duke remained incredibly interested in and supportive of DofE for his entire life. I think DofE was his favourite. And yeah, just seeing the extent to which he enjoyed meeting with young people, talking to young people about what they'd achieved.
It's hard to overemphasise how life-changing this award can be for some people. John did his DofE at a young offenders institution, his selected skill being cooking. He now runs his own catering business.
Doing the Duke of Edinburgh's Award and everything it gave me, as well as leading me on to a career that I'm very passionate about, it just gave me so many other sort of life skills that meant I could pull myself out of that.
And when meeting the Duke while completing his award, he told me that the Duke still employed his notorious sense of humour.
Basically, a group of 6 of us all doing the silver and gold went off with 2 officers, and they were with us, and we went walking around the hills and everything. And he asked, were we all attached by ball and chain?
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has given millions of young people skills, experience, confidence, a purpose, and even a career. Since the award started, at least 6 million young people have taken part worldwide, something the Duke of Edinburgh could have hardly dreamed of when he made this speech in 1973.
Today, with some 180,000 participants worldwide and a cumulative total of nearly 350,000 awards gained, I think it might be safe to say that the scheme hasn't been a complete failure.
James Goodison reporting. If you've taken part in the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, you can text 84850. Let me know how it went. Now, reporting live for LBC from outside the Welsh Parliament in Cardiff, Daniel Bevan.
Eddie, there's a very solemn atmosphere here in the Welsh capital following the desperately tragic news of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh at the age of 99. The flags here next to the Senedd right in front of me are flying at half-mast out of respect, and all major political parties have suspended campaigning for the Welsh Parliament elections today. Mark Drakeford, Wales's First Minister, joined many political leaders across the world in paying tribute to Prince Philip.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children, and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
Now, the Duke played an incredibly important role in some of the most significant moments in modern Welsh history. In 1958, he opened the British Empire and Commonwealth Games at the Arms Park in Cardiff, at a time where Wales was the smallest nation to host the Games, so really helped elevate the country into the world stage. But perhaps the most significant engagement was in 1966, when he accompanied the Queen at the scene of the Aberfan disaster, where a landslip killed 116 children and 28 adults. A very dark day in Welsh history and a difficult time for so many in the South Wales valleys. And almost certainly supporting the Queen at this event, where they were meeting many mourned families, laid the bedrock for his public image as the man who walked 2 steps behind his wife, both symbolically and literally, of course. And when I spoke to people in Cardiff earlier, Her Majesty the Queen was very much at the forefront of their minds.
I think he's done a lot for this country. There is a good side to it. At least he was at home, and the Queen was able to be with him.
I certainly think he's been a real stabilising influence for the royal family and confidant for the Queen.
I think he brought a little warmth and a little bit of humanity to the royal family, which was to be welcomed.
Well, it's obviously very sad news. Our heart goes out to the Queen, obviously, and we celebrate their long and loyal marriage one to another.
It's sad. He's a gentleman that's been around for such a long time.
I wish the Queen best. The 73 years married to someone, it's a long time, and she must be heartbroken.
And the legacy of the Duke of Edinburgh will live long into the future, but especially in Llanelli, where you'll find Prince Philip Hospital. It was named in honour of His Royal Highness when it opened in May 1990. And in a joint statement, the Chair and Chief Executive of Hull Dda Health Board said, "We come together in remembering the life of Prince Philip and the contribution he made as a committed and loyal public servant," which, Eddie, is a sentiment that is definitely echoed across Wales today.
Daniel Bevan reporting for LBC live from outside the Welsh Parliament in Cardiff. Throughout the programme, I've been dipping into this list on the Daily Telegraph website, 48 of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments. As I've mentioned, I don't think I can read all of them out without getting a call from Ofcom, and they're doing a terrific job, by the way. So here are a couple I think I can read out. Talking about marriage, the Prince said, "When a man opens a car door for his wife, it's either a new car or a new wife." And supposedly to the Queen at her coronation, he said, "Where did you get that hat?" It's 6:15. Thomas Watts has the news.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. Prince Philip was married to the Queen for more than 70 years and became the longest-serving consort in British history. Boris Johnson says the Duke earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom and across the Commonwealth. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says Prince Philip dedicated his life to Britain. The Duke had recently spent 4 weeks in hospital receiving treatment for an infection and undergoing a heart procedure. He returned to Windsor Castle last month. The Duke had only retired from public duties and his work with charities and environmental organisations in 2017. An online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. There will be no physical books to sign because of coronavirus restrictions. People are being asked to consider making a contribution to charity instead of leaving flowers at royal residences. This is LBC.
That was Thomas Watts with the news. We still have Peter Hunt, royal commentator, with us. Peter, I want to take a second to think about the character of Prince Philip. I mean, we all got to know him, even people who are older than you and I, when he was married to the Queen and was her consort. But we become who we are as much younger people. And he suffered a bereavement, for example, at an early age.
Yes, I mean, all our characters, aren't they, are forged in that childhood. And at times he had a pretty difficult childhood. I mean, there was a period of his time around the age of, I think it was by the age of 10, that he was separated from every member of his immediate family. And that obviously would have an impact. I mean, one person who was close to him, a former dean at Windsor, talked of him being very much a loner because he didn't have that support of his immediate family. Needless to say, you won't be surprised that Prince Philip, when asked about this, said, "I haven't been trying to psychoanalyse myself all the time." So he just sort of, his attitude was very much, I got on with it. Another time he said, "My father was in the south of France and my mother was just ill. I had to get on with it." But beneath that, what did come to his aid, certainly in his formative years, was his education and his schooling. And he went to Gordonston up in Scotland. It was pretty austere, I think, when he was there, and pretty austere when several of his children went there, some to degrees of success. He was head boy, he thrived on it. And what its emphasis on was on self-reliance and personal achievement, and its philosophy very much was about overcoming weaknesses by confronting them, and that very much suited his character. So out of all of that, the sort of the experience with his family and that education, you got this character, as I said, described as a bit of a loner, a sharp and inquiring mind. And it sounds odd to say it now, but back then in the 50s and the 40s, when he joined the British royal family, he was a bit seen as a rebel, seen as an outsider, and they weren't overly appreciative of the cut of his jib when he first arrived.
Back in 1961, when he was speaking to the Industrial Co-Partnership Association about Britain's apparently inefficient industries, and this made front-page news at the time, he said, "Gentlemen, I think it's time we pulled our fingers out."
Yes, I mean, he was very forthright and very blunt and very direct, and there are elements of that firm and those men in white grey suits who did not like it. I mean, if you just think back to when he got married, one very senior person close to Princess Elizabeth, as she then was, described him as rough, ill-mannered, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. And his friend said that he chafed all the time. I mean, one close friend of his talked about how he was being constantly squashed, snubbed, ticked off, rapped over the knuckles. It was intolerable. So that's what he sort of navigated in the 50s, as he was this sort of rebel at the time, and also a sort of a modernising force at that time.
As far as we can gauge, obviously the Queen is head of state. She is the sovereign. Was Prince Philip head of the family?
I think very much so. I mean, as someone put it, she wore the crown, he wore the trousers. I mean, she deferred to him in all matters to do with the family, and particularly, I suppose, one example would be over the schooling and the education, even though friends of the couple say that they took considerable advice. But one example would be that he was very keen on Prince Charles going to Gordonston. Other of his sons went there and had a better time, but Prince Charles had a pretty miserable time.
What will the Queen do without him?
I think she will really struggle, actually. We all know, don't we, of our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, relatives who've lived to a great age, who've been married for a considerable period of time, and then one partner predeceases the other, and it leaves a considerable hole in their lives. And what's particularly the case with the Queen is, well, there's two aspects, isn't there? When you get to that age of 94, a lot of your friends predecease you and die before you. But also for the Queen, she lives an extraordinary life, a life that we cannot imagine, that is very different to ours. And when you're in that peculiar life, what sustains you are the people close to you who understand it and who can help you. And so she has lost her mother back in 2002. She lost her sister, who really, really understood it, and with her throughout all of that period. And now she has lost her husband, who she was married to for 73 years. And I was very struck by a comment which sort of summed up what he did for the Queen, from Sophie Wessex, who one day now will be the Countess of Edinburgh following the death of her father-in-law. And she talked about their marriage and his importance to the Queen. And she said at the time when he was alive, he has her back.
So many people have taken part in the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, including Andy, who says, I met the Duke 30 years ago, accompanied by my mum Val. I collected my gold award at St James's Palace. My best memory was the gold hike that we did in the French-Italian Alps at 12,000 feet and the terrible journey there in a school minibus. And this text, I met Prince Philip at St James's Palace more than 20 years ago when I received my Duke of Edinburgh Gold Award. He asked me where I did my community service. I told him I did it in the tea gardens on Caldy Island. He told me I didn't know they grew tea in Britain. Now, reporting for LBC live from Windsor Castle, our correspondent Rachel Venables.
Eddie, you join me outside one of the main gates here at Windsor Castle. It's actually the one that feeds down into the Long Walk, which is that straight stretch of very famous, almost 3-mile long road all the way through the Royal Park here. And at this gate and at other spots, key spots in and around the town, people have been really streaming past these areas all day, gathering, pausing in silence and in I think, almost stunned disbelief to mark the moment, to pay their respects to the Duke, and I think to really pay tribute to just an incredible life and an incredible legacy. And of course, the Duke, who passed away peacefully, we're told, here at Windsor Castle this morning at the age of 99, just sadly a few months short of his 100th birthday. Now, of course, this castle is where he and the Queen spent much of the past year together, isolating together with just a small staff of specialised household members of staff to look after them. They were isolating due to the pandemic, and this will be just an unimaginable blow to Her Majesty. They've spent, obviously, 73 years in marriage together. He supported her throughout, and I think many people here paying their respects not only to Philip and the legacy he leaves, but also really recognising the impact that this will have on the Queen, who must be absolutely devastated, I think, beyond words today. And as I mentioned, people have been gathering here to pay their respects. They've also been laying flowers, and there's a patch of grass just outside this gate which has been completely filled with flowers. People have been laying them, one after the other, huge, beautiful, massive bouquets that look like they cost an extraordinary amount of money, with cards that are elegant, next to small bunches, little bits of daffodils. People have lain a single flower, all a token of their individual, I think, sense of pain and loss and mourning today. People have also lain flags. I can see quite a few different flags and cards and letters as well, either to Prince Philip or to the Queen. And somebody who is just about to lay down a bunch of flowers is Leslie, who joins me now. And Leslie, a terribly sad day. How are you feeling?
It is a very sad day to wake up this morning. I thought this day would never come, but sadly the news that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen's constant companion has passed away. It's very sad, and I had to come and pay my respects. I've been here for 60 years in all the big events of the royal family. I'm a staunch loyalist to the royal family, and I'm particularly thinking of the Queen today. It's sad to think that she may be alone in this castle. I hope her family get to her soon and give her the support, because this is a very sad loss to Her Majesty. He was an extraordinary man. I mean, I don't think people realise just how much he shaped our history and how much he supported the Queen. He did the military side and she did the day-to-day running of the royals, but he shaped us to what we are today and gave us our history. I did the Duke of Edinburgh's award up to gold standard.
Fantastic.
And he gave me my medal.
So you've actually met him. Tell me about that. What was that like?
3 occasions, and he's just remarkable, extraordinary, very tall, super fit looking man. In fact, somebody asked him just before he left hospital at the King Edward Hospital, "How are you, sir?" And he just sternly said to them, "Do I look ill?"
And I can see the pain in your voice.
Yeah.
I can hear it, you crying, and I'm so sorry to, I guess, to talk to you about this at what is obviously a very difficult time. You've got a bunch of roses, and you obviously want to lay them down. And can you just talk to me about why this man he's affected you in such this way, and why you are feeling it so keenly today? So many people are as well. I've spoken to other people who've been crying. One woman said she didn't know why she was so sad, but it had just really hit her.
Yeah, well, he's an icon, and as I said, he shaped our history. He's been with the Queen since she was 14. I mean, this man was born into the Greek royal family, and His mother was born deaf and put in an asylum. He was taken away from his mother, and he fled Greece and went to Paris, and then made his way to the UK and went to Gordonstown and was tutored there. And at 14 he met the Queen, married her at 19, and the rest is history. And we all know what a remarkable man he is for his quips and everything. But I'm here to pay my respects because he is an extraordinary, icon and stalwart for the UK.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to me. I'll let you go and lay your flowers.
Lay my flowers. Thank you.
And lay your flowers. Thank you. Well, there you are, Eddie. And you can hear the emotion in her voice. As I said, she was crying at the beginning there, and so many people have felt that today. And I think really the nation is stopping to pay their respects and to mark a life that was really, I think, obviously dedicated to service, dedicated to the Queen, dedicated to the nation.
Rachel, what, as far as we know, is the plan for the funeral?
Well, so far we know that it's going to be a pretty small, fairly private affair. This is the sort of thing that Prince Philip, we understand, had always wanted. It not just because of COVID times they're going to be paring it down, but because he was historically a man who didn't like a fuss. So even though he would be entitled to lying in state at the grand affair of a state funeral where you would see the roads around central London lined with mourners and people coming out to pay their respects, instead we understand it'll be pretty small. It's going to take place in St George's Chapel here, a very historical church here inside Windsor Castle. And we also understand that this is where he's going to be buried after his funeral in 8 days' time. He's going to be buried in the grounds of Windsor Castle, over in Frogmore Gardens, we understand, which is where many other monarchs over the years have been buried, many members of the royal family. It's also where Queen Victoria and Albert have been interred, and it's also, we understand, where the Queen would like one day to be buried as well. And the whole funeral, as we understand it, is going to be, as I say, a very small private affair. Expect just a few family, a few friends, possibly, of course, some political dignitaries and foreign leaders perhaps, but it isn't going to be the pomp and pageantry and ceremony that perhaps a man of his stature, when you consider what he has given to this country and all those years of service, you might think that some people might think he would naturally deserve.
Rachel, thank you. Rachel Venables reporting for LBC Live from Windsor Castle. Andrew Pearce will be with us at 7 tonight, Ian Dale at 10 o'clock. We've just had a statement. I gave you a Barack Obama statement a little earlier. We've had one in now from former US President Donald Trump. Melania and I send our deepest and most profound condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and to the entire royal family. We send our most heartfelt sympathies to the British people. This is an irreplaceable loss for Great Britain and for all who hold dear our civilization. Prince Philip defined British dignity and grace. He personified the quiet reserve, stern fortitude and unbending integrity of the United Kingdom. Over the past few years, Melania and I were honoured to have the opportunity to visit the United Kingdom. We saw firsthand how the monarchy epitomises and carries on the virtues of the British people, and no one did so more than Prince Philip. As we grieve his loss, we celebrate his memory and rededicate ourselves to the values to which he devoted his extraordinary life. He will be greatly missed. A statement in the last few moments from former US President Donald Trump. This is LBC at 6 o'clock. The news from Thomas Watts.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. Buckingham Palace says Prince Philip passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The statement spoke of the Queen's deep sorrow at the death of her husband of more than 70 years. The Earl of Wessex, Prince Edward, is the Duke's youngest son.
My father was a wonderful man. He was a very brilliant man. He was a man that could take situations and see different ways of being able to look at them.
Prince Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. He served in the Royal Navy in the Second World War before marrying Princess Elizabeth in 1947, 5 years before she became Queen. Boris Johnson said the Duke earned the affection of generations of people in the UK, the Commonwealth and around the world.
It is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and, in recent years, great-grandfather.
The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says Britain has lost an extraordinary public servant. One of Prince Philip's most enduring achievements is his awards programme for young people, set up in 1956. He supported more than 800 charities and good causes, focusing on his interests in wildlife conservation, technology and sport. Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, says the Duke consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own.
What a wonderful life of service, of duty, of service to his country, service to the Crown, but with this formidable intelligence, insight, and a really extraordinary prophetic gift.
Prince Philip had returned to Windsor Castle in March after spending nearly a month in hospital in London. He initially received care for an infection, but then underwent a heart procedure for a pre-existing condition. People have been asked not to gather and leave flowers at royal residences because of coronavirus restrictions. Instead, an online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. Our senior reporter, Matthew Thompson, is outside Buckingham Palace.
The pandemic provides the context for almost everything we do at the moment, doesn't it? And there will be sadness, no doubt, at Prince Philip's death, being compounded by the sadness of knowing that people are unlikely to be filling the streets around Buckingham Palace. The Union flags are unlikely to come out as perhaps they might have done had the circumstances been different. Although Prince Philip himself said that he didn't want any fuss over his death when it inevitably came, and in some way the pandemic has seen to that.
No date has been set for the Duke's funeral. It's understood his grandson, Prince Harry, will be among a small number of mourners. Flags on royal residences and official buildings are flying at half-mast, and the bells of Westminster Abbey are sounding. This is LBC.
Thomas Watts with the news. Peter Hunt, royal commentator, is with me till 7 o'clock. And as well as being on LBC, we are streaming live on Global Player. If you've already downloaded the Global Player app to your smartphone, you'll know what we're talking about. If not, today's the day. Global Player, wherever you get your apps from on your smartphone. I just want to read to you the statement that was issued by Buckingham Palace just after midday. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Prince Philip was the longest-serving consort in British history. The Duke and the Queen were married for more than 70 years. He officially retired from public engagements in the summer of 2017.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War, at Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Boris Johnson in Downing Street. This was the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer.
He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon paid this tribute.
Well, I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
And in fact, many LBC listeners have been telling us about the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme and what it meant to them. Simon from Worthing says, "Hi, I lost my father rather suddenly in 1975, and as a 14-year-old boy was somewhat lost. At that time, our scout group encouraged me to participate in the awards scheme. I was fortunately able to gain bronze, silver and gold. Over the next 5 years, it gave me great purpose. I particularly remember working in a geriatric ward for 2 years in Worthing Hospital as a volunteer 1 day a week as part of the scheme. The award gave me great confidence, and I'm sure I wouldn't have achieved what I have now without taking part in the Duke of Edinburgh scheme. Thank you, Prince Philip, and rest in peace." That's Simon in Worthing. If you've taken part in the scheme and want to tell me about it, you can text 84850. Among the other political tributes today, this was Northern Ireland's First Minister, Arlene Foster.
It is with deep sadness that I've learned of the death of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. It is a sadness that I know will be shared by countless others in Northern Ireland and right across the world. Prince Philip was widely respected for his active and dedicated service to the country and for his steadfast support to Her Majesty the Queen throughout her reign. He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland, and I had the privilege of meeting him here on a number of his many visits. He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. This inspirational programme is just one example of the many charities and voluntary organisations in which he was involved right up to his retirement from public service at the age of 96. I offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to all the members of the royal family at this sad time.
Northern Ireland's Deputy First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, said, "I wish to extend my sincere condolences to Queen Elizabeth and her family on the death of her husband, Prince Philip. Over the past 2 decades, there have been significant interventions by the British royal family to assist in the building of relationships between Britain and Ireland. It is appropriate that this contribution to the advancement of peace and reconciliation is rightly recognised. To all those of a unionist tradition and of British identity, those who value and cherish the royal family, I wish to acknowledge the sense of loss felt." This was the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Throughout his long life, Prince Philip served with selfless devotion and a remarkable generosity of spirit. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion. The Duke of Edinburgh will be sorely missed by the many Welsh organisations that he supported as patron or president over so many decades of service.
Here's LBC's Simon Conway.
He was a Greek prince born on Corfu in 1921, but his early years were difficult. Philip spent his childhood moving from country to country as his family was forced into exile by revolution.
I didn't notice it at the time, no. It seemed to be perfectly normal as far as I was concerned. I mean, how could I compare it with anything else?
After school in Scotland, Philip pursued his dream of a naval career. Princess Elizabeth was just 13 when she met the dashing cadet and fell instantly in love. But the world was at war and Philip went to sea on convoy duty. In 1947, post-war Britain delighted in the wedding of Princess Elizabeth and her dashing prince.
And how they cheered the happy pair when they came out onto the balcony. What a wonderful picture the princess made, looking most lovely in her magnificent gown and standing happily beside her husband.
He continued his career in the Navy, but in 1952, the King died and Prince Philip's life changed forever. His wife became Queen and he her consort. Philip quickly developed a reputation for being outspoken and was also perhaps best known for his legendary gaffes. His reputation for plain speaking often led to controversy, but he was branded a national treasure by the press for his inability to curb his off-the-cuff remarks. Prince Philip claimed he was misunderstood and readily acknowledged he wasn't always the easiest person to deal with.
Tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance in abundance.
But despite the bluff exterior, he saw himself as a moderniser. He was behind the decision to allow cameras to capture royal family life. Yet perhaps his most successful achievement was creating the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme for young people. His son Edward is an ambassador.
He was very much the architect of not just the spread of the award within UK, but then how it then spread to over 126 countries around the world.
His relationship with his own children, particularly Charles, was at times strained. Accused of forcing his son into marrying Princess Diana, he was later criticised for failing to support her when the marriage broke down. But royal author Hugo Vickers says he was a source of great strength in the days after Diana's death.
Prince William, quite understandably, before the funeral, was anxious as to whether or not he should take part, whether he should walk behind his mother's coffin to Westminster Abbey. Prince Philip said to him, I think you would very much regret not walking behind your mother's coffin later on in life. So in other words, he took the long view, and then he said, and I'll walk with you.
During the Queen's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames, he gave little impression of winding down. Yet a day later, he was back in hospital with a bladder infection. He'd already been treated 6 months earlier for a blocked coronary artery. As she marked her Diamond Jubilee, it left the Queen to attend several events alone, and she used the occasion to pay tribute to him.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know.
Soon after his 90th birthday, the Duke admitted he was looking forward to winding down, but the Duke would put in another 6 years of official engagements before finally stepping down, saying it was a decision he made before he fell down.
I'm sorry to hear you standing down. I'll stand up.
At the time, political leaders paid their tributes to his clear sense of public duty.
On behalf of the whole country, I want to offer our deepest gratitude and good wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's made an incredible mark on the scene in the whole country. He founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
He's always gone about his public service as well with a healthy, at times even a mischievous sense of humour.
His final solo public engagement before retirement was at Buckingham Palace in August 2017. He was 96 as he met Royal Marines as their Captain General.
3 cheers for the Captain General! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
then, he'd carried out more than 22,000 solo appearances since 1952. After retiring from public duties, the Duke hit the headlines when he was involved in a car crash while driving his Range Rover near the Sandringham estate in 2019. He was unharmed, but 2 women in the other car were injured. Prince Philip faced no action as he'd given up his driving licence. 2 years later, he'd spend a month in hospital to be treated for an infection and undergo a successful procedure for a heart condition at the age of 99. He is survived by the Queen, his 4 children, 8 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Dutiful, devoted and never dull, the Duke of Edinburgh was the longest-serving consort in British history.
Simon Conway. We'll take you to Sandringham in a moment. Just want to give you some more LBC listener experience of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme. This is from Lee, who is 17 and in Cambridge. He says, R.I.P. Prince Philip, you'll be missed. I did the Duke of Edinburgh Award last year. It was the most challenging and successful part of my life. I've made lots of friends. And another text says, honestly, the Duke of Edinburgh scheme was the best thing ever for me. Took me away from boarding school, forged friends I still have today, created so many hilarious stories of mishaps and adventures. Led me on to doing Officer Training Corps, which would never have happened without the Duke of Edinburgh scheme. Now I have an enduring love of walking, mountains and camping. And guess what? My kids are doing the awards and are also growing as people. More news on LBC now, 6:17. Here's Thomas Watts.
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. A statement says Prince Philip, who was 99, passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Duke was married to the Queen for more than 70 years and became the longest-serving consort in British history. He supported more than 800 charities and good causes, focusing on interests in conservation, technology and sport. One of Prince Philip's most enduring achievements is his awards programme for young people, set up in 1956. Boris Johnson says the Duke earned the affection of generations in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says Prince Philip dedicated his life to Britain. The Ministry of Defence has confirmed a gun salute will be fired at noon tomorrow to mark Prince Philip's death. 41 rounds will be fired at locations across the UK, in Gibraltar and on ships at sea. People are being encouraged to sign an official online book of condolence rather than gather at royal residences. This is LBC.
Thomas Watts with the news. At Westminster Abbey now, and this has been going on since 6 o'clock, a bell has been tolling once every 60 seconds and will carry on doing so until it is tolled 99 times. The royal commentator Peter Hunt is with me. Peter, as we discussed earlier in the programme, preparations for this funeral have been taking place in earnest for a long time, although they will have to change as a result of COVID. And the funeral itself will present all sorts of interesting and intriguing scenarios.
Yes, I think now is the time to spare a thought for Lord Parker, who is only 9 days into his new job. He was Andrew Parker. He was the head of MI5. He's gone from being undercover and out of sight to being the Lord Chamberlain. So he's the most senior official in the Queen's household, and it is his responsibility to oversee this funeral. And the challenges that you're alluding to are many and varied. It will have to be reduced in size because of COVID regulations. It will have to be reduced in terms of the pomp and the ceremony that had been planned to accommodate it and accompany it. That will now all focus on Windsor. And then there'll be the issues of members of the family who have attracted headlines for all the wrong reasons in recent months and years. The funeral itself will be the first time that properly we have seen Prince Andrew in public life next to his family. If you remember, even when one of his daughters got married, the wedding pictures that were released didn't include Prince Andrew. I imagine we'll see him earlier than the funeral, because I think that what you will see at some point, and one assumes it will be filmed, photographed or televised, is there will be a mark of respect to their father by the siblings, by the children, Charles, Edward, Andrew and Anne. I imagine may well stand around and hold a vigil around the coffin at some stage for a 30-minute period at some stage between now and the funeral. And then, of course, there'll be an individual, a grandson in America, who'll be very keen to attend the funeral, which is Prince Harry. And so he has got to navigate the whole issue of how he gets here. I imagine that's not too difficult if your grandmother is the Queen, but also how he navigates the issues of isolating and everything like that.
And then there's his wife.
I suspect, even though I don't know, that Meghan may not fly just because she is pregnant and they are expecting their second child. And as we talk of Harry and Meghan, it is interesting to speculate, and it is my belief that the outcome of a lot of this may have been slightly different if Prince Philip had played a more active role, as he used to in the past, in family affairs than he did more recently, when he very much took a backseat and clearly had more than enough.
What do you mean by that?
I think that he would have been there as a sort of counsel for the Queen, and I think he would have been there and more involved in the conversations as they navigated their path through the self-imposed exile of Harry and Meghan. And I think some of the rougher edges of what the royal family decided, I think when they finally left here, the door was shut and wasn't left ajar, and I have a suspicion that he may have been minded to encourage the Queen to keep it slightly ajar.
We're going to go to Sandringham now. Thank you, Peter. Here is Charlotte Sullivan.
Most of us can recognise Sandringham instantly, set in around 20,000 acres of woodland. It's the place we see the royal family walk to church every Christmas morning on our TV screens. And just a few yards away from that church that we see are the main huge gold and black entrance gates where I am now, where a number of bouquets of flowers have already been left, some with messages of condolences to the Queen on, while others thank the Duke directly for his service. Now, there's been a mix of people here at the Sandringham estate today, locals out for a stroll, some of the media, and then people who've come here specifically to pay their respects after hearing the announcement about Prince Philip earlier on. There's also police officers blocking some roads and entrances around the estate to manage traffic flow, and of course making sure visitors here still respect the current COVID restrictions in place and socially distance while laying their flowers. Sandringham, which is known to be the Duke's favourite royal home, has been Prince Philip's main residence since he retired from public life in 2017. He'd been living in Wood Farm on the estate, which is a property the Queen and the Duke use when they're not hosting events in the main house. But back in November last year, the Duke returned to Windsor Castle with the Queen so that they could isolate together. I spoke earlier to the Bishop of Norwich, who told me the Duke had a major hand in turning Sandringham into what it is today and that he enjoyed spending time here.
The royal family love being here at Sandringham, and certainly in recent years, since the Duke of Edinburgh retired from public life, he spent a lot of his time living quietly here on the estate, where he was much loved and he really enjoyed being with local people. Indeed, looking around us on the estate, we can see a lot of his legacy in terms of the trees that he planted, in the design of the estate, in how it functions, is very much his legacy.
It is a really close-knit community here too, and people living nearby are actually quite protective of the royal family. This woman here earlier told me it's lovely to have them as neighbours.
It's a wonderful facility here. I mean, they opened it up for the public. It's kept in the most beautiful condition. The house is lovely. They lend us the house to look at. I mean, you know, if you had an oligarch owning something like this, we'd have nothing. But the royal family are generous and they do their duty, and I think it's a very sad day, and I feel so sorry for the Queen and her family.
Another woman I spoke to told me she cried when she heard the news today, as it feels almost personal to her. But most of the people I have spoken to here today say their thoughts are first and foremost with the Queen, and that's why many have made a trip here today to show their support to Her Majesty.
Charlotte Sullivan reporting for LBC live from Sandringham. Peter was just talking a moment or two ago about the role that the Duke's children might play in his funeral. LBC's Matthew Thompson has been taking a closer look at the Duke's role as a family man.
In London, Prince Peter of Greece and his wife. The 39-year-old prince is yet another member of the Mountbatten family to reach London. He is a cousin of Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, formerly Prince Philip of Greece. Prince Peter and our reporter had this conversation.
Your Royal Highness, it is said that you are over here in connection with the possibility of an engagement between Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Mountbatten. Is this so?
No, I can categorically say that this is no relation whatsoever. I don't know what my cousin's plans are, and I would not like to comment on them in any way.
The year was 1947, and in spite of denials from his cousin to the rife speculation, merely months later, Lieutenant Mountbatten became His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh as he married Princess Elizabeth, heir to the British crown. But that was hardly his introduction to the royal family. Himself a former Prince of Greece and Denmark, he was a great-great-grandson of Queen Victoria and a cousin of his own wife, the future Queen Elizabeth.
And now the solemn service begins.
The wedding itself marked a crucial turning point for the Duke. It was the beginning of the end of his career in the Royal Navy and the start of his full devotion to royal duty and to family. Almost exactly a year later, he became the father of a future king with the birth of Prince Charles.
It has just been announced from Buckingham Palace that Her Royal Highness, the Princess Elizabeth, Duchess of Edinburgh, was safely delivered of a prince at 9:14 p.m. and that Her Royal Highness and her son are both doing well. Listeners will wish us to offer their loyal congratulations to Princess Elizabeth and the royal family on this happy occasion.
But it was his wife's ascent to the throne that really settled the direction of his life. He was the first to swear allegiance to the new Queen as part of the coronation.
I, Philip, will become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, and faith and truth I will bear unto you, to live and die, against all manner of
rising, touches the crown upon her head, and kisses her upon the left cheek.
From then on, his place was behind his wife rather than at her side, quite literally, as royal protocol dictates. Taking a back seat in affairs of state meant that at least behind the scenes, Prince Philip became the de facto head of the family. He threw himself into running the royal estates. Keen to make changes in the way things were done, he set up an organisation and methods review at the palace. But his modernising zeal occasionally brought controversy.
Well, we'll see if she's allowed out in the snow.
Never more so than in 1969, when he gave the green light to a behind-the-scenes documentary of the royals, which, despite drawing audiences of millions on the BBC, was quietly banned and withdrawn. Some commentators have credited it with fueling the hunger and press obsession with the royals that would have such tragic consequences in later years.
Still walking down the distinctive red road of the Mall before turning off to Horse Guards. The Duke of Edinburgh on the left, Prince William with his head bowed, Charles Spencer, the little figure of the red-headed Prince Harry, and the Prince of Wales.
The Duke has a very close relationship with his grandsons and was said to be instrumental in convincing the young princes to walk behind the coffin at Diana's funeral. The extent of the prince's devotion to family and indeed to Queen and country is something that is best summed up in the words of Her Majesty herself, speaking 50 years after their wedding in 1997.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Our senior reporter Matthew Thompson compiled that. One of the things which endeared Prince Philip to some people were his frank and forthright, unfiltered remarks. Peter Hunt's holding up a bit. Have you got a... I see you grasping a piece of card there while I'm talking.
No, I've just found one which won't get either of us into trouble.
Are you sure?
I am sure. I've checked it. Are we? Oh no, we're not before 6 o'clock. Oh no, we're after 6. That's
fine. You can say anything now.
No, that's good. People have had their tea. No, it was at the end of a trip to Canada, and the official asked him, "How was your flight?" The Duke replied, "Have you flown in an aeroplane?" The individual replied, "Yes." The reply from the Queen's husband came, "Well, it was just like that."
I've been reading throughout the programme from this list compiled by the Daily Telegraph, that august organ, of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments. Some of them I don't think we can really read on the radio at any time. So thinking of family, and Matthew Thompson was reflecting on that, there's a couple of quotes here about Princess Anne. Now, you'll know, Peter, that there was a ghastly moment in 1974 when a gunman tried to kidnap Princess Anne in the Mall, I think, wasn't it? And it turned out everything was all right. But speaking of that incident, Prince Philip said, if the man had succeeded in abducting Anne, she would have given him a hell of a time while in captivity. And also, if you admire the prince's straight talking, you'll appreciate this. Again, talking about the Princess Royal, this is a direct quote, quoted in the Daily Telegraph. He said of the Princess Royal, if it doesn't fart or eat hay, she's not interested. Now here's Thomas Watts with the news.
The Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99. A statement from Buckingham Palace spoke of the Queen's deep sorrow at the death of her husband of more than 70 years. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said Prince Philip helped to steer the royal family.
Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct.
Prince Philip had returned to Windsor Castle in March after spending nearly a month in hospital in London. He initially received care for an infection, but then underwent a heart procedure for a pre-existing condition. The Duke supported more than 800 charities and good causes, focusing on his interests in conservation, technology and sport. He took part in some 22,000 public appearances before retiring from public duties, aged 96. President Biden has highlighted the Duke's decades of devoted public service, Second World War service and environmental efforts in remembering his legacy. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi recalled Philip's distinguished military career. The Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said he embodied a generation that we will never see again. Church bells across the country have been sounding in tribute to the Duke, including at St Paul's Cathedral in London. Flags at Buckingham Palace, Downing Street and Holyrood are among those flying at half-mast. An online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. People are being asked to consider making a contribution to charity instead of leaving flowers at royal residences. This is LBC.
Every year, the royal family spent a significant part of their summer at Balmoral. Martin Fair is moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland and in September 2014 gave a sermon to the royals while they were staying at Balmoral. Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. What are your thoughts, before I ask you to remember September 2014, what are your thoughts today?
Well, I think I'm like everyone else across the nation in feeling a deep sense of sadness at the loss of the Duke of Edinburgh. I think right now it's about the family as far as I'm concerned. We remember Her Majesty the Queen, she has lost her husband. We remember our family who have lost a father and a grandfather and a great-grandfather. So it's a time for mourning for all of us.
Tell me about 2014 and that sermon.
Well, first of all, it was an enormous privilege to be invited to be there at Balmoral and not least to preach in Crathy Kirk on the Sunday morning with the royal family assembled there. It was worth noting that Her Majesty the Queen always wants it just to be a normal Sunday when she is at Crathy Kirk. No special fuss, just as if she was one of the congregation which she loves to be. So I tried to take it in that spirit and to address my sermon to the whole of the congregation and not just that it be directed particularly at the Queen and her family.
Was it nerve-wracking?
It was nerve-wracking to begin with, but to be honest, I have butterflies every Sunday morning. It's an honour to preach, but of course it's a little bit different when Her Majesty is sat there in front of you with members of her family. So it was nerve-wracking, but once I was up and running, I got into my stride and it passed off very well, I think.
And away from Crathy Kirk itself, you learned that Prince Philip was a dab hand with the barbecue tongs.
Well, that's right. I was able to spend a weekend with the royal family, and on the Saturday evening, as is one of their traditions, I believe, there was a barbecue on the estate. And when we got there, maybe there were 15 or 20 of us all together. And the Duke of Edinburgh took charge of the barbecue, did it all himself, very ably. And I think that was the measure of the man. He was independent, though a wonderful supporter to Her Majesty. He was his own man. And woe betide anybody else that tried to help with that barbecue. He knew what he was going to do and he got on with it.
What was he barbecuing?
We were all served with grouse.
Of course.
And I suppose these were reasonably freshly shot on the estate. And we had grouse and all the trimmings. So it was a wee bit upmarket from my normal burger barbecue.
What did you make of the Duke of Edinburgh?
I warmed to him. There's a public perception, and I think meeting the man belies that. He is I remember him as being of a very sharp mind and open to discussion, and showed a great interest in what I had to say, not least on the Sunday morning, and wanted to engage with me. So he was generous with his time, he was gracious, and he had a sense of humour, and for all of those reasons I found myself warming to him.
Do you know, by the way, and I don't want you to betray any confidences, I'm sure you wouldn't, but I'm just curious as to, we know how important her Christian faith is to the Queen. I just wonder about Prince Philip.
There's no question about it that Prince Philip was very interested in all things spiritual. Some of that comes across. I think he would be perhaps a little bit less upfront about it than Her Majesty has been through her Christmas Day addresses and so on. But as to his interest in spirituality, there's no question it was very deep.
Very good to see you. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Martin Fair, moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. Now, let's catch up with Simon Marks, our US correspondent. Normally on this programme on a Friday, of course, we bring you Simon Marks's American Week, understandably usurped in the light of this news about Prince Philip. But Simon, you can bring us details of some of the American reaction to this death, including from the very top.
Yes, absolutely, Eddie, and that reaction, of course, continues to come in here. The news of the Duke of Edinburgh's death broke just after 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, 4 o'clock in the morning out on the West, and America's broadcast networks broke into their breakfast time programming.
All right, we are coming to you with some breaking news right now. CBS News has learned that Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has died at the age of 99. In a statement the royal family has released, they say it is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Now to breaking news from London. Buckingham Palace has just confirmed that Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has died at the age of 99. They've been married, think about this, for 73 years.
And imagine all that they have gone through together and how they've seen the world change from that particular vantage point.
And that notion of just how much the world changed during the Duke's life was on the mind of Joe Biden, the president issuing a brief written statement on behalf of himself and the First Lady. He saw our world change dramatically and repeatedly, it says of Prince Philip, citing his public service during World War II, his 73 years alongside the Queen, and his entire life in the public eye. His legacy will live on, continued the statement, not only through his family, but in all the charitable endeavours he shaped. There were no personal recollections in that statement of any time that Joe Biden may have spent with the Duke of Edinburgh. And at the White House briefing a short time ago, Press Secretary Jen Psaki had nothing more to add.
We saw the statement earlier, but has the President been in touch with Buckingham Palace, number 10, about the death of Prince Philip, and does he have any plans to attend the funeral?
He has not been in touch directly himself. No, we put out a statement in his name and the First Lady's name earlier today. I'm not aware of any plans at this point in time.
She seemed to be suggesting there that the president didn't even write the statement himself. The same cannot be said for Barack Obama, who has distributed a fulsome tribute to the Duke. He says when he and Michelle Obama first met Prince Philip, he and the Queen had already been on the world stage for more than half a century, welcoming leaders like Churchill and Kennedy, Mandela and Gorbachev. As two Americans unaccustomed to palaces and pomp, we didn't know what to expect. We shouldn't have worried. The Queen and Prince Philip immediately put us at ease with their grace and generosity, turning a ceremonial occasion into something far more natural, even comfortable. Prince Philip in particular was kind and warm, write the Obamas, with a sharp wit and unfailing good humour. It was our first introduction to the man behind the title, and in the years since, our admiration for him has only grown. We'll miss him dearly. The Obamas go on. Prince Philip showed the world what it meant to be a supportive husband to a powerful woman. Through his extraordinary example, he proved that true partnership has room for both ambition and selflessness, all in service of something greater. And from former President Donald Trump, we've also heard a detailed tribute calling Prince Philip a man who embodied the noble soul and proud spirit of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. Melania and I send our deepest and most profound condolences to Her Majesty and to the entire royal family. The statement goes on, this is an irreplaceable loss for Great Britain and for all who hold dear our civilization. Prince Philip defined British dignity and grace. He personified the quiet reserve, stern fortitude and unbending integrity of the United Kingdom. And the Trumps say, we saw firsthand how the monarchy epitomizes and carries on the virtues of the British people. And no one did so more than Prince Philip. We're also keeping our eye, of course, on California. And a little bit earlier, the website for the foundation operated by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex there put out a tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh on its homepage. It says simply, in loving memory of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, thank you for your service. You will be greatly missed. There is, of course, Eddie, tremendous interest here and there in whether either or both the Sussexes make a return visit to the UK ahead of the funeral.
Well, indeed. I mean, we were talking, Simon, and the feeling here, and by that I mean, this is Peter Hunt's view, and I always agree with Peter, that Meghan Markle's pregnancy probably makes coming to the UK for the funeral impossible. We can be sure that Oprah won't be invited. But Meghan Markle, of course, is one of the key reasons. I mean, there's always interest in America in the British royal family, but it's been heightened by her being part of the family now.
Yeah, and I think there is no question that over the course of the last few weeks, and I can tell you from my own conversations with many Americans that I know well here, there is no question that the reputation of the royal family has taken a dent following the transmission of that interview with Meghan Markle and, of course, the Duke of Sussex, conducted by Oprah Winfrey. You heard in that clip of how the breakfast programmes in America were covering the news from Buckingham Palace today, the voice of Gayle King on the CBS morning programme, a woman who has acted at times over the last few weeks, not really as a journalist, but as the de facto personal spokeswoman for Meghan Markle. She's very close with Meghan Markle, as of course is Oprah Winfrey. And so I think there's no question that in the aftermath of that interview with Oprah Winfrey, and we saw this reflected in opinion polls here, the reputation of the royal family took a tumble, and the esteem in which Meghan Markle personally was held by the American public began to rise. Friends of Meghan Markle have continued to float the idea that she might even be considering a run for the presidency in 2024 on the Democratic side of the aisle. That is not something that the royal couple at any stage have moved to deny or try to damp down. So I think there will be considerable interest here in what they say and what they do over the course of the next few days. And I think that's underpinned and underscored by the fact that Prince Philip himself, there are many Americans who will say to you, well, just tell me again who he is. I mean, you always, if you talk about the Duke of Edinburgh here, you've always had to say husband of the Queen, because while people are aware of him, and certainly he had visited the United States with the Queen on several occasions, certainly for a younger generation of Americans, I think he feels like quite a distant figure with whom they don't immediately, in any sense, sort of resonate. So I think that most of the interest here over the next few days will be focused more on the West Coast and what comes out of the Sussexes and what decision they choose to make, rather than necessarily people offering up personal tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh, although clearly the funeral, when it takes place, will also be very closely watched by Americans who always somewhat revel in the royal family of a country that the United States, of course, fled from in order to establish independence over 200 years ago.
Simon, thank you. Our US correspondent, Simon Marks. Lots of listeners getting in touch with their memories of meeting Prince Philip. We had Sheila earlier in the programme talking about seeing him during the Silver Jubilee when she was just a tiny girl, Sheila. We've got this from Josh in Camberley. I met Prince Philip when he came to the town of Sandhurst. Our youth band led him through to the town hall. He then got out of his car and came straight over to us and said, "Marvellous, was that you playing or a CD?" If you have a memory of meeting Prince Philip, 84850 is our text. Hopefully it's a rosier memory than another of these quotes from the Telegraph of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments. This is from Salford, 2001, speaking to 13-year-old Andrew Adams, who told Philip he wanted to go into space. Philip replied, "You're too fat to be an astronaut." Here's Thomas Watts with the news.
Buckingham Palace says the royal family join with people around the world in mourning the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. A statement says Prince Philip, who was 99, passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. The Duke was married to the Queen for more than 70 years and became the longest-serving consort in British history. He supported more than 800 charities and good causes, focusing on interests in conservation, technology and sport. One of Prince Philip's most enduring achievements is his awards programme for young people, set up in 1956. President Joe Biden has highlighted the Duke of Edinburgh's decades of devoted public service. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau described Prince Philip as a man of great purpose and conviction. People have been asked not to gather and leave flowers at royal residences because of coronavirus restrictions. Instead, an online book of condolence has been set up on the royal family's official website. And gun salutes marking the Duke of Edinburgh's death will take place across the UK, in Gibraltar and at sea tomorrow. Batteries will fire 41 rounds at 1 a minute from midday in cities including London, Edinburgh, Cardiff and Belfast. Royal Navy warships will also take part. This is LBC.
We heard a moment or two ago on the programme from the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. You heard him, very nice man, and his title is often, to my memory, is shortened in Scottish tabloid newspapers from moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland to Kirk Supremo. And you had some observations, Peter Hunt, royal commentator, on what the Kirk Supremo was talking about.
Well, there was two bits, really. On the more serious end, you were asking about
God.
God, yes. And we know about the Queen's faith, but we don't know as much about his faith, the Prince Philip's.
I thought it was interesting. He said he was that the Prince was interested in spiritual things rather than committed Church of England or Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, he characterised himself as a committed Christian. What was really interesting is that he was very keen on encouraging, as his son Charles has been more recently as well, encouraging dialogue between the three sort of major faiths, Christianity, the Jews and the Muslims, and he supported a series of conferences organised to facilitate that sort of dialogue. And indeed, you know, he actually published a book of theological debate where he raised some issues, and then a Church of England vicar responded, then he asked more questions, and so he...
Didn't I see that in The Crown?
You may well have done, because
that's where I get most of my royal news.
His library had 634 volumes on religious and spiritual matters.
Right.
And then the other thing that struck me when you were talking to your guest in Scotland was how he'd gone along to the barbecue, and Prince Philip and his barbecues were famous or infamous. I mean, he was obsessed with them. But I think what that story indicates for us is those moments where he and her, the Queen, could be normal, inside inverted commas, and there were very few. And you often the anecdotes you get from prime ministers who would spend time with the royal family up in Scotland would be their sense of awkwardness when, quite literally, the Queen would have her marigolds on and would be doing the washing up, and they would be standing there wanting to get involved. So they were those rare moments where they behaved as other people do.
If you've encountered Prince Philip in his long life, and so many people have, get in touch. 84850 is our text. Robert in Cambridge says, Prince Philip asked me where I was from. I said, just outside Birmingham. He said, poor bastard, and walked off. Let's go to Windsor Castle once again. Reporting live from there, our correspondent Rachel Venables.
Eddie, after a beautifully mild, warm spring day, in fact, it's starting to get a little bit chilly here. You've got really pewter grey clouds and the sun's just starting to go down, but that has had absolutely no impact on the crowds. If anything, I think there's more people now than there was at midday when that news broke that sadly Prince Philip, at 99 years old, had passed away peacefully here inside Windsor Castle. And I mentioned the crowds despite the best efforts of the police and of the palace, who have been really trying to dissuade people from turning up, even though there has been this natural outpouring of certainly respect and from some people grief, from some people who've been here crying today, laying flowers, people who've been lifelong royalists, people who've just always, of course, been aware of the presence of the Queen, of the presence of Prince Philip, and have been really affected by his death at the age of 99 here this morning. And I'm joined by two people who obviously decided to come down and join, Laura and Destiny, who's 7 years old. And Laura, you've come here from Hackney today to pay your respects.
Yes, I have, yes.
Tell me why you felt that.
Felt what?
Why you felt the need to come here today?
Oh, it was just to pay my respects and put flowers down. I never did the roles in school, so because I went to an all-girls school, so I thought, let me come down and pay my respects. My partner knew my partner knew about the roles as he did it in school, so he was just telling me about it. So, yeah.
And Destiny, how old are you? Tell me how old you are. 7. You've been carrying this beautiful bunch of flowers. I know you don't know too much about Prince Philip, but again, you wanted to come here with your mum today. Why was that?
To pay my respects.
You've gone a bit shy now. You've got a bit radio shy, haven't you?
Just said to pay my respects. That's it. Come on. No.
We're trying to. Well, Eddie, I promise you, before we came on air, she said she wanted to pay her respects. She's
Rachel,
gone very
are you
shy now.
The children.
I'm not frightening. I'm not frightening out. No, she's gone silent. I promise you, she is here. No, she's gone a little bit nervous, so we'll walk away now. But both of you, thank you so much. You've got a beautiful bunch of flowers.
They told me not to put it there because they're moving the flowers.
No, so the flowers, and this is actually quite interesting because there's a big bunch of flowers here just outside the main gate by Windsor Castle, but actually they're telling people to go and put them down on the long walk, which is just round the corner. So obviously Windsor Castle itself is this huge long stretch, and the police are really trying to guard away from people being outside the main entrance here. So they're really trying to manage the crowd and if anything, dissuade what Laura and Destiny, yes, it's down there, thank you, from what they've done here today. Because of course they don't want crowds here, they don't want people gathering, but that's a perfect example of a family who knew a little about the royals and still wanted to pay their respects despite COVID and despite the regulations and restrictions.
Rachel, thank you. Rachel Venables reporting live from outside Windsor Castle, where, as you heard, she's frightening children and directing the flowers. As we've reflected throughout the programme, one of the things which connected Prince Philip most readily with people across the UK is the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. As LBC's James Goodison has been reflecting, it inspired millions to improve skills and trek across the British countryside.
Northamptonshire bicycle bells gracefully opened the show, watched by Prince Philip and Transport Minister Ernest Marple. It demonstrated the work of the National Cycling Proficiency Scheme, whose test has now been passed by 500,000 children.
The Duke of Edinburgh always championed youth development and progress, and one didn't have to look further than the award named after him.
The value doesn't lie in doing each section with brilliant success, but it lies in the side effects of the exposure to new activities.
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has been in existence for nearly 7 decades. In the modern day, at any given time, 500,000 people can be expected to be working towards their award.
Kurt Hahn, who was the headmaster of Gordonston, and he came to me more or less out of the blue because I'd rather lost touch with him, and he said, "My boy, I want you to start the award scheme." And so I said, "Yes, sir." It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education.
The CEO of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, Ruth Marvel, told LBC that even after stepping back from public life in 2017, Prince Philip still remained heavily invested in the award that shared his name.
The Duke remained incredibly interested in and supportive of D.A.V. For his entire life. I think D.A.V. was his favourite. And yeah, just seeing the extent to which he enjoyed meeting with young people, talking to young people about what they'd achieved.
It's hard to overemphasise how life-changing this award can be for some people. John did his D.A.V. at a young offenders institution, his selected skill being cooking. He now runs his own catering business.
Doing the Duke of Edinburgh's award and everything it gave me, as well as leading me on to a career that I'm very passionate about, it just gave me so many other sort of life skills that meant I could pull myself out of that.
And when meeting the Duke while completing his award, he told me that the Duke still employed his notorious sense of humour.
Basically a group of 6 of us all doing the silver and gold, went off with 2 officers, and they were with us, and we went walking around the hills and everything. And he asked, were we all attached by ball and chain?
The Duke of Edinburgh Award has given millions of young people skills, experience, confidence, a purpose and even a career. Since the award started, at least 6 million young people have taken part worldwide, something the Duke of Edinburgh could have hardly dreamed of when he made this speech in 1973.
Today, with some 180,000 participants worldwide and a cumulative total of nearly 350,000 awards gained, I think it might be safe to say that the scheme hasn't been a complete failure.
James Goodison reporting, and it's been illuminating to hear from so many LBC listeners during the programme about what the award has meant to them. Basically, it's brilliant fun, says this listener, and helped me grow more than most school lessons. Peter Hunt is with me, royal commentator. We established earlier in the programme, by the way, and I need to apologise to you that we've hired a royal commentator who did not do the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, and I just want to put on record my sorrow for that.
My shame has been evident for 3 hours. My defence has been that I did, one of my daughters has done it. I think she did gold. B,
I love that attention to detail.
B, I did interview him about the Duke of Edinburgh's
That's right.
scheme.
Tell me what he said.
Well, one thing that did suddenly come into my mind is one of the questions I asked him was, as you'd expect someone like me in the role I had to ask, was, was this about his legacy? And the reply came, legacy!
I can imagine him saying that.
And he went on to say, it's part of children growing up. And I think that's the essence of what your listeners have been telling you over these last few hours. For some of them, it was a pretty significant part of their development.
I've got one last quote from this Daily Telegraph list of 48 of Prince Philip's greatest quotes and funny moments. This was apparently muttered at the Royal Variety performance in 2001 as he watched Sir Elton John perform. Quote, I wish he'd turned the microphone off.
So that's Elton John and Tom Jones. We can establish he wasn't overly keen on.
He had to sit through a lot of Royal Variety performances. I want to finish as Andrew Pearce waits in the wings and Ian Dale is on at 10, by just thinking about the Queen, who is now widowed. She's a part of all of our lives, head of state, sovereign, head of the Commonwealth, but she is a woman now without the man who's been part of her life forever.
I mean, she is a lonelier queen. I mean, his crucial role was to support her as an individual and to make a huge contribution to her reign. He modernised the institution in the 50s. He was by her side during some really, really difficult periods, most notably the 80s when the marriages of their children collapsed, most especially in 1997 in her most difficult week, the aftermath of the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. He wasn't as active during her most recent difficulties around Harry and Meghan, and I have a suspicion that if he was, the outcome might have been different and he would have given her very crucial advice. He'd sort of stepped back by then. But theirs was a union between a cautious woman and a forthright man. I mean, it was seriously tested, but it endured and it succeeded. His first job, his second job, and his last job was always never to let her down. She was devoted to him. She was smitten from the start. One of her officials once said, divorce never, murder often. Officials said, an incredible team, an incredible double act. One said to me, they love each other. It's corny, but true. And I suppose, perhaps fittingly, Eddie, really, we should draw your programme to a close with the sort of last words coming from the man who I think pretty arguably was probably the most interesting member of the royal family. And so when Prince Philip, was asked what he thought his epitaph should be, he replied, Eddie, as you would expect, I'm not really concerned. I'll be dead by then.
Peter, we thank you. Peter Hunt, royal commentator, who will be back later in Andrew Pearce's programme. Andrew coming up next. Ian Dale is at 10. I'll be back on Monday at 4. Coverage continues, of course, throughout the evening and into the weekend. Now, at 7 o'clock, here's Thomas Watts.
Buckingham Palace says the royal family join with people around the world in mourning